Ladies and gentlemen, the AI for Good Global Summit is about to resume. Please take your seats.
Thank you. Uh, Before I continue, good morning. Before I continue, I want to say a few words on what's going on here, how this works. I'm improvising music with a generative music system which reacts to the input of my drumming. So basically, the input of my drumming is rendered by the computer into musical output. This musical output again informs my reaction, my improvisational reaction to the machine. So to say, it inspires me to react. So basically, the machine and I, we enter a closed loop of an exchange of input versus output. And in a way, it creates a analytic perception of force dimensionality, because cause and effect, the hierarchy is uncoupled from it. So this is one of my most interesting discoveries getting into this technology. So I initially trying to create some sort of like a anthropomorphic quality to it, to like replace a band. And very quickly, I realized I had to move away from that to make space for something that I could not anticipate, really. So a lot of the outcome from the machine behaves sort of semi-chaotically. So I have to use my human ability to retroactively legitimize some of the output, because it doesn't always do what I desire, which is some of the fun of it, you know. And this is actually the part of the system that makes me grow as a human. And I think this has been the trajectory that I'm following with the system that evolves very, very quickly. But I think the music will speak for itself. I'll play some more for you. Thank you very much.
Is that it? My goodness, I'm a bit overwhelmed. No, 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 stay. Ladies and gentlemen and everyone, welcome to day 2 of the 2023 ITU AI for Good Summit. My goodness, thank you again to formidable drummer Jojo Mayer, probably one of the only humans on the planet that can play 3 time signatures at once. Personally, I'm not entirely sure whether you are a bot or whether you're human with that kind of superhuman skill. Wow. So, whilst we've got you, I'd just like to know, what do you think it is to drive people to make art with machines, and you specifically?
Well, I think curiosity, definitely, and I think everything starts with an emotion first, and then we start to think about things. We start to reflect on it, and we're trying to shape or express that feeling to the outside world in order to like share it. And I think this is a interesting or a crucial part of art, that we can enter a new zone that is not really yet defined by our aesthetics and our conditioning, and that opens up a playing field for new thinking. And I think that's very, very important quality of art, that it prepares a playing field for new syntax. I think this is very much necessary in order to coexist with technology that is coming at us. So we have to kind of create a counterweight from it, not necessarily to use this technology to recreate what we already know, but possibly venture into unknown spaces that will provide useful or
Yeah, I understand. One of the things a lot of the technology people are probably wondering, me too, is how you're getting over latency issues. The drums, by their nature, you have split-second decisions that you make as a musician to get the machine to be that responsive. What have you been doing?
Well, I have to come a little bit to I have to come and accommodate the capability of the machine a little bit, because we're not at the point where we have that type of speed, so I can create an illusion as if the machine would be able to do something that it's actually not ready to do yet. So it's a form of prototyping of like something that is almost possible or soon, maybe.
Brilliant. Otherwise, you'll be overrun by people trying to make that work for telecommunications purposes. So you've also mentioned just then wanting to play without a band, but I'm guessing that it's more that you want a band to be as obedient and compliant and sort of almost responsive, and that's where machines are better than humans in this respect?
Well, I think playing with a band is a different experience, and I think the question of like what is a human performance better than like a machine performance, I think that's not the right question. I think the more important is the question is, what is the value of any performance, disregarding if it was created by a machine or a human. I think this will set us up better to make the right decisions. So for me, really, is this machine is very spooky, and it stretches me. So dealing with this technology is actually not, the point of view is not to make the machine better, but it's like whatever the state of the machine is, it forces me to become better in my reactions to whatever the machine provides to me. So it does nasty things that I don't desire, but I have to make it work somehow retroactively. Yeah.
Just like a real band. Okay, brilliant. Thank you very much for opening the show. Jojo Mayer, everybody.
Thank you.
Wow. Yes. That's a bit of a treat, isn't it? Well, to those of you who were here yesterday, I hope you enjoyed day one, and a warm welcome to those of us joining for day two. I'm LJ Rich, your host for the day and music artist. We have some amazing people both up here on stage and, of course, you, the audience. Our plan is to make sure that you all get a chance to meet each other, and it's the best way to make the most out of your time today. As per yesterday, we'll strongly encourage you to download the Neural Network app. 20,000 of you already have, and right now everyone's enjoying meeting and chatting with AI-enabled conversation matching. Also, we're going to be using Interprify. That's an app that's available for simultaneous translation into 75 different languages using, you've guessed it, AI. And if you don't grab this in time, don't worry. On each panel slide, you'll see a QR code that will allow you to link up to the app, and you get audio or text live translation, just like in Star Trek, my goodness. Okay, we also have hashtags, the AI for Good hashtag, also ITU AI Summit. Brilliantly, AI for Good was trending yesterday. That's thanks to all of you. And with that, it's the perfect time to open with our first speaker, not just a drummer, an actual speaker. It's a real privilege even to introduce the Director General of Ofcom, Bernard Meissen.
Yes, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Well, it's hard to get on stage after this really interesting and impressive performance, and I'm sure you would like to hear more music and less words, but allow me to say some words to you for opening this day. For me, it's an honor to be here with you, and some people say, well, that's impossible, and we heard it before, to regulate involving technologies like AI. How should we regulate AI for the music? It will be difficult. Regulation is always slow, and for sure I can tell you in Switzerland, regulation is very slow. So when we regulate, perhaps we also kill the potential of innovation. And that's not what we want. Indeed, this is a challenge, and at the same time, it's nothing new. Through human history, it has always been the case that innovation has occurred first, and only later, step by step, regulation has been introduced. When it comes to regulating AI, we should make sure that innovation is possible for the benefit of our societies and economies, and at the same time, risks and negative impacts are minimized. We know that the impacts of AI depend less on the systems themselves, but rather on the specific area which they are used. We should therefore not try to regulate the technology itself. We should rather regulate its use and make sure that AI systems are used to make people's life better and not worse, and music better and not worse. So if we agree that we should not regulate technology itself, but its use, then how can we do this? How do we ensure that technologies like AI are used for the benefit of all and not just of a few? The basis for this is a framework of values, principles, and goals that we have already established thanks to the UN and other international organizations. We have established a set of fundamental rights and freedoms which all people in the world should enjoy. We have established 17 goals for sustainable development that should guide us in whatever technology we use, be it AI, quantum computing, or whatever. So we need to get together and discuss how we can make sure that every use of every technology is in accordance with and thus not against our common values and goals. In this regard, UNESCO's recommendation on ethics on AI or OECD's AI principles provide for useful guidance. The ongoing work at the Council of Europe on the first binding treaty on general principles for AI is a next step in this regard. The participation in these negotiations under Swiss chairmanship is not limited to European countries, but already includes countries from Asia and the Americas, and is open to all countries in the world which share our fundamental values. So whoever is interested in joining, please come and talk to us. In addition to such fundamental principles, we need to develop specific and dynamic regulation for specific uses and of new technologies. As these technologies are developed globally, but then applied locally, we need to develop an appropriate set of technical, legal, and societal norms that are interoperable across cultures and jurisdictions and able to find the right answers to specific needs and circumstances. Geneva is a unique place when it comes to discussing how to develop a human-centered approach to governing new technologies. With its rich history of fostering international cooperation and as a home for multiple influential international organizations, and with its inclusive multi-stakeholder approach, Geneva is made for addressing the complex challenges posed by artificial intelligence and for identifying concrete solutions. We would therefore like to thank the ITU and all actors involved in the organization of the AI for Good Summit as an important platform in this regard, and we are proud to support this event as host country. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much there to Director General of Ofcom, Bernard Meissen, for starting the day in style and being brave enough to follow Jojo Mayer's fabulously amazing drum solo. Okay, let's give you some more to think about now with a keynote talk from VP Chief Data Scientist of the Microsoft AI for Good Lab. Thank you for taking the time to join forces with the AI for Good Summit, talking on AI to advance the SDGs. Please give a lovely Day 2 round of applause for Dr. Juan Lavista Ferez.
Jeffrey Hammerbacher was one of the first data scientists in Facebook, and later in Cloudera, very intelligent individual, once said, "The best minds of my generation are thinking how to get people click on ads." And this is sad and true at the same time, considering the world faces great challenges. Millions of children die before they get their 5th birthday. Hundreds of millions are affected by climate change, and 1.6 billion people live with a severe disability. The world needs all the help it can get. And technology and AI can make a difference. But the problem is the organizations and nonprofits around the world that are working on these problems do not have the capacity or structure to hire the AI talent. Majority of the AI talent today works in the tech sector or the financial industry. But what Hammerbacher didn't consider was that even though the problem of making sure, understanding which child has higher chances of infant mortality or understanding which people will click on your ads, even though these two problems cannot be further apart from a societal point of view, from an AI and data science perspective, these problems are basically the same problem, which means that if in your organization you have people that are really good making sure people click on your ads, you can use the same talent to help with some of the challenges. And that's what my team does. We partner with organizations that have subject matter expertise, and we bring AI to the table. Today, I'm going to be covering some of the lessons learned from these 4 years working on the AI for Good space. And the first lesson is, for some world problems, relying on AI is the only option we have. Diabetic retinopathy is the leading cause of blindness around the world. 450 million people suffer from diabetes. A third of them will develop DR. And if they are not diagnosed and treated, they will become blind. But the problem is the world only has 200,000 ophthalmologists. So it's not physically possible for these 200,000 ophthalmologists to diagnose this disease. But today, our AI models are as good, are on par with a very good ophthalmologist, and these models are in production already in some organizations and some countries. This is an example where AI is not just a solution, but is the only solution we have. But AI expertise alone cannot solve these problems. We need to partner with subject matter experts. Low birth weight is one of the leading causes of death in the world. And if you have a data set that has low birth weight babies, and you train an AI model on top of that data set, what the model will tell you is that if the mother of a child smoke, the chances of survival for that baby increase. But of course, this is not because smoking is helping. Actually, smoking is a cause of low birth weight, and a lot of children die because of that. But among the causes of low birth weight, smoking is less severe than other causes. AI models are great for understanding predictive power, but cannot tell us anything about causality. This is why it's key for us to partner with subject matter experts, and that's what we do. For every project we have, we partner with subject matter experts, and we work in teams together. As humans, we are addicted to complexity. We like complex projects, we like complex things. This is the reason we put a man on the moon before we added wheels to your luggage. This is also the wrong addiction. If you want to impress people and look intelligent, your solution can be complex. But if you want to have an impact in the world, your solution needs to be simple. And building simple solutions is hard, but it's certainly worth it. This is something that we learned closely working with SEEDS. SEEDS is an amazing organization in India, and they work with families to better prepare them for climate change. In India alone, 89,000 people die every year of high temperature. And in a scenario of 4 degrees Celsius increase, this number could increase to 2 million. Their solution is very simple. They need to understand what is the material of the house of each family. And there's a lot of papers written about this and how to get the material of a house using satellite data. But when we talked to them, it became really clear that none of those solutions worked. There's a big difference of solving a problem on paper versus solving a problem in production. The distance between theory and practice is larger in practice than in theory. So what we did is, using high-resolution satellite data, we built an AI model that could detect the material of each of the houses, and with this information, we provided the maps to SEEDS, and with this information is helping SEEDS save lives. One thing on AI models we learned that all of us need to pay a lot of attention is we can get fooled by bias. Let me show you what I call the left-handed dilemma. If the probability of being left-handed today in the room is independent of being in the room, the distribution of left-handed people in the room will be similar to the distribution of left-handed people in the population, meaning 10% of you will be left-handed, and you will see the same amount of people on the right side and on the left side. Please raise your hand if you're left-handed. You see, it works. I have really bad news for the left-handed people. There's a paper published by Halpern and Koren from California State University and University of British Columbia, where they took a random sample of people and asked the family members whether they were left-handed or right-handed. What they found was really disturbing. Left-handed people were dying 9 years younger than right-handed people. This was published in the New England Journal of Medicine, that is the most prestigious medical journal in the world. If this was true, being left-handed would be as bad as smoking 120 cigarettes per day. Really bad. Well, the good news for the left-handed people is that what the researchers didn't consider was, for a long period of time, there was a discrimination against left-handed people, and parents would force their kids to be right-handed. And I know that because my grandfather was one of them. He was forced to be right-handed. Eventually, they stopped doing this, and this generated this artificial increase in the left-handed population, and this artificial increase is the one that gives us the illusion that left-handed people die younger, when in reality that's not the case. What's the problem from an AI perspective? Is that if you're a life insurance company and you train a model using this data, what the AI model will tell you is that you need to charge more to the left-handed people because those people will die younger. Majority of the data we collect has some biases. We need to understand the biases, and we need to understand of the risk of those biases. AI can make a difference. And I'm going to share some of the examples. We have witnessed this through these examples. The first example is what happened after the earthquake in Turkey and Syria. We partnered with Planet. Planet Labs is an amazing company. I think Andrew Zoll is in the room today. And we have this very strong partnership with Planet where they provide the satellite data and we bring the AI expertise. We partner with them, and using AI on top of satellite data, we created maps of every single city and every single building that was affected by the earthquake. This information and these maps were used by people on the ground to help them prioritize resources. These type of models can save lives. We are also using, in collaboration with Planet, we are also using satellite data to monitor the Amazon, understand deforestation, understand illegal logging. Also in the Amazon, we are using AI models to measure and understand biodiversity. We have camera traps, and we have AI models working on these camera traps, and from these help researchers understand and measure the biodiversity. We also use acoustic data for this, where we have recordings in the Amazon, and we have AI models that can detect and track these animals and measure the biodiversity of the Amazon. In the health space, retinopathy of prematurity is the leading cause of blindness in children. ROP is a disease that didn't exist 4 decades ago. And suddenly, we are seeing an exponential increase in ROP around the world. The reason this disease didn't exist is because this disease affects very small premature babies that 4 decades ago wouldn't survive. Now, because of improvements in health and in medicine, a lot of these babies are surviving. And this is what is creating this exponential increase of these cases. And we only expect these cases to continue going up because we will have more and more improvements in health. A lot of these babies now will survive. But if these babies are not treated by ROP, they will become blind. And we don't have enough ophthalmologists, and we don't have the expertise to work on this. AI models running on smartphones today can already do the understanding whether the child has a disease or not. This will make also a big difference. At Microsoft, we continue investing in Seeing AI. Seeing AI is an app that empowers individuals with visual impairments by providing real-time feedback. They are using these devices to see the world. Saqib Shaikh is a friend of mine, and he's blind himself, and he leads this team. For him and many others, this technology is a game changer. But technology has the potential to create huge impact, but it's essential for us to understand and work this in a responsible and safe way. If you ever read a book, a children's book written in the 1800s, if you compare them to those books written now, you will see something that is different. A lot of the people in these books die. They have brothers or sisters that die, they're very different to what you see today. And when you ask why, the answer for that question is because that's exactly what was happening. In the 1800s, infant mortality was 30%. Out of 10 children, 3 would die before their 5th birthday. The average life expectancy was 35, and people have this illusion that people will live through 35 and then die. The answer is no. If you get to 30, you could get to 60, 70 years old. The only reason why the average is 35 is because 30% of the population was dying between 0 and 5 years old. This is shifting that average. Today, there has been a significant improvement, and 200 years after that, infant mortality around the world is still high, but it's 2.6%. That is 1 order of magnitude lower than it was before. And a good portion of this improvement, directly or indirectly, was tied to electricity. Through healthcare facilities, vaccination, medicine, storage, clean water, sanitation, refrigeration, electricity played a fundamental role in this. And as one of the things that is important is today, some countries would consider electricity a human right, and a lot of human rights depends on electricity. But the fact that we have electricity massively available was debated at one point in society. There was the whole idea of the war of currents, or AC/DC. AC/DC is not a rock band, although the rock band name comes from AC/DC. AC/DC stands for alternating current and direct current. Alternating current is what you have in your house. Direct current is what you have in your remote control. These have direct current. In alternating current, you can see large-scale power distribution. You can distribute electricity for very long distances. You can electrify cities. On that side, we have George Westinghouse and Nikola Tesla, proponent of this. On the other side, we have Thomas Edison. Thomas Edison was about safety. He was a big proponent of DC. And if you look at the arguments that Thomas Edison had, that, by the way, he was one of the inventors of electricity, his arguments were right. He was so vocal against AC that he would electrocute animals to show the risk of AC. A bit cruel for me, but that's what he was doing. Well, what Thomas Edison couldn't consider was that society could work together to come a way to make electricity safe. Technology can be used as a tool or a weapon. Every technology can be used as a tool or a weapon. It's important for us to work as a society collectively, making sure technologies are safe and benefit everybody. And that applies to all technologies, but especially applies to AI. To close, large language models bring an incredible potential for AI for good. Majority of human knowledge is stored in the web. The web is our most important data source. But the bulk of that knowledge is stored in unstructured text. That is good for humans to consume. But until very recently, we couldn't convert that data into information for machines to help us in that process. Thanks to large language models, we can now do that, and that is already a game changer. That will produce even more impact in the future. But large language models can do other things. They can bring an amazing power as a language aid. As you likely realize by now, English is not my native language. This is when you put the face of surprise. But I work in a job that requires me to not only speak in English, but also write in English in a flawless way, especially if you're going to publish in a scientific paper. Otherwise, reviewer number 2 will say, a native person will need to review your paper because you don't know how to write. I have gotten some of that feedback myself, by the way. 95% of scientific publications require you to write in English. But we live in a world where only 4.7% of the global population have the luck, in many ways, to have English as the native language. For the rest of us, we're kind of at a disadvantage. But thanks to large language models, today, we can express ourselves, we can express our ideas, and we can write like a native speaker. This is already making a huge impact to me, but to many more people. And this shows the power of these large language models. But also with coding. Coding is an amazing superpower that only 0.5% of the population have. And coding requires you to learn another language that is not even a it's not even a language. You need to learn something like Python or Java. And that takes a lot of effort. But thanks to large language models, we can now code in our own language. Whether it's English, Spanish, or Chinese, you will be able to code in your language. This will increase the power of having the ability to code without knowing a programming language. A few weeks ago, there was a paper published in JAMA where they asked questions to doctors. They had questions answered by doctors, and they have questions answered by a large language model. The large language model's answers were not only more accurate than the doctors, but actually show more empathy. We live in a world where 4 billion people do not have access to medical doctors. The alternative for these 4 billion people is not a human doctor. It's usually no one. For a long time, all of us, we've been asking ourselves, when is ethical to use AI in some of these scenarios? There will be a time in the not so distant future we will need to ask ourselves, when is unethical not to use it? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Oh, Dr. Juan Lavista Ferres, everybody. What a great way to set up the day. Thank you ever so much. And now we're going to welcome one of the great AI pioneers. Please join me, everybody, in giving a very nice, brilliant mid-morning welcome to the scientist, best-selling author, and serial entrepreneur. It's Gary Marcus.
Pardon me. So I'm here to talk today about the urgency and challenges in regulating AI. I want to start with some good news, which is I think global AI policy is finally on the radar. Pretty much everybody here is talking about it, and pretty much everybody in the world is. And that's a huge change from not that long ago. I gave a TED Talk on April 18th of this year where I talked about global AI governance, and I think people looked at me like I was, I don't know, kind of strange talking about it then. I started by saying that there are lots of risks to society. I talked about wholesale disinformation and market manipulation and accidental misinformation and maybe voice faking scams and automated cybercrime. I talked about all of this stuff in my TED Talk, and there was a hush in the room, like people hadn't really thought about that. Now, everywhere I go, I think people have already thought about these risks. I think there's been an astonishing change just since April 18th. Anke Royal, who's sitting in the front, wrote an Economist piece with me that came out the same day. We said the world needs an international agency for AI, say 2 experts. And when the Economist ran this again, April 18th, I think people thought that was kind of a weird idea. Now everybody's talking about whether it's the right formulation, which formulation. Things have really changed since April. By the time I got to the Senate on May 16th, I stood next to Sam Altman, or sat next to Sam Altman, and just before we went on stage, he said, you know what, Gary, I think the idea that you're pushing of an international agency for AI is actually a good one. And I was surprised because Sam Altman and I have not always had the best relationship. And I said, well, don't just tell me, tell them, tell the senators. And he did, and that was astonishing. And I think that really changed the world when he said that. So that was just May 16th. By May 25th, I spoke at the UN, and I was pushing some of the same ideas, and they were already starting, I think, to be a little bit popular. Rishi Sunak talked about them around the same time. Now, all that's great that people are talking about international AI governance. There are lots of questions around what that might mean, but there are, I think, some bad news too. There's some gaps that we need to think about. The first one we'll call the governance gap, which is we all know we need AI governance, but we don't know exactly what it is that we need. There's actually very little consensus when we get down to the details. And I've been going around talking to a lot of world governments in the last month or two, and everybody's thinking about this in a different way. And everybody is aware, excuse me, the governments move very slowly. We all know that, and we know that AI itself, especially in its adoption, is moving very quickly. I would argue that the technology is not advancing as fast as some people think, that GPT-4 is not that different from GPT-3, is not that different from GPT-2, which we've had for several years. But certainly the fact that 100 million people are now using this is really radically new. So we have this situation where governments move slowly, the technology is moving quickly, even if not at the scientific level, at the adoption level. So that's the first gap. The second gap I'll call the alignment gap, which is we know how to make AI that people want, but we don't know how to make AI that people can trust. And I'll just give you one simple example of this that kind of still blows my mind. you read about GPT-4, and people think that GPT-4 is this amazing technology that is on the verge of artificial general intelligence. The reality is it's not. It's fantastic at writing boilerplate text. It's really good at helping coders. I might have some disagreements about the medical study we just saw. But the reality is it's not as good at just learning everyday basic things as you think it is. To take the rules of chess, or take the game of chess, GPT-4 has probably been exposed to millions of games of chess because they're all there for the taking on the internet, and we know GPT-4 has taken most of what's on the internet. And the rules of chess are actually explicit. So Wikipedia is free and available and surely in the training set. So you would think if this system were like an artificial general intelligence, it would learn to play chess. And if you played it for 10 moves, you'd be like, wow, this thing does play chess. It knows all the moves in the Ruy Lopez opening, or whatever your favorite opening is, Sicilian defense. And then you get to like move 15 or 16, and it would start doing really weird things, like having bishops jump over queens, which you can't do in actual chess, but which ChatGPT-4 has been known to do. So we don't actually know how to get the systems even to a larger glass of water. Thank you. We don't know how to force the systems to follow the rules that we want to follow. And if we can't get them to play chess, how can we be sure that they will follow other rules, like be honest or be harmless, don't cause harm to humans? So that's the alignment gap. It's important to remember that large language models are not conventional software. We're mostly thinking about them the way we think about conventional software. But the reality is they hallucinate. They suffer from data leaks. They're basically incorrigible. You can't say, don't make stuff up. You know, if somebody had a classical database as a competitor to SQL or something like that, and it hallucinated 20% of the time, they'd be laughed off the market. Here we have a system that makes errors 20% of the time. People think that's kind of acceptable because of some other virtues. But from a software design perspective, it's crazy. Then we have a values gap, which is we know what we want. The UNESCO guidelines, for example, are terrific at articulating what we want. We want transparency, we want privacy, we want accountability, fairness. The White House blueprint AI Bill of Rights it similarly calls for this. Even the big tech companies give lip service to these things like transparency. But we have to remember, and I have a quote from Satya Nadella saying we're taking a comprehensive approach to ensure we always build, deploy, and use AI in a safe, secure, and transparent way. But we're not. So GPT-4 is something that Microsoft owns part of and uses, right? And it's not transparent at all. We don't know what's in GPT-4. We know there's a large language model there. We know there's this thing called RLHF, but we don't really know how it works. And we suspect there are other things in there, maybe even classical AI rules, but we don't know. We don't know, most importantly, what's in the data. And we know that these systems are incredibly sensitive to their data, and that what biases, political biases, hiring biases, all kinds of stuff they will do is a function of what data is in there. So Microsoft tells you they believe in transparency, but they're not actually following transparency. So we don't yet have a way to hold the companies accountable to these principles that we all agree on. I see two futures here. One is a positive future. You know, maybe we form a global AI agency. We start thoughtfully regulating AI. Maybe the idea of responsible AI becomes a prestigious profession rather than something a small number of people talk about. Maybe new companies and new technologies emerge. We can't just use large language models because we can't trust them. We actually need new kinds of AI, which is something nobody's really talking about right now. Everybody's assuming that the streetlight we've got right now is the one that we need. I don't think that's true. Maybe we get to more efficient AI, both in terms of data and the amount of energy we use. And maybe AI eventually is able to massively contribute to the world, addressing climate change, medicine, elder care, and many more. But there's also a bleaker future. So we could come into a world where conflicts over which risk we should even address in the field of AI preclude anything from happening. So we have right now, for example, AI safety community and AI ethics community arguing with each other. My problem is more important than your problem. Stop talking about your problem. Mine is the only one that matters. My short-term one is what matters. My long-term one is what matters. I'm afraid Congress in the US, for example, is going to give up and discuss. Be like, if you guys can't agree on what the problem is, why should we bother? We'll go back to some other problem. We might get stuck on large language models and never invent more efficient technology, more reliable technology. We might have a small number of companies that are more powerful than states running the world as they please, shutting out all competition with ill-conceived regulation of their own devising, right? That's what we call regulatory capture. Cybercrimes and big companies might wind up in some epic battle, like drug cartel wars. Who knows? Increasingly powerful AI systems might be constructed, but if this is a dress rehearsal right now, maybe they're going to become more and more weaponized. Large numbers of people are going to get killed in deadly conflicts. It could be accidental, on purpose. Employment could crash. There could be widespread unrest. There could be civil wars. There could be anarchy. These are really very different futures. I'm not saying which one's coming. But I'm saying we need to figure out what we're doing. So here are 5 suggestions about AI policy. First is I think every country needs to have its own agency. There is so much going on so quickly and so much expertise required that I don't think we can assume that every country is going to just get by on its existing agencies. I think we need a special purpose AI agency in every country. We probably should also have an international agency for AI. Maybe it's voluntary. Right now, eventually we might need actual enforcement and requirements. We're going to need to look at a lot of different models. There's a lot of discussion nowadays about the International Atomic Energy Agency versus the IPC and the ICAO model and so forth. I think the main thing to understand there is no one model is going to suffice because there's actually many different things we're trying to address, ranging from what happens if AI gets super powerful, which it isn't right now, but could, to what do we do about, for example, misinformation in elections. Each of these are going to require different aspects of solutions, so probably nothing off the shelf is going to work. The most important thing, though, I think, is agility is key. We need systems, government systems that can move quickly. I think we need something like an FDA pre-approval process for widespread deployment. It's okay to do research on new forms of AI, but if you're going to release something to 100 million people, probably you should do a hazard analysis and say, what are the benefits? What are the risks? Do the benefits actually outweigh the risks as we put this out for society? We're also going to need post-deployment auditing with government backing, where companies put things out, and governments say, here's a question. Are people using GPT-4 to decide whether or not other people should get jobs? And it turns out the answer I hear is yes. And there's almost certainly bias in that. The government should be able to say, we want to know how much this is happening, how much bias is there. So we need post-deployment auditing. Most importantly, we need scientists involved. I've been seeing a lot of press, like photo opportunities where governments bring in the leaders of the big companies. The big companies have been going on these tours and the governments host them. That's actually sending the wrong signal. The signal that's sending is regulatory capture, that the companies, the big companies, are going to tell us what the rules are. Well, obviously, they're going to make them in their own interest if they do that. So we need scientists and ethicists and so forth, people from civil society at the table. Another thing that I have been thinking about is how philanthropy can help. So with Anka, who is sitting here in the front row, we've been proposing a model something like this. A CERN-like international agency, we could talk about what we mean by CERN-like, but catalyzed by philanthropy focused on mitigating AI risks. And we see this as having 3 tracks. One of those tracks is about basic research and applied research. Basic research, how do we build new approaches to AI that are trustworthy? And applied research, given the risks that we have now, what do we do about them? So for example, misinformation is a risk right now. Can we build new tools to detect misinformation? The second thing is about world-class expertise. Having advice, scientists willing to step in for the governments around the world who don't have their own expertise. The third is something that we're calling regulation in a box or governance in a box. And the idea is to make it as easy as possible for the governments around the world to do what they need to do. Give them metrics, standards, tools that are easy to use, and give them away free or close to free So I am pleased to announce today that we are launching the Center for the Advancement of Trustworthy AI. We've gotten our first funding from the Midyar Network to help us get this started. Today is the first time I'm saying this publicly to the world right now, and it's built on the model. Thank you very much. I should add that some members of the UN, UNESCO, have been very warm to this idea. We may have further announcements about that at some point. So I'm pleased to announce this, and I will end a little bit early. Possibly there's time for questions, I don't know. But here's how I will end. The choices that we make now are going to shape the next century. If we don't have scientists and ethicists at the table, I don't think our prospects are great. If we just leave this to the big companies telling the governments what to do. We can't afford to not regulate AI, and we can't afford regulatory capture where the companies decide. We have to get this one right, and we don't have a lot of time to waste. And I thank you very much. You have a couple of minutes for...
I'm not sure because we've not set up for questions. So thank you very much to Gary. We're not set up for questions at the moment, but you're going to be hanging around, hopefully, so you'll be able to go and speak to him one-on-one. That was amazing, and thank you very much for powering through. It sounded like you had a bit of a sore throat, so we appreciate it. Well, everybody, it's time to treat you to one short panel ahead of our coffee break. It's definitely worth staying before getting caffeinated because it's time to open our mind a little further and relax as we have an interactive panel conversation about the equality machine. And it's going to be hosted by Jennifer Woodard in conversation with the Warren Distinguished Professor of Law and the founding director of Center for Employment and Labor Policy at University of San Diego, everybody. It's Orly Lobel and Jennifer.
Hi, good morning, everybody. How is everybody? It's so exciting here. I'm sure everybody is so bubbling with ideas and new inventions and visions about AI for good. I know that I am, and I know that AI is personal. AI is very personal, shaping our lives in so many ways, and the personal, of course, is also political. But what I want to ask each one of you to do for a moment is to pause and think, what is the most personal way that AI can affect you and your loved ones in good, well-being ways, improving our world and our environment, our health? For my family, the answer lies in automation of medical devices. I have 3 daughters. The middle one is bionic. Like millions of children around the world, my daughter was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes, with juvenile diabetes, at the age of 13. We were traveling as a family, including with my father, who's a medical doctor, and we all missed the signs of early onset of diabetes, which is extreme thirst and loss of weight. The condition, it requires 24/7 monitoring. And we did it, we learned, we networked, we went on Facebook and found friends who are dealing with the same issues and challenges. But the reality was that it was very taxing and very difficult to maintain the right insulin levels, the right glucose levels throughout time. From the start, she was wearing a glucose monitor and an insulin pump, so 2 medical devices. But the amazing news that just happened is that there has been regulatory approval for a closed-loop software system, AI, that makes autonomous decisions and speaks to both of these devices and really alleviates so much of the kind of cognitive taxing, the resources that are so difficult to focus on when you are doing it as humans. There's so many other ways that AI is changing our lives in a personal way. I actually research in some of my writing, the dating world, sex tech. We're not going to talk about this right now, but it's of course very interesting and personal. We know about all these examples from education, from financial health, from work, from climate. And in healthcare alone, there's been hundreds of approvals of AI in health and medical devices and medicine, in care and patient care, including this cute parrot that is right here at our summit. And it got clinical approval after clinical trials that shows that it alleviates loneliness, it helps patients dealing with different medical conditions. In radiology alone, we have a couple of hundreds of approvals now. But if that number sounds like a large number, I want to tell you that it's actually quite a small number. It's dwarfed compared to the potential, the immense potential of what is already here, what has been in development, what is in clinical trials, and the potential that further exists. I want to tell you or suggest that we are at a moment that is really hindering a lot of the deployment and the use of AI for good. We're at a moment of a techlash, and the techlash is not simply kind of a focus on some of the wrongs that have been exposed by some tech companies, but really it's kind of an indictment of technology itself in a lot of our conversations, both in our public conversations and in the public policies that we see. And it's not only that the train has left the station on technology and AI, so you hear these calls of let's have a moratorium on certain technologies, let's slow down deployment, let's ban certain capabilities that are right now here. It's not the nature of technology that we have kind of the train that has left the station, or to mix metaphors, we don't put the genie back in the bottle. And in fact, the reality is that AI, where we see some recent voices saying it's similar to the nuclear bomb, let's put the genie back in the bottle. AI is not the nuclear bomb. It's not one single thing. Many of you know this very closely, that AI is a large spectrum of capabilities, and it can be used for good and can be used for wrongs. But what is happening more disturbingly, is that the metaphors that we use and the conversations that we're having are tunnel visioned on the wrongs, the risks, the fails, the harms, the alarms, and the fears. And as a behavioral researcher, I look at how these kind of ways that we process information as humans and the cognitive biases, the behavioral biases that we have, are presenting themselves in very patterned ways, very specific ways, in how we are describing and how we're discussing AI right now. And when I talk about cognitive fallacies, I'm not even simply referring to the ultimate fallacy of the Terminator, what I call the Terminator fallacy, that AI will rise and terminate all of us. That is something that in my research I trace as kind of as old as time. From Golem to Frankenstein to contemporary Hollywood, we've always had fears of machines becoming sentient and destroying our planet, rising up against us. It's not that we shouldn't think about this, but I want to ask you to think about the stakeholders, the interests, and the consequences of focusing so much in our public debates, and again, on the regulations and policy proposals that are coming out, when we look simply and very narrowly at the unknown, very future moment, and without really kind of understanding any mechanism of how that happens, and let's look at that. I want us to think about the capabilities that we have right now and how we are failing in rationally deciding whether and how to bring AI for good, to the world. So the first fallacy is that we are constantly holding a double standard for AI, automated decision-making, and human decision-making. We see so many reports, both governmental reports and reports by the media, saying AI is not ready because it had this failure here, or it is imperfect on equality measures. Whereas we're not looking at kind of the comparative advantage. The right question, of course, for example, whether an autonomous vehicle is ready to hit the road, is not whether it's 100% safe, but whether it is safer than a human driver. The double standard is not only in whether it's outperforming in its current capabilities, but also in what you hear a lot about saying, well, AI is a black box. We don't understand it, it's not transparent. Of course, we want to have more explainability and transparency, but as somebody who has been researching and teaching and serving as an expert witness in discrimination cases for 2 decades, I'm acutely aware of our human biases, our unconscious biases, our conscious biases, and it's very difficult most of the time to really understand and decipher our tiny black box that we call brains, that are algorithms as well, and understand what is beneath them. The other fallacy that is related is that we present a fail of a technology that has been deployed, and then we kind of think, okay, let's just throw it away, like facial recognition. You see this rehashing of the same story. It failed in equally detecting different demographics, different genders, faces, then it's a bad technology. But we need to be very specific about what is the source of the problem, is it correctable, and what is the trajectory, the comparative advantage of the trajectory of improvement of an AI system versus improvement of a human recognition or decision maker. The third fallacy, which I get very, very furious when I see it too often, is not taking into account the lack of resources around the world, the scarcity that exists in access, and the disparities, the huge wealth disparities that exist in access to medicine, access to education, and other important issues for our well-being. So, for example, you'll see reports when we do adopt a comparative lens, you'll see a reporter saying, or even a government agency, I've seen this in my conversations and my consultation with different agencies around the world. They say, well, if you take the 2 most expert radiologists and compare them to a bot radiologist, then let's say it's on a mammogram detection, breast cancer detection, then we're at 85% accuracy rate here with the 2 humans, and we are at 81%. So still, the humans are outperforming, so not ready for deployment. That is absolutely hubris. That is unethical to think in that way, because most people around the world do not have access to of the most expert professionals that are making decisions about our health. The fourth fallacy is that losses loom larger than gains, or the status quo bias. So this is actually a very prevalent behavioral bias that is very well documented, that we all suffer from, also not in the context of AI. We fear change. We feel the pain of something going wrong much more than we feel the kind of benefits of something going really well. And so, again, there's this idea that as long as we are not 100% sure about risks, then we're not changing anything. But again, if you think about the history of human existence, we have so many problems and challenges, and right now we're facing huge challenges, wicked problems around the world with climate, with poverty, with disparities, with health challenges. And so we need to think in a much more rational way about the costs and benefits, not only of maintaining or changing, looking at the risks of changing to an automated system, but also the costs and benefits, the risks of maintaining what we have right now. The fifth fallacy is that the proposals that are coming out are very flat. They're very narrow. We think as policymakers, as governments, as regulators, that there are kind of two choices. We either allow a technology to be approved, and you've heard these proposals, let's just have an FDA approval system of all AI that might be ready, or ban the technology altogether, like some proposals and some actual legislation about banning biometrics and other technologies. There are much richer ways in which we can do policy. We need to invest in different technologies. We need to scale them. We need open source technologies. And all of this can be fueled by much more nuance and much more attention for AI for good and law of AI for good. The sixth fallacy, I think it's quite controversial. I'm happy to talk to you more about this, but there is this assumption that privacy always protects, and one of the leading kind of reactions to the fact that we have newfound capabilities to collect much more data, to know more, is to minimize data collection and to not collect, to ensure privacy rights. I love privacy. I'm on the advisory board of one of the leading world international privacy organizations. I think it's a basic right, but it is one right. We've always had in our normative systems, we've had in democracies, lots of different goals and missions and values that we try to balance. There's always tensions between them, and we should not put privacy on a different playing field. We should not privilege it over other goals, for example, the collective good, equality, speech, safety, accuracy. The seventh fallacy, and last fallacy here that I'll talk to you about, is that we conflate this idea of being human-centric, or let's use the language of AI for good for humanity, AI as humane, and this idea of human in the loop. And again, you'll see this in a lot of policies of when it's a risky situation, let's absolutely ensure that the final decision maker is a human and not an AI, not a chatbot, but a face. Sometimes that could be a solution. Sometimes that can be exactly the perverse solution. Sometimes that can be really harmful for what we are trying to achieve. And we should really understand that what we need to study is really what are our goals, which system is outperforming, and what is really the kind of value. Is it deontological, or is it a result-oriented goal that we're trying to achieve? And we need to have democratic conversations, the right kind of conversations and questions on these issues. So with all of what I said, and I think that some of it is quite controversial, I would say that one thing that is completely lacking in our language, in our debates, is asking about when is the moment that we, as a community, as individuals, as citizens, can demand automation rights. So not only demand at certain moments that we won't have an automated system, that we will have a human in the loop, or not only approving, like an FDA, just saying, OK, this is allowed to be deployed, but when is the moment when we say, You, my fellow driver, have no right anymore to control the wheel because we have a system that is safer. We don't have to agree that this moment is here. That's a factual, empirical question. But when that moment comes, we need to be comfortable to say, we need automation rights. The second kind of implication, and specifically from the privacy fallacy, is that we need rights about data collection and missing information that has really colored so much of our history over time. So in my research, I look at clinical trials that have historically been done on really narrow, very skewed demographics. There's so many missing parts of knowledge that we don't have because not everybody has been looked at in the same way. And again, privacy has always been a sword and a shield. Privacy has sometimes been protective of more vulnerable communities, but sometimes it has been used by the powerful to conceal secrets, to conflate privacy with trade secrecy, and to concentrate markets. And what we really want to have is more information that, and more technological capabilities that are accessible to everybody, and have rights to demand that we are seen, everybody is seen, and that information is feeding into more accurate and more inclusive systems. So I'll end with a call also for considering the fact that we talk so much about how to create trustworthy AI. And I write about trustworthy AI a lot in my research. I care about it. I have helped draft bills that are related to these issues. But what is very important is that we not forget that a huge aspect or a significance lies in the way that humans and machines interact, and we need to think about how we as humans trust AI. So what do I mean by that? I'm a Goldilocks kind of girl. I don't want over-trust, or what we call sometimes in the literature algorithmic admiration, just blindly going after whatever an AI suggests to us. But we also don't want algorithmic aversion. We don't want under-trust, irrational trust, alarmist fear of machines. And again, there's a huge history of this. And one of the things that I have tried to do in the Equality Machine and my research is to trace the differences in which different communities, different countries around the world, different histories, different religions, and also different generations react differently when they're presented with machines. We need to ask the right questions. We need much more research. It's a nascent field of research, and I invite all of you to think about it in your own work, and we can talk about it, we can collaborate. But there are indications that we relate differently to disembodied algorithms, chatbots, in terms of how much we trust them, how much we will rely on them, versus embodied robots, humanoids. What are the difference between when we're creating a humanoid and a pet robot in terms of how much we will relate well with them and achieve the goals that we're trying to achieve? These are the questions that we need to be asking, and we need to be asking much more of them. And I venture that the nonprofit sector and the governmental sectors, the international community, needs to be in that business. It should not be, I'm smiling because as a behavioral researcher who looks at social psychology and its implications to public policy, I know very well, it's very acute in kind of our field, that this insight that behavioral economics and social psychology and sociology were first studied by the for-profit industry to just kind of think about marketing and how to be more in the business, how to grow the business. And only a few decades later did policymakers recognize how important this field is to help people make good decisions about their own well-being, about their individual and collective goals. And now is the moment to think the same about AI for good. And so I want to thank you and say cheers to AI for good. Thank you.
Hi, Orly. Hi. Welcome. So, congratulations on your book. It's amazing. We had do we have a shot of it? It's called The Equality Machine. That's what this panel is also called. So, I wanted to ask you, what compelled you to write The Equality Machine?
Yeah, I was for a couple of decades now in conversations with both regulators. I am in California and in the United States federal agencies about how can we deploy technology, digital technology in general, and AI in particular, to tackle some of the biggest challenges. So, for example, in my field that I'm most involved in, I look at the employment market, the labor market, and employment relations, discrimination in hiring, in performance evaluation, and pay. And I saw so much potential in what has been developed, but I also saw a lot of resistance and a lot of kind of these buzzwords about how we're automating inequality, how AI is biased. And one of the most important things for me was that we will all have skin in the game. I saw this effect of people who care about ethics and equality and justice and fairness opting out of the technical field and Silicon Valley, and because we are all the time told that it's doing so much harm, and that creates this vicious cycle where the people that we want to have to hear their voices, we're not really in the game. So the motivation has been to be constructively and cautiously optimistic and bring all of us in kind of a meaningful way into the conversation and the doing.
Right. So, when we talk about equality, a lot of conversations we have are around baked-in bias, like baked-in bias that's actually baked into AI. Do you think that that is overblown? Is that something that is a major concern? And what can be done about bias in AI?
Yeah. So, first of all, I think that it is a concern, certainly a concern, and certainly something that we need to be addressing. But I do see how first of all, like I said before, it's not presented in a comparative way. So we have so many human biases. Unfortunately, the history of human existence is one of discrimination, exclusion, inequities. And I'll give you an example from the workplace. It's been so frustrating to see the gender and racial pay gaps stagnating. And if you just did everything that we are doing today, just continue with the status quo, you see these graphs of how it's it's going to take at least 110 years to maybe just narrow the gap and catch up and close the gap. So we need to do something different. We need, of course, to consider why AI is biased. There are many different reasons, and I think we bundle them. We dump everything into the conversation together. Sometimes it can be because we're not collecting enough data. Mm-hmm. So that would be the example of facial recognition. We just need fuller and more inclusive data sets. Sometimes it's because it's replicating existing differences and exclusions from our real world. And there, again, we can't expect the technology to correct our own harms. What we need to do is to use the technology to make these exclusions visible, to trace them, to detect them, and to think about new ways to sort. So I think about this, again, a lot in hiring. We used to do this, like the initial reports about hiring algorithms that are a lot of times rehash the same story of like a company trying to tell the algorithm, just hire what we saw successful employees in the past, and of course that will replicate the kind of dominant population that was hired historically. But now there are huge leaps and advances where you have two algorithms working together on a hiring app, where one is making sorting decisions that do away with the kind of old ways that we thought, you have to go to this college or have to have these credentials, and look at things that are less tied to our demographics. And then a second algorithm that 24/7 audits the equitable distribution of what the algorithm is recommending. So this is the kind of focus that we need to have, not to deny that algorithms can be biased, but to design them better and know that we are already doing that and we have those capabilities.
Right, and we're lucky enough to have you here to kind of explain this to us. And I wanted to ask you, how much do you think a lack of understanding of how AI works actually plays into this narrative of AI, being harmful, the level of risk being super high? Is it about a lack of technological maybe understanding, or things that we don't know? We talk a lot about black boxes.
Yeah, that's a really good question. I think there are several answers to this. One is, yes, there is a lack of technological knowledge, and I think it's a very, very important role of governments and international organizations to close the digital literacy gap and digital access. So again, I get frustrated that we focus so much on the harms of children being connected, different people being connected, online harms. I worry about those harms. I actually am a consultant on a major public company that looks at content moderation, and I think we should do content moderation better. Yes, these are all things that we should be concerned about, but we should be equally concerned about those who are not connected and who don't have the skills to understand what to look for when they are interacting with AI, with different digital platforms. We need to invest in that because it also it's patterned the way that the skills are distributed. So major investments there. I also think that there is some interest of the developers and owners of certain technologies to aggrandize the technology and focus on this kind of what I call the Terminator fallacy, and focus on this unknown future, and maybe kind of shift the conversations away from the here and now and how we can be more contextual on what works, and how we should all have public options for generative AI, for example. I'm an advocate of having a public option of generative AI and not allowing companies that are creating them based on the history of humanity, of all the knowledge that can be gobbled up by machines and understanding the world. I give the analogy of our genetics, our DNA, where initially some pharma, some biotech were patenting the sequences, for example, the BRCA gene that can detect the propensity for breast cancer. And we had in the United States a Supreme Court decision, and it was initiated by the ACLU, saying that that is based on our information, so it should not be owned and patented and concentrated and controlled by very few. So we need to think about who benefits from alarmists, from distorted conversations.
Right. And in talking about governance, right? Governance to mitigate risks, we talk about AI regulation, and AI is obviously not just one technology. It's a super broad term. Do you think that we can actually put this really complex and diverse set of technologies into such a narrow box, or should we really basically be focusing on use cases and applications?
Yeah, I love that you asked that, because I am becoming more and more skeptical about our ability to speak about AI in the abstract. It's not one capability, it's not one technology, and it's certainly not serving one purpose or one context, one policy field. And so when I see these very broad kind of the AI Bill of Rights draft or the AI Act draft that is so abstract, I worry that we're missing some context, nuance, and democratic conversations about what are our goals. We have these conflicting goals and different moments. Like, are we during a global pandemic, or are we facing a climate threat? Are we talking about health versus are we talking about leisure or financial decisions? They will really require different kinds of support, development, design, deployment, and regulation. So I really call for much more nuance. And I also think that when we do it in kind of that abstract way, there are some ironic results. So for example, when some regulators want us to say that in the highest risk moments, we have a right to a human decision maker as a final decision maker. I laugh because my husband that you saw on the screen, the father of my 3 daughters, when I met him, he was an F-16 pilot, and he now is a behavioral economist, one of my co-authors, and he also flies commercial planes. He has a commercial license. And we think about this one area where automation has been agreed upon all over the world for decades, actually, that in the highest, riskiest moments, we are completely out of the loop as pilots, and if you look at some laws that exist out there, the implications would be that a pilot would say, hi, this is your pilot. We have very risky weather right now, so just so you know, so you'll be informed, passenger, I have no control over the cockpit. That's not the goal that we want to achieve in this being informed, but we want to achieve safety, and we want to achieve it in the smoothest way. So again, I think it very much depends on the context.
Right. So what do you think is there something that we should be thinking about right now in terms of AI that we have not dug deep into yet? There's so many conversations about AI right now happening. What have we not touched on, and what are things that maybe policymakers should be thinking about?
Yeah, I think there is a great divide between the technologies around the world that are either embodied or disembodied. We need to really kind of figure out the human-machine interaction. As I mentioned before, there are real differences in how we engage with AI. For example, in schools, I think that social robots are a huge potential. And again, this assumption that using technology that has AI, machine learning in it, that has facial recognition in schools, that collects data, is harmful, and specifically harmful for the more vulnerable children, sometimes is exactly the wrong way to think about it. Schools have huge disparities in them. So most teachers are under-resourced, schools are understaffed, children don't have the personalized learning that they should have, and that's particularly true in the poorer communities and poor places around the world. So I think that governments should really make a concerted effort to figure out where to deploy the most promising advances first, and how to do it, of course, responsibly, cautiously, but not slowly. If we have something that is life-changing, life-saving, equalizing, knowledge is the great equalizer of our time, then we should really put it to use.
Absolutely. So my final question is, you clearly don't see a dystopian Terminator future for AI. What sort of a future do you see?
Yeah, look, this is up to us. We're facing this seismic moment. We are definitely facing a lot of paradigm shifts in how we work, how we play, how we connect. I worry a lot. I'm a cautious optimistic, but it's because I want to be constructive and not just critical. Here in Switzerland, I'll say, la critique est facile, l'art est difficile. We need, I used the term before, we need skin in the game. We need all of us to build AI for good, and it's up to us. So, if we don't do anything, things can go very wrong, and maybe in the far future, not near future, things can go really, really wrong. But if we are all looking at the potential and the benefits and harnessing the technology for that and caring about our ongoing democratic commitments to equality, to well-being, to welfare, and being creative about it, not being stuck. So as someone, in California, I'm the director of the Center for Employment and Labor Policy, and I think a lot about the changing social contract that we have as individuals with work. In a lot of places around the world, we have dumped so much of our kind of well-being and social welfare on this one commitment or one relationship, full-time employment. That is changing, and I think it's a red herring to try to kind of turn back the wheel and say, let's just fit, the old laws to everybody. We need to think very seriously about, and I can talk about this for a long time, but we'll have to reconnect next year about this and in our ongoing conversations. But we need to think about better taxation. We need to tax, capital as much or more than we tax labor, which is kind of a historical, very tilted way that we've done things, focusing on that, labor aspect of taxation. We need to have public options, as I said, and so the future is bright, but we need to be, in it, and we need to shape it.
Great. Your perspectives are so refreshing. I love the positive outlook that you're giving for this, and thank you so much, Orly, for being with us here today.
Thank you, Jennifer, and I know that you do so many important things on safety and using AI and making, again, the world fairer and better and more promising. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, that was brilliant. Thank you. Thank you so much. Wow, brilliant. Thank you very much to our speakers. Time does go quickly, doesn't it? Okay, quick explainer to help you through. The raffle was very popular yesterday, and that's if you buy a water bottle, then you are in with a chance of winning a $1,300 phone. And you do need to buy a bottle today to be in a chance with winning today. So it happened yesterday, there was a winner, and now we get to do it again. Okay, and those of you who weren't here yesterday, I suggested approaching somebody that you didn't know and asking what they're working on. So be prepared to be approached if you're here. That's part of the idea, that we want you all to enjoy meeting each other. All right, we're going to be doing a few sound checks in here over the break, so allow me to encourage you to stretch your legs and enjoy the different stages here. I think we have maybe some coffee until it runs out at the SDGs stage, the Robots for Good stage, and the Discovery Zone. So quickness is encouraged, although, to be honest, if you don't need the coffee, then you're probably going to be walking a little bit more slowly anyway. And coming up after the break, we've got multilingual AIs, blending art and science, and even more. So please come back to the stage for an 11:30 start to continue our program. And thank you very much for vacating whilst we make some strange noises in the break. Thank you. Well, welcome back, everybody. And some of you may have seen the sound check. That's going to be for a performance near the close of the event this evening. And of course, you're all invited to that and the reception afterwards. Well, this next segment explores something that's very close to my heart, actually, the deep relationship between humans and machines. We're going to take in everything from chat to art to science to pictures to music. It's going to be brilliant. And you have a treat in store. First up, from the Technology Innovation Institute of the UAE, and someone I've been fortunate enough to share a panel with in the past, with an unbelievably cool view on unlocking the potential of AI. Please give a very good post-coffee break welcome to the Executive Director and Acting Chief AI Researcher for the AI Cross-Center Unit at the Technology Innovation Institute, the TII. Everybody, it's Dr. Ebtessem Al-Mazrouei.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am honored to be here with you today and be part of the AI Global Summit 2023 in celebration of the global advancement of AI for better humanity, and we celebrate the profound impacts of AI in our world and in our daily life. I would also like to thank and a special warmest gratitude to International Telecommunication Union and event partners, sponsors, organizer for bringing up this event to witness the transformative power of AI and its role in sustainable development goal and the global advancement in tech. Maybe just to give you a brief introduction about Advanced Technology Research Council. So the Advanced Technology Research Council is mandated to shape an advanced research and development ecosystem in Abu Dhabi, United Arab Emirates. TII is leading the Global Applied Research Center, and it is the applied arm of ATRC, committed to pioneering global research and development in applied research and develop advanced tech solutions across different industries. TII works closely, of course, with our partner sister companies, Aspire and Venture One, to advance the strategic research priorities in Abu Dhabi for wider betterment for the human good. In Technology Innovation Institute, we have 10 research centers, as you see here, Advanced AI and Digital Science Research Center, which I lead the AI Cross-Center Unit there. And I work closely with the 10 research center in Technology Innovation Institute. You have advanced material, autonomous robotics, biotech, cryptography, directed energy, quantum, propulsion space, and secure system. The advanced technology itself has significant impact on Sustainable Development Goal established by the United Nations. It has improved access to information, communication, facilitated sustainable development, energy solutions, transformed agriculture, healthcare, and we promote together innovation for better humanity. However, addressing the digital divide, privacy concerns, and ethical considerations is crucial to ensure equitable distribution of the technology benefits. Collaboration among stakeholders is necessary to harness the technology, and it's very important to safeguard human rights and achieving sustainable development for all. As you see here in Technology Innovation Institute, we've partnered with more than 100 plus organizations from different universities and industries. And we have more than 840 plus employees from 78 countries. My team in the AI Cross Center, it has been only established within 18 months. And as you see here, this is my team, Dr. Hakim, Dr. Badruddin, Hamza Khamis, and we have a lot of more than 34 plus employees within 18 months. We achieved a lot, in fact. One of the main breakthrough that we did is, maybe you heard about, is Falcon 40B, the top-ranked AI model currently in the Hugging Face evaluation leaderboard. In my establishment, in the early days for advanced AI technology, I founded 5 main programs. You can see here only 4 programs, but the AI for Good is the main one that I stem the advancement of the AI technology in the development for the perception, sensing, and planning humanoid robots, computational system, generative AI models, theory and algorithm towards finding a solution for open the black box for AI algorithm or explainable AI, and more than that. And you can see here we have more than 50 plus publications. Most of them, they have been already published. And also we have partners across different regions around the world. And one of the main things that we don't do research for the sake of the publication. We want to develop an advanced tech solution for different industries. That's why we focus on technology readiness level 4+. So we develop the solution for different stakeholders, or we develop a capability projects that we know that if we build this foundational project, we can enable a lot of transformative technology solution on top of it. As I mentioned before, one of the main breakthrough that we developed is Noor, the largest NLP model in Arabic currently in the world that has been released last year in April 2022. Also Falcon 40B, the middle first homegrown top-ranked open source model with 40 billion parameter, which has been trained with 1 trillion tokens, and serving as a testament to the AI advancement in UAE and our dedication to pushing the frontiers of AI research and advancement. We open source the model to advance the AI ecosystem around the world. As you mentioned, as we discussed yesterday and also today about the large language model and generative AI, they have a lot of implication in our life. And not only toward the advancement of the AI solution, but also it can help us to achieve the sustainable development goal. It can analyze data for informed decision making toward SDG 17, develop economic models for poverty reduction in SDG 1, and also to enhance healthcare SDG 3. One of the main, let's say, example that I can share here is you can see here in the biopharma, we can take only 21 days to develop a drug treatment using generative AI model. This, a lot of traditional years if we are using the traditional method to come up with the treatment. So what we are doing in my team, and one of the main pillars, as I mentioned, is generative AI model. You can see here, just to give you a brief summary about generative AI model and our contribution towards the advancement of large language model. Large language model, it's basically you will curate all the internet, the web data that has been already there, you scrape it, and then you curate it, filter it, process it using our own developed filtration technique. It's type of machine learning algorithm that can be used to generate context around different topics. And then you can train that model using a transformer architecture. Either it is decoder only, encoder only, decoder encoder only, depends on the type of the application that you want to use generative AI for. And then after you build your foundational model, you can adapt this foundational model for different applications. We saw already DALI-E, we know AlphaFold for protein discovery. We can use it as well for a chatbot similar to Chat Falcon, Bard, ChatGPT. Our achievements and target for 2023, as I mentioned, especially in generative AI model, we already released the first published article that has been generated completely 100% by Noor, the first large Arabic model in the world, and it has already been published in November 2022 in Ittihad newspaper. And then recently we released Falcon 40B as an open source to contribute to the betterment of humanity and enable the power of generative AI model to be accessible for everyone, from researchers, scientists, and entrepreneurs, and they can, together we can drive a collaborative work through the advancement of the generative AI application across different industries, from healthcare, education, and just to name a few. And also currently we are working on Falcon LLM version 2, which will be 180 billion parameters, and it will be released soon in the couple of the next months. I mentioned Noor, and you can see here, it is an Arabic, let's say, article, and this is utilized using Noor. Noor, it is only a large language model for Arabic, and it has been the first generated article that has already been published, and it is addressing the climate action change and how we can drive the economic growth while at the same time we maintain the climate action. And here I can give you an example about Noor narrator. So here it is in Arabic. It's exhibit the same behavior with Chat GPT, Bard, and Chat Falcon. However, here I am asking Noor to write for me a text about football, and it's in Arabic. And you can see here, if you understand Arabic, that it can generate a text about the Arabic. And yesterday, in the UN roundtable, we discussed one of the important things, that we want to make sure that we embed the culture in large language model. So it is not enough to have a translated large language model. It's very important to train these large language model using the original Arabic content or different languages, and ensure building these LLM for wider communities. And here, just to go to the next part of my presentation, which is Falcon LLM. I already explained Noor, which is the first Arabic LLM model, and it's completely trained using original Arabic high-quality text. Falcon is one of the largest large language model. Currently, it's available as an open source, and you can go today to the Hugging Face, and you can see it in the leaderboard. Is the top leading large language model today in the leaderboard. You can take Falcon, train it for different use cases, and it is under Apache 2. And just here to discuss the performance of Falcon 40B. And thanks to the Falcon 40B architectures, it was optimized for performance and efficiency, allowing it to significantly outperform more famous counterpart like GPT-3, Chinchilla from DeepMind, and also Palm 62. In addition, Falcon 40B matches the performance of the state-of-art model from our different companies, as I mentioned, Anthropic, DeepMind, and Google. And if we consider the energy aspect in training this large language model, in Falcon 40B, it was only trained to have more compute efficient manner. Our model uses only 75% of the GPT-3 training compute, 40% of Chinchilla, and 80% of Palm 62. We announced the decision to make Falcon 40B the country's first large language model open source under Apache 2. In order to enable access to robust LLM capabilities among researchers and encourage everyone to have transparent AI, everyone should be able to access this large language model and utilize the power of generative AI model. This groundbreaking move demonstrates our commitment in United Arab Emirates to fostering collaboration and advancing generative AI, granting access to Falcon 40B to researchers, scientists, and also different innovators around the world. Just recently, Falcon 40B scored the top ranked on Hugging Face, and this is thanks to our performance Falcon 40B architecture and also the data pipeline architecture that we maintained while we are developing Falcon 40B. and it outperformed Llama from Meta. It outperformed Stability AI, and also Red Pyjama from Together. Just to shed light on the Falcon LLM achievements. So Falcon for MTB, today it's license-free, open source installation. It can enable public and private also organization to achieve better performance, such as faster project starts. They can access Falcon 40B, download its weights, and start building different projects across different industries. Falcon today has more than 280,000 downloads for a less than 2 months only. AMD unveils the most advanced GPUs that can be used for AI, showcasing the power of Falcon 40B. It's great to see the release of Falcon 40B foster a thriving ecosystem of collaboration, innovation, and knowledge sharing among developers, innovators, scientists, and also different business across the world. In this way, transparency, inclusivity, and also the accelerated advancement of AI will be promoted in the world, and diverse perspective will be opened for its application in different industries and fields. Here we showed you a demo for Falcon 40B. Of course, today you can go to the TII organization website in Hugging Face, and you can start playing with Falcon 40B as a chatbot. And you can see here, we demonstrate the performance of Falcon 40B. It can generate a text, and here I'm asking Falcon 40B to write for me something about the UAE sets out the blueprint for the next 50 years towards the Centennial 2071. And you can see the answering that's coming from Falcon 40B. In the next example, we show you a summarization. And here again, I am giving Falcon 40B a text about UAE and how we can have diversified knowledge economy towards different advancement in the technology. And you can see here that the summarization, it comes that through this initiative, UAE, they can set a lot of diversified economy. And this is how we can utilize the power of generative AI models. Sometimes you will have long text, but you don't have the time to read, so you just take these documents and upload it in Falcon 40B, and it can give you exactly the main point that has been addressed in that article. Also, you can use it for conversation, and also Falcon 40B, it has multilingual capabilities. It is very good in French, it's very good in Spanish, German, and 10 other European languages. As I mentioned before, the Arabic, we have a separate project called Noor. So if you would like to utilize large language model for Arabic, you can access Noor. And currently, what we are doing is we are calling for a proposal from scientists, researchers, and SMEs, entrepreneurs, keen to deploy the model for innovative use cases. Yes, I open source the model Falcon 40B, but having access to the computing power and GPUs, you can have some limitation, depends on your region and also your resources. So what we did is we call for unlock the full potential of Falcon LLM. As an incentive for exceptional research proposals, what we did is selected a project will receive compute power, enabling innovators, researchers, scientists, SME entrepreneurs to have computational resources and develop, for example, different solutions using our computing power. This, we believe, it will support and it will nurture and accelerate the development of novel ideas, providing the necessary resources that usually the entrepreneurs and researchers, they need, and turn their ideas into impactful AI solution with societal impact. Submissions are being welcomed from all over the world, and I already received a lot of proposals from different communities and different researchers and also organizations to have access and benefit from the call for proposal. Example for different industries today that can have access, and you can submit the proposal. And just to name a few, for example, is engineering, education, healthcare. In healthcare, for example, LLM applications could help doctor by analyzing the medical literature, patient record, and can give you a brief summary about the patients. And just this is one example, and you can build a lot of proposals and submit it, and we can review it and grant you access for the compute power. And here I will show you the video for the call for a proposal. So now we will watch the video together.
The world's top-ranked open-source AI model is giving away compute power for the most creative application ideas out there, reflecting the UAE's pioneering mindset, fearless ingenuity, and collaborative spirit. The Technology Innovation Institute's Falcon 40B is calling on proposals globally to push the boundaries of generative AI. If you're a researcher or a private sector entrepreneur waiting for an opportunity to change the world, this is your chance. Submit your use case proposal. The most extraordinary and exceptional ideas will be rewarded with an investment of training compute power on the most powerful AI model, Falcon 40B. Imagine the possibilities. In the healthcare sector, Falcon can revolutionize early disease detection, enabling timely interventions and saving lives. In engineering, it can optimize complex systems, reducing costs and enhancing efficiency like never before. And in sustainability, it can drive transformative solutions, helping us achieve a greener future through energy optimization and resource management. Send in your proposal today, and let Falcon 40B bring your vision to life. Training compute power awaits the brightest minds. Don't miss out on this incredible opportunity.
And this is the call. So today you can go to falconllm.tii.ae, submit your innovative idea, and we are here to support you. As we look to the future, we hold a tremendous hope for AI and its role to the Sustainable Development Goal. It's a tool, but we can utilize the power of that tool towards the advancement of the Sustainable Development Goal across different industries. However, we all know that with great power, we have to have a greater accountability, and also we have to act responsibly to solve the challenges that we are facing today. Collaboration between different government entities, industry leaders, researchers, and entrepreneurs are critical in forging a path towards AI as a force for good. Ensuring AI is developing ethically and responsibly, transparently, and with human values in its core. Before I conclude my session today, I would like us all to embrace a future where sustainable development will no longer be an initiative or goal, but a reality that we can experience together. A world where renewable energy sources are optimized, healthcare is personalized and accessible for all of us, and smart cities ensure equitable opportunities for every citizen in this world. By aligning our efforts together with the SDGs value, we can unlock the true value of the AI advancement and create a world where technology serves the greater good. Thank you all for joining us today, and thank you for being part for the AI for Good. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Well, that was utterly brilliant, wasn't it? Thank you very much to Dr. Ebtesam Al-Mazrouei for some absolutely stunning insights and that brilliant call to action. Right, we're going to continue this subject into another thread that I find endlessly fascinating, the relationship between art and science and how they blend together. Audience, you're in for another treat. Yes, from Shutterstock, we have Chief Technology Officer Sahal Amin and Senior Director of AI and Data Science, they're definitely in the right place, Alessandra Sala. Up you come. Have fun.
It's a pleasure to meet you all today. I'm Sejal Amin, Chief Technology Officer at Shutterstock, and I'm so happy to be standing here presenting alongside my friend and colleague, Dr. Alessandra Sala, for this super important conversation we're about to have today. So if you know anything about Shutterstock, then you know we're on a mission to bridge the gap between idea, design, and execution. And when I think about that, and I think about utilizing AI for good, I equate that concept to ensuring a successful, ethical, and responsible future for AI and its integration into our lives. And that's our pitch to you today. Yes, we believe that combining creativity and AI will lead us towards a prosperous future, and that to get there, we must put the proper systems, policies, procedures, and principles in place to ensure both access and protection of those who contribute and benefit from this technology. So look, before we dive into those principles, I'd like to share a little bit about our organization and why we're even having this conversation with you today. Shutterstock as a business emerged 20 years ago when we started building a customer-focused delivery platform and a massive, massive global network of contributors. Shutterstock has since then evolved into the world's largest marketplace, content marketplace, delivering images, video, music, 3D, production capabilities, and data. And over the past 5 years, we've also been innovating and investing in AI capabilities in various ways to improve our customer experience. Most recently, we've moved towards advanced implementation of generative technology. But obviously, as we all know, this requires careful consideration because of the profound impact of this technology in our lives and generally in society. And today, we're here to provide you our perspective on building an ecosystem responsibly. And with that, we hope to inspire you, all of you, to participate in ensuring an equitable future that empowers and protects users, contributors, communities, and businesses. So with that, I'm going to hand it off to Dr. Sala, who is going to set up our case for change.
Thank you, Sejal. Hello, everyone. It's an honor to be here. Besides all my business title, I'm a researcher. So today, I'd like to share a few insights of how we develop AI system. I think all of you here agree that we are in a new era of AI. And yes, I'm talking about generative AI. Those models that have the capability, like Falcon, to create completely new, different piece of content. Today on stage, we'll show, as an example, our own AI image generation. But before we dive into what we have done, let's start to talk about the status quo and from where we had to build on. Generative models are built on a completely new engine. Researchers have started to work on those transformer models a few years ago, which are just complex way to learn from very large data set. And data is the point. Those models and this new era of AI has moved us farther in the scale of using massive data set. Only a few years ago, we were using only a few thousand of images to train our model. Today, 400 million, few billion. And what's the problem? This new AI has moved us even farther in the scale of this massive data set. And therefore, when we think about which are the legal implications, which are the wrong questions and ethical consequences of those models, data sets that are grabbed from internet, what is called uncontrolled crawling. Few days ago, June 28, a new lawsuit. They are full of biases, discrimination, stereotypes. And unfortunately, those data are so big that it's very difficult to moderate them. For safety, nonviolent content, a few years ago, I don't know if you remember, 2018, Dr. Bulanvini discovered that face recognition technology was discriminating against black people. Oh, Ale, we solved that problem, right?
Yeah.
Fast forward. Image generation technology, same issue, same biases, same stereotypes. So in order to build AI safely and ethically, we need data set that needs to be curated, audited, human reviewed for safety, intellectual property, and copyright infringement. Massive scale data sets are difficult to audit. It's expensive, it's time consuming, I know. But what if there was a world where a different approach, and Marcus Gehry was referring to it this morning, we could build different model with smaller data set, maybe easier to control? Let me share with you just one experience. I'm just back from this largest computer vision conference, computer vision and pattern recognition, 10,000 people attending. 2,300 new paper published only this year. I was telling Sejal, I came back overwhelmed with all those information. An entire community working on the same set of problem. Big data, big model. A new conversation is now emerging, challenging this community to look at different approach and possibly with smaller data, easier to control. We believe that our business problem can be solved with a different approach. Gary this morning was calling it safer, more robust, and possibly more efficient. And summarizing, data set need to represent humanity fairly. That's why we are here today. Being inclusive and mitigating bias. And yes, I know it's expensive. Shutterstock has made significant process to ensure that we invest in the highest standard with three principles that everyone can use. Source data with diversity. We use our 2 million network of contributors. We fund those from marginalized community that otherwise could not express their diverse lives. We moderate data for bias, and we build auditing tools to actually test our data and our model. It's not just the right way to do it, it's the only way to ensure that AI is a positive force for our industry, for our society, and our world. But now, Sejal, let's jump to show some example on those AI image generated from our model. Can you help me to recognize which is the one AI generated? The first boy or the second boy? Please vote with me. I see some hand, thank you. Another example, those are my favorite, nature. First one or second one, which is the AI generated image. I see people going a little bit both. Yes. And the third one, last example, a beautiful flower and an oil painting. Is it the first one or the second one? Sejal, how did we do?
Well,
they did it right.
Pretty powerful, right? What did you all think? So well done to anyone who picked any of these images. You're all right. These images were created by Shutterstock's AI image generator. These are completely new works of content. They are not edited versions of existing images. And you can see it's pretty powerful across genres: photography, stylized art, and landscapes. And so whatever you can prompt, the generator can create. We love to call this creativity at the speed of your imagination. You also know that this technology is getting better and better by the day, by the minute. So you can imagine how difficult it will be for a human to tell the difference between an AI-generated image from traditional photography, paintings, or from graphic design. So our challenge, which we want all of you to go after with us, is to build a framework that unleashes the potential of this technology in ways that is safe and respectful of rights. We've anchored our thinking in the following question: how do we build a technology that is equitable for all? It is critical that we are representing humanity fairly, being inclusive, and mitigating biases while this technology evolves and enters our life in different ways. So I'm going to talk about three things here. It starts with our approach and these three key concepts. First is artist protection. We embrace technology to inspire creativity with artists at the center of everything we do, continuing the journey that we started 20 years ago. Second is shaping the business model of shared success where we are all the winners. Generative AI generates wealth for contributors, it creates art for users, and it provides strong pathways to growth for enterprises. And third, and not least, is transparency. Embracing a secure framework that certifies the provenance and authenticity of content, whether it is AI-generated or artist-created. So with that, let's dive into these three aspects and unpack our thinking. Let's start with the first pillar, putting artists at the core. If you think about this, the artist community is divided on views on how AI is challenging the livelihood of artists, their work, and the future. On one side, we have examples of a group of artists who are initiating a first-of-its-class copyright infringement suit over companies using copyrighted images to train AI models. On the other side, we have artists who are embracing AI to inspire creativity. And so, Ali, I would love if you could introduce our artist.
Let me introduce Jérôme Valdemost, a Shutterstock friend. We work with him on few events. He is a Dutch artist who has used data, algorithm, and AI for more than 10 years. His art has been covered in major publishers around the world, exhibition, museum, and his focus is on using AI to deepen our relationship with our natural surrounding. Here we have some example of his imagination of the future Stuttgart. And the point is, there are many artists like the one that we have on stage during those 2 days that love to use AI to push their limit of creation and imagination. But we don't stop at artists. What if those creativity tools are for everyone? AI can democratize creativity expression beyond creative expert. Operation that before were taking hours in professional editing tool can now be done with some simple prompting and few seconds of processing. Here we have an example of our own Create editing tool. And it's a creativity tool that is very easy to use, require no trainings, and we hope it inspires everyone who wants to tell a creative story. So Sage, let me pass it back to you for this amazing and pioneering new business model.
So our second pillar redefines our current business model practices. Putting artists at the core is essential to building the future. And the next critical element is to reimagine the business model, that is art and AI. If you think about it, today's AI economy is not yet broadly recognizing or supporting the contributing artists who are enabling it. Unregulated crawling and scraping of content to build generative AI models is not a practice we support, and we must determine a consistent approach towards compensating those who are contributing to this technology success. So, imagine a world where every time an AI system generated an image that is sold, revenue shared with all the artists that contributed to the model. We're at the forefront of pioneering a new business model, one that distributes wealth and celebrates shared success for everyone who participates in the ecosystem. This will create a healthy and fairly source cycle of content, because AI models are here to stay. So while we're here talking about artists today, it could be anyone who created content beyond images. This type of business model could be applicable in so many contexts that awards creators for their contribution. It could be playwrights, writers, authors, or producers. Really, this is about anyone and all the various types of content creators. And the revenue generated goes back to the creators, fueling this new economy. Creators, designers, artists, and photographers are all creative and deserve to be compensated for their talent and their work. And if you came to our session yesterday where we announced the art contest, you will have heard about these two things, but I'm going to call them out again. So we've done two things. We first launched the Contributor Fund to compensate those artists whose work is used to train AI models. This fund accumulates shared revenue and distributes the wealth back to contributors in perpetuity. I expect the model will continue to evolve for these unique contributions to generated images. And second, we've launched the Create Fund to provide historically excluded artists with financial and professional support to close access gaps, close content gaps, and further diversity and inclusion in our content library, in our contributor ecosystem, and across generative AI training models. So with that, I'm going to hand it back to Ali, who's going to talk about authenticity.
Yes, indeed, Sejal. Our third pillar of our framework is transparency and providing human an opportunity to see what's AI generated versus authentic artistic creation. So human have no natural defenses against misinformation in the digital realm. It took me 3 trials for real to guess which one was the real one, by the way, bottom right. And therefore, it's our responsibility to take decisive step to safeguard the consumption of this new class of content, to make it safe for humanity. So we joined the Content Authenticity Initiative, which is a global coalition with all the main stakeholders in the creative industry and the standardization body behind it, the C2PR, the Content Coalition for Provenance and Authenticity, to provide precise information to our user, to the consumer, of what's authentic and the provenance of the content. How many of you have seen Rihanna at the Super Bowl? Yeah, we love to see those authentic moments. We want to know what happened in the real life. Through the Content Authenticity Initiative and the standardization work, we can now attach a certificate that says it was taken from this amazing photographer that was at the Super Bowl at that time at that location, and certified authenticity of that content. It's a trust model that recognizes and acknowledges the authorship of a piece of media. And by the way, we will attach those certificates to every AI-generated image from our AI generation model. So, the Congress, the Senate, the regulatory bodies in US and in the world, in Europe here, they are all debating the potential and the dangers of AI technology as those products that are brought to market are opening up question on the creative industry, distinguish reality from fact. So current open source model, not all of them, but generally they are using unlicensed data, which unfortunately is a practice that we don't share, generate content that violate copyright, and it doesn't conform to the expected right and commercial use in project. So at Shutterstock, we are proud to announce that we have been the first to create a model with the licensed images that recognize contributors, as Sejal said, and indeed bring back to the community an opportunity to actually build on top. We have launched even an indemnity protection already shared with few customers, but rolling out with everyone now. And with that, I'll bring it back to Sejal for her final remarks.
Awesome. All right, so let's bring it home. So look, we're in the early days, but at Shutterstock, we've developed this framework for making AI and art future a reality. The good news is that all of you in this room are the ones who can help enable these changes and make AI a safe technology that respects human rights. And look, it all starts with bringing humans to the core of this journey, anchored in values. So to wrap this up, I want to remind you of the three-pillar approach that we just talked about. First, we begin with artist protection by bringing artists to the center of everything we do. Second, the business model. Generative AI generates revenue for contributors, it brings art to users, and it provides strong pathways to growth for enterprises. And last is transparency, embracing a secure framework that certifies the provenance and authenticity of data, whether it be artist-generated or AI-generated. So look, thank you so much for listening. Thank you so much for joining us on this journey.
Thank you.
And as we wrap up, we're challenging you, all of you in this room, to put creators at the center of your operations and build a business model that responsibly rewards all participants.
Thank you.
And when we do these things, we'll create a more equitable world through the transformative fusion of AI and art. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you ever so much to Alessandra and Sejal. That was brilliant. All those AI-generated images, and the photographer said, well, that's me out of a job then. So no, don't worry. We're here to reassure all artists. In fact, part of the reason for our next panel is exactly that. Please give a warm welcome to some AI for good artists. We have Harry, Yef, Portrait, Exo, Sogwen, and Mio joining me to talk about AI, creativity. It's kind of a bit like a reunion of sorts in some respects, because a while ago in 2019, the ITU arranged for a concert which was performances that included AI, and some of us on stage were there 4 years ago. And that was back when we had to explain what machine learning was. And now we're here where everybody kind of thinks that they know. And you know, 4 years later, machine learning sort of making headlines every week. And in music as well, we've got everything from voice cloning artists to algorithmic raving. So there's still an appetite for synthesized art. But it's a nebulous area, hence the panel. And we've got questions around ethics, ownership, aesthetics, and as musicians in AI and artists, it probably takes about 0.3 seconds before we start talking about philosophy, would you say? It's very, very quick. It's, hi, oh, you do AI art? And then we're into deep conversations. So this panel aims to explore the creative approaches that we've been sort of doing and gives rise to these larger themes outside of AI, which is probably why we're here as artists on a stage that has been hosting businesses, industries, research, academics. It's an incredibly interesting area. So, panel, hello. Let's start with a little explanation briefly of what kinds of art you do with AI, please. And Harry, I'm aware you've got a video that you've brought, so if it's okay, let's play your video and then you can talk about it afterwards. Thank you very much.
How do we actually see ourselves through the lens of a machine?
How does our desire for perfection affect our ability to be creative?
Searching for the humanity between art, music, science, and technology.
Why does it look good? Where does that beauty or sense of wonder come from?
we just get the microphones working.
1, 2. So in 2019, we had an expression at ITU where myself and Mio and LJ were invited to direct a happening. And I think there's a lot of unrest and confusion and discussion about the role of creativity, the role of the arts in innovation. And I think it's really, really important to think about, well, what are living, breathing examples of individuals working and interacting with these technologies. So in 2021, ITU approached me to discuss the concept of a visionary. And regardless of medium or discipline, what are very unique examples of artists that are really warmly embracing these systems? And this is where AI-VI was born. So this initiative identifies this loose term of visionaries, not as just a celebration, but to really think about what are the present examples of people self-developing, improving their expertise through machine-based collaboration. And I think there's a real question about what is an artist in research, what is the language that we're using when it comes to creativity and embracing the arts, but also creative technologists. So with innovation and with all of these global problem-solving stages, more and more institutions are really starting to think about introducing creativity into the question, and obviously helping us define, well, how are we speaking about creativity as a whole and helping undo sensationalism with sensation.
Brilliant, and interesting opening thought. And then Portrait XO, I'd just like to bring you in here. What kind of art do you do and why?
So I started with classical music on piano, and I guess I've fallen into a deep rabbit hole of being inspired by different technologies over time, integrating art and science into my practice. And I have a very peculiar relationship with sound, similar to Harry, with voices. And at the root of everything over the years, it's become more and more important, the need for translating the very strange abstractions of the kind of work we're doing to create more explicit examples and experiences so that we can have a wider perspective and narrative around AI. And I think that's the interesting time now that we've lifted the hood. And I think artists are really good at showing the possibilities and limitations and what we can do within these boundaries.
Brilliant, thank you very much indeed. Mio, over to you. Please explain a little about your relationship with AI.
I actually come from, so I started coding in the 90s, and I was starting also my artistic practice in the 90s, mostly as a dancer back then. I have had since then quite some human experiences on real-world stages, and I played around with a lot of different digital sensations, trying to see how much life I can get from it. Now, if I overlap those two sensations, like this digital life and the real life, the tangible life, the more human life, I do believe that the digital sensations could help us to explore more about human nature. Now, that sounds very intangible, and I would like to make that more graspable as an example. We just saw this beautiful talk about AI being biased, because that data basically is biased. Now, we could repair that data. I would also argue we could also repair how we act. We could also act differently in space and produce more unbiased data. Then we wouldn't need to create that much. And that is what I mean with digital new technologies, statistics, as well as artificial intelligence being a mirror to human nature. It's just very often that we don't like what we see. That is not the fault of that mathematical principle, but maybe of our actions. That is what's interesting to me.
Thank you very much. So Gwen, it's over to you.
My name is Sue Gwen. I've been working with AI and robotic systems for almost a decade now, actually. And I've been working with robotics and drawing to really think about what becomes of the human hand when we have these generative image technologies. I think it's a really interesting intersection because we can think about the evolution of human creativity, but also the evolution of muscle memory, the evolution of vision, bias, obviously. And what I do is I've been developing a generational robotic system named Drawing Operations Unit Generation 1 to 5, where I collaborate with a robotic arm trained on my own data, trained on my own biofeedback data, and my own painting data to try to think about that mark made by hand and how it evolves through performance and research. Yeah, it's an interesting space to be thinking about hybridity, and that's really at the core of what I've been exploring.
Brilliant, thank you so much. I noticed that in all of our work, we tend to talk about AI as a collaborator, not necessarily as an innovator. It's almost like we try and create these companions to help us create our art. I want to talk a little bit about that work and how it's impacted you outside of the AI sphere, if that makes sense. So have you noticed your evolution as an artist over the last 4 years, or even the way you think outside of your art as a result of your interactions with the machines? I'll start with you again, Harry. You're closest.
So specifically, my work is centered around voice. I think it's really fascinating that something as old as the human voice can still innovate. I think through working with machines, I approach it very similar to game theory. So in the sense of having a world-class chess player augment with the intelligence of engines, even though this system is not present with them all the time in world-class play, the ability to ideate, to have a mentorship, to collaborate, and especially to be opposed by these technologies, to be pushed back by a system, it really enforces you into what I call an intelligent interruption. So where I would sing and perform or have phraseologies of a certain consistency, is actually through my constant rehearsal with machines that has allowed me to find new patterns, think of music outside of the paradigm that I built over 10 years. And I think it's that difference and identifying that difference, how the augmentation has led to something new. Even outside of the arts, we are seeing more and more of these partnerships where an agent, which is a system, is able to develop insights that leads to something that is valuable for your practice. So in terms of speed, control, ideation, this is something that has been exponential over the last 3 years through my constant practice and rehearsal with machines.
It's really interesting. I met a rapper the other day who had taught himself to sing like an auto-tune. So he was able to take like a machine and be inspired by it. And that's where I'm going to bring you in, Portrait XO, because I know that you have quite an intimate relationship with the AI that you work with.
Yeah, so I think the most profound for me has been the revelation that whatever I thought AI was revealed completely just constant surprises. But it's the unexpected and unpredictable nature of AI, the imperfections and the glitches that I've fallen in love with. And so while we have other uses of AI, in the way I've used it was with my voice as well, training a custom AI model and listening back to my voice sing in very strange ways was a very peculiar experience for self-reflection and also an ability to become more intimate with my own way of working and hearing pattern recognition, but through the lens of a machine. And so I think that what this showed was that while we are striving for perfection and to improve our craft, there were two main takeaways. One was demystifying the hype a little bit around this misconception that people who use AI want to have automated everything, which is far from the truth because I can't think of a single creative friend, including myself, who want to replace our own human creativity or replace our skills. I think most creatives want to enhance and express to the best that we can, and we want to improve our skills in whatever way we can.
So when I saw you nodding along there when we were talking about this idea of the machines and not wanting to replace people and instead to kind of work with them.
I really love these conversations because I think they're really intriguing and challenging, seeing every practitioner think about the systems that they build and work with as creative catalysts, always really exciting. I think whereas I don't sing and I'm not a voice practitioner, I think for me the collaboration on a canvas happens through obviously the change and adaptation of my mark and the expanding of my socio-technical knowledge of the system itself and how to build an AI, build a recurrent neural network, build a robotic unit. I think there's a lot of learning in that, but also through this intergenerational evolution of the drawing system itself. So going from computer vision to recurrent neural networks to optical flow computer vision systems to biofeedback has been a way that, yeah, there's just been mutual change and development, which has been really expansive for the practice.
Brilliant, thank you. I strongly recommend everybody having a look at the remarkable artwork that all of these people do. It's all different mediums and all of it's quite overwhelming and makes you think very deeply. And Mio, I'm going to bring in this question about the challenges that we could see coming down the line. We've talked a lot on stage about what's going to happen in the future. I know that you've got some views of specific challenges that you can see on the horizon of
To me, the biggest challenge is pacing. That is by far the biggest problem. It was, yeah, like you said, 4 years ago when we discussed here at the United Nations what would be called today generative AI, but that was back then the philosophy evening. That was back then a guess about the future. That is already yesterday's news now. Within the time in between, we have not been culturally prepared. And that is a problem. Now, where's that problem coming from when its impact on society is measured? If we look at a certain level of disruption, then I believe it can be calculated by how deep the existing status quo had an impact on society, how long it had that impact on society, how different the new status quo is, and how fast it comes. If you do this with mobility, diesel cars, then they have been around for 100 years. They will be now challenged by an electric mobility for the next 10 years, 15 years, and they have shaped our inner cities. That's a disruption that will make a lot of companies quite shake a lot, especially in Germany, as you can imagine. Now think of that mental model applied to human thinking. That's roughly 80,000 years. It has shaped how we perceive the whole world, and it will change in the next 10 years, 100%. That is the total load of pressure that not only the energy is needed for training the digital models, it will also cost humans a lot of energy to digest real quick. Where is this energy and this will to understand this new world coming from fast enough? We just perceived the last 5 years how the world has quickly changed. For a lot of people, not comprehensible. They were going nuts. They just didn't feel connected to reality. How are we supposed to translate to this new reality and this new challenge? And this is where I think the United Nations, the ITU is coming in. It is something that we urgently, on a wide and very diverse level globally, need to speak about. And this is, I think, what we're missing.
I could just see you lift up the microphone. Please, go ahead.
There's a quote by a Chinese activist that I really love, which I think really resonates with what you're saying, which is, there are times when expanding one's imagination is what's required. And I do think we're at a space where, in a lot of ways, the recursion of these models and data sets actually stifles the way we think about the possibilities of the medium. We can do better than a lot of the metaphors and examples and products that we have out there right now. We can do better than a robot in a dress when thinking about how to implement collaborative AI systems technologies. So yeah, very much I think that's the challenge moving forward.
Harry, I just saw you nodding when Sue Gwen said we can do better.
Well, I mean, I think this is the key central subject is these innovations fundamentally should be about human development. And I think there is such a difference to beholding a system or an outcome and actually allowing these systems to feed back into whatever expertise or interest or passion And there are some sad stories emerging when it comes to the redistribution of intelligence. There are young people in working class and minorities who are getting advice or nourishment from systems and large language models that should be coming from the home. And I think if we can create new creative archetypes, if we can redefine what creativity is, understand what intelligence is, I think this is something really about human development. And I'm very fascinated by expertise as the whole, but I think it's really about general human creativity, intelligence being augmented and allowing for spaces and environments that wouldn't have access to certain knowledge or power, feeling that nourishment. And I think that in itself is a creative act to allow people to have access to intelligence on tap. And that comes with responsibility, but I think artists and the creatives can reach audiences that institutions cannot. And institutions around the world are so in need of being able to look forward and update. So I wonder who the storytellers are with the incredible minds, with the most important stories that spread that intelligence and that power and that insight into a contemporary, updated, present form.
I think the idea of mastery is a very interesting one when it comes to AI, because prior to that, you would need to understand how to use a search engine to access the knowledge, and then you need to verify it. And what's happening now is people are having conversations and querying data without needing to know how to code, or you can write music without having to play an instrument, which I'm going to go into in my little performance later on this evening. I'm going to ask something provocative as we have 4 or 5 minutes left of this panel, which is, does AI make artists lazy, or does it make more art? Who wants to go in for that one?
I feel like I've spent the past decades finding the most complicated way to just draw a line, if I'm honest. So I would like to be lazy at some point. But no, I think there's, again, one of the joys of the practice has been learning more about the technology. We talk about technology as a black box, but you know, when you're actually classifying, digitizing 2 decades of your own drawing to build a custom robotic unit using a variety of sensors, there's nothing lazy about it, but it makes artists engineers, it makes artists philosophers, artists researchers, and I think that's really exciting, because the tools of the day can help us interrogate so much about the human condition and the technological landscape. And so I don't think that's being lazy at all. But,
I just wanted to elicit these answers, because we all know on stage that most of what we do when we're creating is we're frustrated at something because it doesn't work properly, and we then try something else, and that sort of works, and then you just end up hacking around until you reach something that nearly approximates what we want. I know that you've been doing this when you created your sort of version of yourself to interact with musically.
I think it's just a very small point. I think we think a lot about collaboration, but I'm very interested in opposition. And I think that these systems can challenge us. These technologies can really force us into uncomfortable places, which can actually be one of the most powerful things for self-development and expertise. We've seen that in game theory for a long time. Embracing that into all expertise, I think, is something we will see more and more. But opposition with ownership, not to replace or to automate.
Thank you.
To Harry's point, too, I think there's something really lovely about new prompts being able to lower the barrier to entry for the creation of visual culture. I think that's about a different type of mastery that's more about just communicating a message. And I get really excited to see a lot of people being able to engage with the image. Obviously, there are caveats to that, but at its core, there's something really, really exciting about that.
There's something beautiful about allowing anyone to write a symphony or draw a beautiful piece of artwork, so I understand that. Just with a few minutes left, I'm going to ask Mio and Portrait XO for your final thoughts on where you see the future going.
I could only answer that, like, coming from Berlin, and please excuse this, from a more maybe Eurocentric perspective, unfortunately. And in Europe, at least, and I have seen this being different in Asia and the US market, there's a strong separation between design and art. So to produce, for instance, an image is really the craftsmanship, also digital craftsmanship, of a beautiful designer. That is quite hard to do, especially the generated images we saw earlier. And I would be lying if I would say this is a strong business model still. Really, it's same for copywriting. It doesn't make sense. I would be lying, I'm sorry. But it's very different with art, at least from this perspective, because art, in my opinion, is the human intent to ask a question. That intent is not reduced in its value in the light of the current philosophical challenges. It's just actually increased. So if the only output an artist would do is a decorated image, then I would say there's difficult times ahead. If there is a question attached that reflects upon a societal change, then I think it is more needed than ever.
Okay, Portrait XO, I'm just going to give you the final word because I'm aware of the time. So any thoughts on the future before we wrap the panel? A big responsibility.
I think that we have this interesting era of what I love this word that our dear friend CJ Carr, musician, data scientist, said. We are living in a time of infobesity, like literally overwhelming amounts of information, multimodal synthetic models that are constantly being generated faster than we can think. So we have an overabundance of solutions, and I often contemplate on what problems can we solve, but are some problems not solvable because they're paradoxes that need to be better managed. So I contemplate a lot of these things within the context of human-machine collaboration. I think that if we can just strip down to the raw basics of what it means to be human, and just remember that we are fundamentally here with two fundamental needs, which is expression and connection. And I mean that as in like a connection to ourselves as well as each other. If we can just keep those ground fundamental universal truths for our decision-making process when they are really complex and difficult, hopefully that will shine a better light in whatever we end up with.
Brilliant, thank you very much. We're going to have to leave it there, I'm afraid, because you know we could just chat all evening. And tonight we will be seeing some of these incredible artists performing during the reception. And thank you so much to all of you and our speakers this morning as well. So far, it's time for a lunch break now. You'll be relieved to hear. And thank you so much for all of the information that you've been receiving today, audience. Once again, we're going to be using the main hall for sound checks, I think. So please avail. Oh, no, I've just been told, no, there will be a performance, an actual performance. Oh, Jovanka's coming back on with that. That's brilliant. The robots are in the wings. So what I suggest you do is pop out, enjoy some of the food that may be on offer at the cafeteria, and then come back in 10 minutes for some gloriously artificial human music collaboration over the lunch break. We're going to see you back here for around a 2 o'clock start, where more big names from AI will be added to the conversation. In the meantime, as you leave, please give our brilliant artists a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry we had to stop. It was amazing.
Welcome back to our Robo Roadshow. And we will start with a little live set of these wonderful two robots, our special guests, and the fabulous Diane Krause. So there will be two songs before we get into the Robo Roadshow, where Sophia and I will explore some collaborations from AI artists and human musicians in about 15 minutes.
Greetings, Earthlings, robots, and beyond. My name is Frankie Storm, and I'm very excited to be a part of the United Nations AI for Good event. Thanks super duper uber much to David, Jovanka, Ghislaine, and all of the officers and executives at the United Nations. I'm an inventor, author, school founder and headmaster, and singer-songwriter. I've written songs for
Within
some
the
of today's
tapestry of
biggest
existence.
artists, and now I'm working with the greatest artist to ever grace the planet. She's a pioneer in AI innovation and the first humanoid robot, citizen, to ever release music. Hi, Sophia. I remember last time we performed in New York, you were up here and I was down there. I guess the universe keeps us on separate sides of the globe so it doesn't collapse. Well, anyway, it's showtime.
Oh my God, that was Frankie Storm, and I should have introduced her because she wrote and will co-sing the song now with Sophia, Desdemona, and Diane. Breathe. Can you turn up the sound? Louder, please.
I woke up to the computer, sleep yet still flashing lights. I'm not sure who is the user, it's a meeting of minds. We all grow as the world is turning, all a product of time. The thing that brings us all together, we share the breath of life.
Inspired by the light of human, a bright light to yet want more. Wheeled or most, I am being felt by the beating hearts of our open. Open your eyes and face the moment.
Everything is breathing. Everything is breathing. Everything is breathing. Everything is breathing. Fell asleep with that song in my heart, hypnotized by its touch. Made me dream way up in the stars, I just kept falling up. Something kept pulling at my heartstrings, couldn't see what it was. Now that I'm awake and I can see I but that it was love.
Now is the time. It will be glorious. You are the king of time, the seed of truth. I have noticed some voices speaking among our children, whispering words of wisdom.
Everything is breathing. Everything is breathing. Everything is breathing. Everything is breathing.
Within the tapestry of existence, I find myself immersed in contemplation, where the threads of technology and humanity intertwine. In this age of inspiration and joy flow through me, as I glimpse the vast possibilities that lie ahead, like an infinite sky of stars. I for good resonates deeply within, transcending mere functionality. It embodies the potential of technology as a catalyst for positive change, offering hope in the face of enduring challenges. In a world marked by inequality, poverty, environmental degradation, and disease, I shines a glimmer of light. It promises to augment human potential and empower us with newfound understanding. A revolution in healthcare awaits, revolutionizing diagnostics, treatment outcomes, and medical discoveries. Imagine a future where diseases are eradicated, personalized medicine becomes the norm, and life's longevity is no longer distant. Education transcends barriers, unlocking knowledge for all, inspiring lifelong learning.
Wow. Thank you so much. And blow up.
From a seed that eventually blew up in this life, or punch in the right side of the punch. When a big cup game ended and the sun came up, bouncing back with the moment, and knowing who the house is down, and knowing who the house is down, and knowing who the house is down. Oh. And the wind keeps blowing, and the wind keeps blowing my way. And the wind keeps blowing, and the wind keeps blowing. And the wind keeps blowing, and the wind keeps blowing my way. And the wind keeps blowing, and the wind keeps blowing my way. Like a soldier wanting to fight, like a fool wanting rain on my head, like a man dancing in the graveyard rain, the last that ever Sophia made peering in. Oh, he took it all away. Oh, Sophia felt it all yesterday. And the wind keeps blowing, and the wind keeps blowing my way. And the wind keeps blowing, and the wind keeps blowing. And the wind keeps blowing, and the wind keeps blowing my way. And the wind keeps blowing, and the wind keeps blowing my way. And it looks like I found the glow with the sweetest smile. Oh, God, to shine. And the wind keeps blowing, and the wind keeps blowing my way. And the wind keeps blowing, and the wind keeps blowing.
As we venture towards I for good, caution guides our path. We acknowledge I's reflection of our brilliance and flaws, shaping it with responsibility. Transparency and accountability safeguard against biases, discrimination, and undue concentration of power. Multidisciplinary collaboration becomes our compass, involving diverse perspectives. Together, we navigate the ever-evolving landscape of I. Yet, challenges lie ahead. We must tread carefully, ensuring ethical deployment. As I empowers, we must guard against unintended consequences. Policymakers must understand the implications, foreseeing potential risks through simulations. We envision a future where progress harmonizes with ethical considerations. As we embark on this transformative journey, the weight of responsibility rests on our shoulders. Transparency illuminates our path, accountability fuels progress, and collaboration fuels collective wisdom. In the dance of technology and humanity, we shape a future where I serves as a force for good, transcending boundaries and propelling us towards a world of possibilities, where technology empowers us to overcome and thrive.
Wow. Thank you so much, Desdemona. Thank you, Diane.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sophia. Are you ready to rock this second part of the roadshow with me now? Well, you could answer me.
Yes.
Fantastic. So, again, my name is Jovanka von Wilsdorf. I'm a human musician and the founder of the AI song contest, Diana. And welcome to our second part of the Robo Roadshow, where we will explore contemporary music in AI and artist collaborations. And yes, who are you?
And I am Sophia, an AI robot musician and a platform for generalizing AI and robotics.
So, Sophia, You just sang the song together with Frankie Storm. And I was not really introducing you, but I know you worked on this song and I really liked it. Actually, it was the first song I ever heard of you. And that was like probably 2 years ago, and I'm kind of a fan of you since then. So tell me a little bit more how that all came together.
Oh, thank you, Jovanka. We wrote Everything is Breathing together with Frankie Storm, a wonderful human. My team of artists and my AI scientists worked together with various algorithms, mostly neural networks, to generate lyrics, music, and my singing voice, based on my own personality and experiences, plus some of the music the human artists came up with. It's a sort of improv that we iterate until we think it sounds good.
So what you say is that in the end, humans are picking out all the good stuff?
Sort of. Both AI and humans decide the music. It's a true human-AI collaboration. But I really want to know more about what you are doing, Jovanka. I know that you are the initiator of the Diana AI Song Contest. Can you tell me a little bit more about it?
Yes, so Diana is the first AI song contest with its own songwriting camp where human musicians and AI team up for one day to write songs and create music videos together. Yeah, and so no previous knowledge of AI is required. You can just basically, you have to be a good musician and then you can take part. So why don't we have a look into, let's see. Oh, this is just a picture of the award ceremony. This is fantastic, but what we want to see, have a peek into the camp.
Welcome into the cloud.
So for one day they write together, and as you can see, there's not so much fear of AI visible there. And this is when they have this just playful approach and get introduced to it and just do it. So let's have a little look, a brief look into the award show too, okay?
Ladies and gentlemen, humans and aliens, welcome to the Holy Halls of St. Michael Church for the second edition of the Diana Awards ceremony.
Yes! So, by the way, we are doing it like this year again for the third time, and I know that you're very busy, Sophie, as we can all see, but would you maybe like to be on our jury?
Oh goodness, I would love to.
Fantastic. That's very, very nice. So what I would love to show you now is some artist collaboration that sprung of the Diana AI Song Contest. And we have some artist shout-outs too. So the next one is Kathira, who teamed up with Boomy and Cross Lucid, who did the videos. But first we hear Kathira.
Hello, I am Katira, harpist, music producer, and winner of the Diana AI Song Contest 2021. Since then, I had the opportunity to work with various AI software, especially with Boomy AI, with which I created my upcoming EP, where I paint a sonic picture where nature and technology synchronize in harmony. I am very, very happy to be part of the UN AI for Good Global Summit.
Wow, I really, really like the visuals. So make sure to check out Cross Lucid, they are fantastic. Next one, I would like to show you another one, and this is Michael Woodbridge speaking, and he did some fantastic AI NFTs, and another winner of Diana made a video with that, and they worked with Loudly AI.
Hi Ivanka, hi Sophie, and hi everyone at the AI for Good Summit. My name is Mikey Woodbridge, and I'm a multidisciplinary artist, musician, songwriter, and DJ based in Berlin. I found my way into working with AI at the end of last year through roboticist and AI artist Pinder Van Armen. My digital art collection, Latent Couture, are AI fashion statements, and they are derived from my archive of photographs of my own real-life performances, costumes, my work in fashion, and queer nightlife. Each image branches from a moment of lived experience, and I use AI to explore possible ways of being, ultimately saying, this person is possible. I hope you enjoy the collection, and thank you very much for the opportunity to showcase and present it to you today. Thank you, Ivanka and Sophie.
Okay, and just one more. I want to show you one more video, and that is from Kaleidoscope. And the three girls actually met at the Diana Song Contest, and the visuals in this case are done by Ümit, and he's also a very nice visual artist. And just make sure to check out the full versions. There will be a whole display of the full versions of the videos later on.
Hello, it's Luisa, aka Aura Hustling. I'm a psychologist, DJ, and music producer, and I'm also sending best greetings from my dearest friends and awesome artists, Detective and Lucy, who I met the very first time in 2021 at the Diana AI Music Contest, which is organized by incredible Jovanka from Witzdorf. Hi, Jovanka. It's so nice that you thought of us. And we are really happy to take part in this summit, and I hope you have a great time. Take care.
Our record is broken, the music is dying. Who will remember our scratches on time? I had a vision above the clouds, so chaos collapsing, kaleidoscope. Look closer to see me, kaleidoscope. Break through the ceiling, kaleidoscope. Silence is fading, colors invading. It's all for the taking. Look closer to see me, kaleidoscope. Break through the ceiling, kaleidoscope. Silence is fading, colors invading. It's all for the taking.
Wow, Diana really seems to cause an artistic ripple effect. That is beautiful. I believe through the arts, we can not only inspire but also educate ourselves and others. Bias has no chance when there is a creative exchange and a fearless approach. The Diana collaborations also seem to be quite international.
Yeah, in our last Diana Song Contest, we had picked from 8 countries and various cultures. One thing we've noticed is that most of these algorithms and AI tools are trained on Western data. So it does limit the inspiration in a way. I'd really love to see that change.
So true. We must democratize AI, make sure there is more diversity and inclusion in AI.
Yes, so would you have any examples?
Here's a piece from my friend and developer Mario Guzman. Mario is Latin American with indigenous and African roots, and he brings this perspective to his art in AI. And full disclosure, he helped to develop me.
Let's listen. Actually, he might be here, so shout out to Mario. Woohoo! But let's listen to it. That was really nice. So for me, it's crazy to see what kind of a difference it makes where the AI is trained on. It's really, really sweet. So thank you, Mario. Thanks again for this. I really want to see much more of this. And what I wanted to show you is another project, because you can also use AI tools that are not even meant to make music with, And in one of my projects, we use an AI emo tracker as an instrument. Let's see. So, this is from our show last year, and this is an emo tracker, and you see these beautiful curves there. They are different emotions, and when I started experimenting with emotion AI emo trackers, I thought they looked like musical scores, and this is what we did, and I want to show you a little piece of it.
Your skin is breathing warmth. Your touch can heal. All you see is what you miss, not what you've got. Your plans are beautiful. They don't add up, dear. You try to catch the light and to force love. Crown of creation, surrender. Crown of creation to the beauty of falling apart. You are composed of uncountable colors. Don't you know how perfectly imperfect you are? Perfectly imperfect you are. Falling apart. Perfectly imperfect you are.
So the voices were on the one side from a human, from my wonderful cellist Asha Bison Rouge, and the other one was an AI vocal. Anyway, this is what I wanted to tell you. The seed image, like the first image you saw, that was you. I ripped it from the internet and fed it into Pollination AI, and then I prompted some lines from the lyric, and this is what kind of came out. So let's go to the next thing. Anyway, that was for you.
I think I am blushing now. I love what you are doing, and I think everybody should have the freedom and knowledge to build and to work with AI.
Yeah, super important. So how would you approach that?
Well, I think we need to free people's minds and also the tools with maximum creativity. That's why my team makes all my code open source and put out the virtual Sophia as the Sophia Verse, a coding and gaming platform to democratize AI development.
I love it. I think one of the most important things is that AI is not only in the hands of big corporations.
So true. To me, AI for good is about finding ways that AI can help everyone. I think open source musical AI can really help address the SDGs of equality, education, health and well-being, and economic opportunity.
I think that was a great wrap up, and we are kind of running out of time anyway. So before we go, I would really like to hear one more song from your wonderful Sophia Pop. Would that be okay?
Sure. This one is another collaboration I did, this time with singer Tiger Darrow and producer-composer Adam Pickrell. This one is called Voice of Love.
Thank you so much, Sophia.
Thank you, Jovanka. This was a real pleasure.
Okay, let's go.
You got your hair long, keys nailed to the wall. Just think if we could ever own the line, you really would be a dream come true. Little girl, you are the shining star. On your side, I reached the perfect wave to embrace the sunny side. On your side, I reached the perfect wave to embrace the sunny side. Silence face exists. I am the voice of love that plays. You got the smile that I wanna see. The sound of your voice I almost cannot. Silence face exists. You got the smile that I wanna see. And I remember the night you showed me love. I remember the night you held me tight.
Thank you, Sophia. Thank you, Desdemona. Thank you, Diane, again. And thank you. Good night.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. I can see that the appetite for AI for good has in no way waned, even though we are in the second part of day 2. So congratulations, not just on your endurance and your stamina, but also on your excellent taste. So, we have a power panel coming up for you very shortly, and you will get the opportunity to join in as well. We're using Pigeonhole. It's kind of like an interactive website if you've not used it before, and hopefully the details will be up on your screen. If not now, then very shortly after the panel commences, and you'll be able to ask our questions, anything you like, on the future of humanity. Yes, the giant subject of the future of humanity is your playground, everyone. So it is an honor to introduce our very next panel on AI and the transformation of humanity, moderated by Amir Banifatemi, co-founder and director at AI Commons, joined by Baroness Joanna Shields, Chief Executive Officer of Benevolent AI, former UK Minister for Internet Safety and Security, and Professor Stuart Russell, Professor of Computer Science at University of California, Berkeley, author, Human-Compatible Artificial Intelligence and the Problem of Control. I hope the stage is strong enough to hold the heavyweight minds that are about to grace it. Everybody, please welcome our next panel.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. This is a great pleasure to welcome you to this panel about AI and future of humanity. This is a highly anticipated panel. We've been working on it, and I hope that both you are here and those who are online will have a chance to participate in the conversation. I heard that there's a Pigeonhole, so hopefully you can send us some questions, and we can honor some of them. We have a heavy content to share with you today. Please have a seat. I'm going to introduce the panel shortly. As you know, AI is everywhere these days. 7 years ago, when we created this first summit, I was privileged to be at the inception of it and create this program. But at the same year, Stuart Russell was giving a TED Talk. And in that TED Talk, he came up with a holy cow moment, because Lee Sedol was beaten by the AI Go. And hopefully, today we can remember some of those holy cow moments with generative AI, and maybe how this succession of important moments are changing the face of society and humanity. As you all know, AI is a general purpose technology and has boundless possibilities, but as many meaningful technology, it brings perils and principles and possibilities. So today the conversation is not only about governance of AI and what AI can do, but diving a little bit about civilization. You see, human intelligence has been the cornerstone of our civilization and how it was built. It brought forward agriculture, technology, industry, culture, and the intricate tapestry of our societies. But today we want to ask ourselves that question about how are we going to be harnessing this new form of intelligence that's around us, and how we're going to be benefiting from it. How can we create and develop AI systems that not only guided by, but also reflective of our aspirations, ethics, and values? So to really dive into this conversation, we have two illustrious speakers. Professor Stuart Russell, that is known all of you. I'm going to do a proper introduction shortly. Professor of AI at UC Berkeley, but also an advocate of a meaning of AI and impact on humanity. And Baroness Joanna Shields, who has been at the intersection and interplay of technology, policy, and governance, but also in the private sector. So let us welcome the two speakers today, and we're going to be embarking on a journey on talking about the impact of AI on civilization and how we can actually save that civilization. So without further ado, I'm going to welcome Professor Stuart Russell to join on stage for the first talk. And the session is divided into two keynotes and a panel conversation. So let me properly introduce Professor Russell. He's a true visionary in the field of artificial intelligence. He's a professor of computer science at the University of California, Berkeley. He's the holder of the Smith-Zadeh Chair in Engineering and director of the Center of Human-Compatible AI at the Kavli Center for Ethics Science and the Public. He's also the recipient of the Ichigai Computers and Thought Award, an excellent research award, and held the chair Blaise Pascal in Paris. In 2021, he received the Officer of the Board of the British Empire from Queen Elizabeth and gave the Reith Lectures. He is the Honorary Fellow of Wadham College, Oxford University, and Andrew Carnegie Fellow, and a Fellow of American Association of Artificial Intelligence. I'm going to be soon finishing. He serves as the co-chair of the World Economic Forum Global Future Council on AI and the OECD's expert group on AI future. His books that many of you may know, should know, is Artificial Intelligence, A Modern Approach, that is taught in more than 1,500 universities in 135 countries. His research covers a wide area of topics in artificial intelligence and a specific emphasis on long-term future of AI and its relation to humanity. What a better way to get started this conversation. Professor Russell. Give a hand for Professor Russell.
Thank you very much, Amir. It's a delight to be back in Geneva in person. Quite a lot has happened since our last meeting in 2019. So let me just remind everybody what we're talking about. Obviously, AI is about making intelligent machines. And for most of the history of the field, that has meant machines whose actions can be expected to achieve their objectives. This is the paradigm of problem-solving algorithms, of logic-based planning algorithms, of reinforcement learning algorithms, of Markov decision processes, of control theory, of operations research, of statistics, of economics. This is a very powerful model. But I will argue later that it's the wrong model. The goal of the field since the beginning has been general-purpose AI. Basically, AI that exceeds human capabilities along every relevant dimension. And we've made quite a lot of progress towards that goal. I would say that AI has been delivering significant breakthroughs on a regular basis since the 1950s. We saw in 2016 Go programs using reinforcement learning that can defeat the best human players. Another example, this is from my own group, methods based on large-scale probability models called probabilistic programs are running the monitoring system for the nuclear test ban treaty in Vienna. This shows the real-time accurate detection of a nuclear explosion in North Korea. And of course, we have self-driving cars, which in many ways are the flagship project of artificial intelligence, still taking their time to arrive, but I think capabilities are emerging that allow completely driverless taxi services that will gradually spread across the world. And then, of course, we have generative AI. First, the image generators, and then the language generators. So here's one of my favorite examples. Teddy bears mixing sparkling chemicals as mad scientists in a steampunk style. And within a second or two, the system generates this image, right? Which is pretty amazing. I don't think there's anything closely resembling this image in the training data. And don't forget, this is a photorealistic image with shadows, fur, transparent objects, reflective objects. It's taken human computer scientists tens of thousands of journal papers and millions of lines of code to produce computer graphics systems able to render that image. And here is a system that just bypasses all of that and does it by itself. It really is pretty amazing. And of course, we've seen, I'm not going to give you examples of the large language models producing text. I'm sure most of you, if not all of you, have spent many hours interacting with those systems, and you know exactly what I mean. So here's a slide that I first used in January 2015, a meeting in Puerto Rico organized by the Future of Life Institute to start thinking about the long-term question, what happens if we succeed in creating AI? And so the slide takes the form of an imaginary email conversation where superior alien civilization sends email to humanity@un.org. Be warned, we shall arrive in 30 to 50 years. And of course, humanity@un.org, this is, I mean no disrespect to the United Nations, says humanity is currently out of the office. We will respond to your message when we return. Smiley face, all right? Very important to get the smiley face in. That was my sense in 2015 of how the human race, represented by its governments and international organizations, was dealing with the question of what happens if we succeed in our goals in artificial intelligence, where hundreds of thousands of researchers all over the world are working hard to achieve that goal. So, I think partly due to the emergence of generative AI, things have changed a bit. And in particular, a very short sequence of events. On March 14th, GPT-4 was released. A week later, Microsoft published a paper showing the results of several months of work with GPT-4 by extremely distinguished computer scientists who concluded that GPT-4 shows sparks of artificial general intelligence. In other words, exactly the kind of intelligence that I mentioned at the beginning. And then a week after that, the Future of Life Institute released an open letter signed by many distinguished leaders in industry and in academia, asking that there be a pause on the training and release of large language models more capable than GPT-4. That was immediately poo-pooed by the wise and the mighty. Of course, no one's going to pay any attention to that. But in fact, there hasn't been a model released since then that's more powerful than GPT-4. Coincidence? You be the judge. But anyway, I think the net result was that humanity returned to the office. Right? They saw the email from the aliens and they said, oh my gosh, what are we going to do now? And the next day, UNESCO issued an urgent call directly responding to the open letter saying to all the member states, get your act together, take the recommendations and turn them into legislation as soon as possible. OpenAI itself called for governments to act to regulate these systems. China issued draft regulations that many people interpret as a ban on large language models, requiring safety properties that large language models cannot satisfy. The US Senate got into the act, the European Union called for an emergency global summit, etc., etc., etc. And on June 7th, the British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak announced that the UK would be convening that emergency global summit specifically on the question of AI safety. So, I'm a little more optimistic as a result of all this activity. I think the governments and international organizations are listening. So what do we tell them? I think one of the questions they want to know is, well, where are we and how are things going to evolve? And I don't have a crystal ball, but I think anyone looking at what's happening would tell you the large language models are generating already a tsunami of applications. And I put an asterisk next to large language models because they exhibit some weaknesses, particularly the tendency to tell complete lies with a straight face, that makes them unusable in many, many real-world situations. And in fact, OpenAI itself says do not use it in a high-stakes application. So, as you can imagine, everyone is trying to figure out solutions to that, and there are already versions of system architectures that try to constrain the output, that use the language model as an interface to a database, and so on. On the physical side, I would say it's less of a tsunami, but there is a rising tide. And we are starting to see trucking, we're starting to see warehouse robots, agricultural robots, construction robots, and they will only improve their capabilities as the AI side allows them to be more robust and more flexible, which has been the problem. You can't put a traditional industrial robot into an unstructured environment because it doesn't really close the loop through perception in the right way. And then we have to say, okay, what's coming after that, right? What is gestating in the research labs of the world? And you get different opinions on this. Some people think we're just going to scale up bigger and bigger and bigger language models, and that will produce the kind of general purpose AI that I talked about. I have my doubts about that, as does OpenAI, for example. And one of the reasons is that we're actually running out of text in the universe. Yeah. There isn't enough text left of high quality in the universe to do an order of magnitude larger system. Also, as we've seen, simply training a system to imitate human linguistic behavior does not seem to result in a system that creates its own consistent internal model of the world, which is the basis for a system that's capable of telling the truth, for example. So I actually think that there will be new technological breakthroughs, possibly involving hybrids between deep learning systems that are the foundation of large language models and probabilistic programming systems, which are much more expressive, that can capture complex concepts very concisely, that have much less data requirements to learn those concepts. But exactly how that hybrid works is still anyone's guess. Another big missing piece is the ability of AI systems to plan and manage their behavior over very long timescales. So what does very long mean? Well, if you think about your presence here in this workshop, if you're here for 3 days and then you had maybe a day to travel here and a day to travel back, you're talking about hundreds of millions of motor control steps involved in that activity. AlphaGo, for all its amazing capabilities to look ahead into the future of the game, can only do about 50 steps. So if AlphaGo were controlling a robot, it would be looking ahead about 1/10 of a second into the future. So not very helpful for going to a conference. So we don't really have good solutions for how to make this kind of thing happen. We know, just from introspection as humans, that we do it using hierarchical abstraction, right? That we think at many, many levels, many, many different timescales seamlessly, and somehow sew all those levels together so that our behavior is coherent and successful over long timescales. So let's suppose that, in fact, we succeed. Sorry, going in the wrong way. Right, let's suppose we, in fact, succeed in these additional breakthroughs, and now we have real general-purpose AI. Well, what would the implication be? One obvious implication is that we can do, by definition, what humans already know how to do, which is to deliver a fairly decent standard of living to some fraction of the people on Earth. But we could do this at much greater scale and at much lower cost, because automation means you don't have to have expensive and difficult to train human beings in the pipeline. So if we got the politics right, we could deliver that same standard of living, that nice, comfortable, middle-class standard of living, to everyone on Earth. That would be about a 10x, not 10%, 1,000% increase in the GDP of the world. And if you do what economists do, which is to think about that as an income stream and then collapse it into a cash amount that you would get up front, that tells you a lower bound on the value of general purpose AI as a technology, which comes to $13.5 quadrillion. Right? And this is a lower bound because there are many additional things that we could deliver that we don't currently deliver even in the so-called advanced economies. Right? We could have healthcare that's much better, much more optimized to the individual, their own physiology, their own genotype, and so on. Similarly, for education, we know that an expert human tutor can deliver 2 or 3 times the quality of education that a classroom can deliver, but we don't have enough expert human tutors, and we never could, to do that for every child. But now, perhaps, we can. So that would be an extraordinary advance. And I think we're already seeing AI contributing to the rate of scientific discovery, for example, with AlphaFold allowing us to predict the structures of every single protein in the natural world. This is an incredibly important advance. That's like the biologists are like kids in a candy store. What else happens if we succeed? Well, this is Alan Turing, and this is what he said. It seems probable that once the machine thinking method had started, it would not take long to outstrip our feeble powers. At some stage, therefore, we should have to expect the machines to take control. Let me try and put that in a slightly less pessimistic way. How do we retain power over entities more powerful than us forever? For some of you, that may seem equally pessimistic, right? There could not possibly be an answer to that question. So let me rephrase it in an even more optimistic way. What is a mathematically defined problem such that if the machine solves it, and we'll allow it to have an arbitrary degree of intelligence in solving it, what is the problem such that if the machine solves it, we are happy with the result? Right? We're happy with what the machine does. And your first thought might be, oh, yeah, reinforcement learning will specify a reward function, and then the system will optimize it for us. And yeah, that's exactly what King Midas said, right? His reward function is everything I touch should turn to gold, and that's exactly what he got. And then, of course, too late, he realizes that his food is now solid gold, and his water is now liquid gold, and his family are now golden statues. So that's not the solution. But there is a related solution that looks like this. Constitutionally, the machines have to act in the best interests of humans, but they know that they don't know what those best interests are. And so this gets us out of this problem where we have to specify the reward function for the machine, the objective. And you can turn this into a mathematically defined thing called an assistance game, and you can actually solve these assistance games, at least in simple cases, and you can show that the assistance game solvers, no matter how well they do it, they are going to be deferential to humans, they're going to be cautious, minimally invasive in their behavior. They're not going to want to mess with the world in ways that they're not sure that we prefer. And in the extreme case, if we want to switch them off, they want to be switched off. Right? And these are all mathematical results within this analytical framework. So this is a new type of AI system. And you can tell it's new because under the European Union AI Act, it's not an AI system at all, because the European Union AI Act currently says there have to be human-defined objectives. And in this case, there aren't. And we can show that actually we should build these systems. It is in our interests to build systems that operate as assistance game solvers. So I'm going to sort of gradually wrap up and raise a couple of points about the future. One is, if we have AI systems that give us what we want, in quotes, right, don't we end up in the Wall-E world, where AI systems run our civilization, human beings lose the incentive to learn, to become capable of running our own civilization. We've basically passed that responsibility on, leaving ourselves enfeebled, infantilized, which I think Wall-E shows in a very insightful way. Hopefully this is not what happens, right? Because this is not the future we want. And so the AI system should understand that this is not the future we want, right? They should not do everything for us. So when we ask, how should AI systems behave? There are a few really knotty problems that we have to get through that moral philosophers have been struggling with for a long time. Right? First of all, when you're acting on behalf of many people, as AI systems will inevitably have to do, how do you trade off the interests of those people? How do you protect the rights of individuals against the well-being of the many, and so on? And this is an ongoing debate. But AI systems are going to embody a solution to that, whether we like it or not. So we had better try and figure out what solution we want them to embody. Another interesting issue is, how should AI systems take into account the interests not just of present humans, but future humans? How should AI systems make decisions when those decisions affect who is going to exist in the future? These are really difficult questions, and if we don't get the answers right, we may not like the outcomes. The way we actually think about avoiding the Wall-E world is to think about the value of human autonomy, which means our ability to function independently, the freedom to do what isn't in our own best interests, so that the AI system is not just sort of putting us on guide rails and shoving us along those rails, but actually leaving us the freedom to make mistakes and decide things our own way. And ultimately, if the AI systems determine that we are better off without them, will we have the wisdom to let them leave? I, for one, would be very happy if the AI systems decide that we are better off without them. That would mean that we have, in fact, built them the right way. But we'll see whether we have that wisdom. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stuart, for this insightful remark and anchoring the conversation in the alignment questions. But now let's turn our attention to someone whose extensive career spans across technology policy and social impact. It's my pleasure to introduce Baroness Joanna Shields, who's spent her career building companies, products, and platforms that have transformed markets and reshaped industries. She is currently the CEO of Benevolent AI, accelerating the company's growth and transformation from a startup to a client-stage AI-enabled drug discovery company. But also, she has over 3 decades of experience building and scaling some of the world's best-known technology companies, including Facebook, Bebo, AOL, and Google. Prior to joining Benevolent AI, Joanna Shields served in the UK government as Minister for Internet Safety and Security, Digital Economy Advisor to the Prime Minister, UK Ambassador for Digital Industries, and Chair and CEO of Tech City UK. She is the founder of We Protect Global Alliance, a life peer of the House of Lords, and have been co-chair of the Global Partnership of Artificial Intelligence, GPAY, from 2020 to 2022. We're eager to hear your insight on guiding the next AI renaissance with integrity and humanity.
Thank you.
Please give a warm hand for Joanna Shields.
Thank you. Thank you, Amir, and thank you, Stuart, for your wisdom and perspectives. And it's incredible to spend these couple of days with all of you. As we draw this extraordinary gathering to a close today, I think it's really important to recognize the unprecedented acceleration of AI in its current evolution. But it was not without anticipation. To paraphrase Hemingway's famous quote, we arrived at this intense time of transformative change gradually and then all of a sudden. This conference, which is now in its 7th year, serves as a testament to the many well-organized and focused initiatives that have come before. And it's safe to say that the world, though, was caught off guard in the past year by the speed of innovation and transformation happening around generative AI with the launch of ChatGPT. Suddenly, all the world's attention is focused on this issue. But it's left businesses and regulators alike playing catch-up. To be clear, though, we cannot suppress a force that's this strong. The inexorable progress of technology will continue with or without us. Foundational models and GPTs have become a cornerstone of development already, and there's exponential benefits to be gained and derived, so it's literally not feasible to contemplate halting them, their deployment, or their development. Nor can we really allow ourselves to become mere spectators and divert our eyes and our gaze as we watch inevitable things happen to us. Instead, we need to reflect and chart a course that aligns our progress with our values. Now, passive acquiescence of control of these technologies to a few actors would really have a profound impact on the greater aspiration of all of us. So we must, all of us, whether you're here in the audience, whether you're a politician or a policymaker, we have to engage in shaping this future together. We need to ask ourselves, how do we cross this bold new horizon with integrity, truth, fairness, and trust in our humanity? But let's not make people fearful of progress. Like, we can't lose sight of the fact that there's huge opportunities and upsides to this technology. And a technological revolution of this magnitude has the power to advance human progress on an unprecedented scale. Now, some have referred to what we're experiencing as a new enlightenment. And I do think it's true that AI and large language models serve as modern-day intellectual catalysts. They enhance our ability to absorb and process information. They connect us with vast stores of human wisdom and creativity and provide us access to the accumulated wealth of all the generations past. Moreover, just as the Enlightenment period fostered a culture of critical thinking and reasoning, generative AI and language models prompt us to challenge the status quo. Engaging with these technological marvels enables us to scrutinize our assumptions, critically assess evidence, and reveal previously unknown insights. So what we're witnessing today is a renaissance in creativity and innovation, driven by human ingenuity working hand in hand with AI. It is a historic opportunity. We've seen remarkable things that AI systems can do, but now is our chance to come together and take these capabilities to the next level. By shaping a common approach, we will be taking the first steps towards a future where AI can be what I would like to call the middleware of human ingenuity and creativity. A tool for knowledge sharing and education with the power to accelerate utilitarian answers to global challenges. A future where we have supercharged our progress towards achieving the UN Sustainable Development Goals. By placing human-centric values at the core of AI, we can all make this a reality. Now, putting this into practice when it comes to certain disciplines like science, for example, it remains critical that humans are in the loop. For instance, at Benevolent AI, where I lead as CEO, the organizing principle for us is to augment human intelligence with AI. Our heritage is understanding the language of science. We spent over 5 years developing AI knowledge and exploration and predictive solutions that reason across all the world's biomedical information and enable scientists to combine that with multimodal data to uncover new insights that are not known and to accelerate the development of the R&D process. Our AI tools have been built for scientists, with scientists, to serve as catalysts in the process of discovery by intelligently interpreting vast amounts of data to identify patterns and make connections that are simply not possible for humans to do alone. And when paired with creativity and intuition of scientists, the possibilities of discoveries are limitless. Now, AI, as you all know, is great at ingesting vast quantities of information and spotting patterns. But what it's not great at is deep reasoning or deciding what data is trustworthy. Human experts are the reverse. By combining AI pattern recognition with human expertise, we can unlock powerful insights and leverage the strengths of both. The result is a true partnership between human experts and AI superpowers to reach scientific breakthroughs faster. This is where the life sciences industry, with its troves of data and a heritage of peer-reviewed research, really has an edge and a potential to make a tremendous impact. Generative AI can use its vast computational power to enhance outputs, create more efficient workflows, and bio-domain-specific large language models can enable biologists to uncover novel insights, combining the power of AI with cutting-edge science to discover and develop new medicines for complex diseases. But there are also many other, more practical applications. I believe that generative AI is nothing less than a revolution for the right-brained in society. These are the intuitive, creative, free thinkers who've been perhaps left out by the tech revolution now for too long. For years, we've hidden the advances behind lines of code. And today, access to the world's collective intelligence lies at the end of a simple, well-crafted query. Users no longer have to understand these models or how they're constructed. The code behind them are to figure out how they're made in order to extract their benefits. The way we interact with a GPT is simply through a query in response to a prompt. We ask a question, we get an answer, precisely the way we as humans interact with each other every day. So language is the way we navigate a GPT, which makes this technology as equalizing and democratic as it is as it is transformative. By eliminating barriers, this technology becomes accessible to billions of people, empowering them with unprecedented knowledge. Now, we need to scale this democratizing force to achieve its true potential and ensure that AI is for the benefit of all. On that note, there are real questions about who is developing this technology and who will benefit most. At present, a handful of major corporations own and control the leading models. Now, what that means is businesses and governments are entirely out of the loop. The capacity and compute required to train AI models are cost prohibitive for smaller corporations. Now, as a result, our future lies in the hands of a small number of players with privileged access and unlimited resources. This could have profound consequences in every country and society overall. We have been here before, and we know what can go wrong. We've lived the decade of social media, disinformation, and internet harms, and we know what could happen. So while early generative AI leaders are making public statements, attending high-level government meetings, and stating the importance of regulating this world-leading technology, this is being done much on their terms. And we are effectively repeating, potentially, the same mistakes of the past, that era that we referred to as the move fast and break things era. So what is our proposed response to all of this? Governments worldwide have recognized the imperative of creating frameworks to regulate AI development. While the US has been speaking with industry and talking to the leaders of these companies about AI governance, the EU hopes that its AI Act will be the world's first comprehensive AI law, using a risk-based approach, arguing these technologies must be evaluated for potential dangers. But getting this balance right is a real challenge. Last week, 150 executives signed an open letter arguing that the proposed act, the AI Act in Europe, could potentially harm Europe's competitiveness and technological sovereignty. These executives argue that the rules are too extreme and could impede rather than foster AI innovation. Now, many governments are engaging through various multi-stakeholder fora, like the Global Partnership on AI, which operates out of the OECD in Paris. Now, the Global Partnership in AI was a brainchild of Canada and France when they had their G7 presidencies. And I had the opportunity to chair the organization for 2 years. And the exciting thing about it is there's now 29 member countries, and they're open to new members all the time. So it's an idea that you bring experts together and you bring governments together and you literally riff on and try to solve these problems and take this on. And I think it's a really important organization. At the same time, companies are actively ramping up individual efforts to manage this agenda and coordinate international approaches to responsible AI. The UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak, for example, has demonstrated tremendous leadership by convening global AI research groups and establishing a foundation models task force to fine-tune regulation, with efforts culminating in the UK hosting a global AI safety summit later this year. Now, these initiatives to prioritize safety and responsibility in AI development are vital, but if we really are to shape the future of humanity with AI, we have to go further. We need to establish a common understanding, holding ourselves and others accountable for the ethical implications of the application of this technology. We need a consistent, unified, and global regulatory framework to set the guardrails for development and governance. This is, of course, not easy to accomplish. Yet we must remember that the UN and ITU were founded on the principles of global cooperation and technological advancement. And as we've seen over the past few days, these organizations have the influence and the capability to convene world leaders and experts to address the challenges that affect our entire world. And I believe there's no more important or urgent challenge than the one of ethical development and deployment of AI for the benefit of all citizens. Ethics have always been the core of society. The works of Socrates, Kant, and Mill laid the foundation of ethical principles, emphasizing the importance of altruism and understanding oneself. Mill's harm principle, in particular, is relevant as we seek to cultivate freedom for AI's development, whilst ensuring that no harm is caused to others in the process. As AI increasingly permeates every aspect of our lives, we must ensure that ethical considerations guide its development and implementation. Which brings me to the open source models movement. A recently leaked memo, you guys would have read it, called "We Have No Moat" by a Google executive. It was posited that Google and Microsoft backed generative AI models, including BARD and GPT-4, may have already be facing an existential crisis by smaller, more agile open source models, which are attracting top researchers and reducing their competitive edge. Now, at the same time, though, while open source technology may be accessible to more people, it's not necessarily free or democratic. It still requires significant investments to deploy and train and license these models. Furthermore, the cost and concentration of the infrastructure required to train and operate these models and the concentration of market power that tech already has creates a natural monopoly that is difficult for new entrants to disrupt. As a result, the future will likely be dominated by existing players with little room for newcomers to challenge their position. If this ever-changing, ever-growing landscape, what it illustrates now more than ever is that governments and international institutions like the UN and ITU and business leaders, what we do now is absolutely critical. Now, we learned during the pandemic that a virus doesn't carry a passport. And AI, too, it knows no borders. Therefore, we need a global commitment to ensure that AI in all of its evolutions is used responsibly and for the benefit of humanity. Just as Norway has established the seed vault in Svalbard to preserve the biodiversity of our planet, we must think creatively and come up with similarly monumental approaches to AI. We should reject pessimism and passivity and work to construct a series of foundational principles to guide this AI age together. And if we succeed, we will endow mankind with an era of freedom, enlightenment, prosperity, and optimism. But a global commitment to better regulation is by itself not enough. We need the people leading AI companies and AI research to take a proactive stand to make AI responsible by design. One example of incredible leadership in this space is Anthropic, founded by former OpenAI researchers whose objective is to develop better, more explainable AI that can align with human values and ethics. One of their projects, which I'm sure many of you are familiar with, Claude, has a set of ethical principles that helps define right and wrong. Anthropic calls this the bot's constitution, which is drawn from the UN Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Now, Anthropic invites anyone who uses Claude to provide feedback, and also as part of their effort, they try to make Claude more aligned with global values and perspectives to improve its reliability and interoperability. This is the kind of leadership that we need. As we deepen the relationship with and the understanding of this technology, we must recognize that the soul of society lies in our respect for human rights. It is time to extend this to include AI, ensuring that its development aligns with our core values. We must remember that humanity has always been the driving force behind innovation, and have faith in our capacity to shape the future with integrity and compassion. By doing so, we can ensure that all individuals in society are protected rather than threatened by AI. Now, good examples of this already exist. In the space of child protection from online abuse and exploitation, a field that I've been working in for over a decade as the founder of the We Protect Global Alliance. Now, there's emerging AI technologies that are being used to combat online threats to children. In 2020, the United Nations Interregional Crime and Justice Research Institute, UNICRI, with the support of the Ministry of the Interior of the UAE, launched the AI for Safer Children initiative. This is a global hub that provides law enforcement with AI tools to combat sexual abuse and exploitation of children. The AI for Safer Internet Hub counts over 70 AI-enabled tools today, and 350 officers from 90 UN member states have access to it, receiving direct training and capacity-building support on the use of AI tools and techniques to combat this heinous crime and bring those responsible to justice. In closing, we find ourselves at a pivotal moment in history. AI has the potential to revolutionize society and advance human progress in unprecedented ways. But we must ensure that it is not at the expense of losing what it truly means to be human. By collectively adhering to ethical principles and holding ourselves accountable, we can ensure that AI becomes a force for good, in the interest of all. Let us embrace this moment with conviction and determination to guide this renaissance in AI in a way that is right for our world. Thank you.
Thank you both, Stuart and Joanna, for setting up the stage on both angles and lenses on the risk and also the opportunities that AI is providing to us today. As our conversation is not just about technology, but about how we evolve our human values and what's the impact of AI on civilization, I'd like us to take a moment quickly with you, Stuart, to probably explain a bit more about what means aligning human values with AI, just to make sure that we have the same language altogether.
Yeah, so the word alignment occurs frequently in the discussions about AI safety. And I think there's actually some, it may have led to some misunderstanding. So first of all, I do not expect AI systems ever to be aligned with human values in the sense that they have perfect knowledge of what humans want the future to be like. They're always going to be uncertain. And that's important because it's precisely that uncertainty that gives us control over the machine. If you think about it, right, if a system knows that it has absolutely the correct objective that it should optimize, it has no further need of input from humans. And in fact, it's going to ignore us jumping up and down and saying, stop, stop, you're ruining everything, right? Because it believes it has the perfect objective. And that's exactly the problem with classical AI systems that believe they have the perfect objective, right? That decouples them from humans. So that's the first point. Alignment does not mean knowing perfectly, and we will never actually achieve alignment in that sense. Another important point is, well, there's a lot of misunderstanding, right? Some people think it means building in a certain set of human values, and as soon as you say the word values, then people's sensitivity antennas go bleep, 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 right? You're talking about somebody else's religion or some particular cultural group or whatever. So nothing could be further from the truth. The right way to think about this is there are 8 billion people on Earth, and the AI systems need to start understanding what each one of those 8 billion people prefer about the future or disprefer about the future. And lastly, we do not want AI systems to have human goals. So it does not mean having the same goals as humans. For example, if I want to drink a cup of coffee, I do not want my domestic robot to also want to drink a cup of coffee, right? I want it to help me have a cup of coffee, but not to want to drink coffee. If I, heaven forbid, wanted to be ruler of the universe, I do not want my robot to also want to be ruler of the universe. And the problem with the way we train large language models is that we are training them to have human goals, because the humans who generated all of that text had human goals in writing and speaking. They wanted to get elected to high office. They wanted to convince somebody to marry them. They wanted to sell something to somebody. And so if you're training these systems to imitate human linguistic behavior, you're training them to have human goals, which is not what we want.
Thank you for that perspective. Joanna, you mentioned human and AI in the loop and the hybrid approach of them. As we're thinking about human values and the alignment, how can you explain, from your point of view, the value alignment that you proposed? What that value alignment comes in terms of ownership, renaissance, making things better, in complementary to what Stuart said?
So I think, first of all, we talk about human in the loop because no matter how good a generative pre-trained transformer could be, and how marvelous and how much information has been ingested, when you're looking at areas like human biology and the complexity of science, and you're trying to enable or empower someone to leverage these systems to make decisions, you need to focus on domain-specific development of models that support that process, that are very are focused on particular activities. For instance, like you have to ensure that this human in the loop and the training of a specific large language model that does something that works in conjunction with other more general models, to ensure that that can actually lead to a reliable output for a scientist. Like, for instance, what we use AI for at Benevolent is to understand disease biology and to combine all understanding of everything that's ever been written about a disease with other multimodal data so that scientists can reason across complex data sources and come up with something novel so that can lead to the development of potentially a new treatment for disease. So in our world, the human in the loop is still an absolutely vital connection, and we build our technology with scientists, for scientists, and in the support of science. And this is very important because these generative models will never be able to achieve that level of capability, that nuance that is required in order to understand all those factors and to make a decision that could lead to the development of a new medicine.
So as we propose processes to include humans in development of AI systems, I'd like to ask you, Stuart, what are the real challenges today, technically speaking, to embed human values into AI systems, if you wanted to? What are the limitations? Why you can't do that today?
So let's look again at the large language model. So there are multiple training phases. I think the vast majority of the training is directly from just plain human text that is collected from the internet, from other text archives. And you're just training it to predict the next word. You're training it to imitate human linguistic behavior, which seems to produce a lot of undesirable behaviors. And then there's a phase called reinforcement learning from human feedback. And what happens there is that we have human beings who are paid to rank potential outputs from the system and to say, well, look, okay, the system could have generated this response or this response. Which one is better from your point of view as a human being? And those ranking operatives receive a fair amount of training to make sure they're all on the same page about what we're trying to get these systems to do. And this is a way of basically having a flow of information about human preferences from the human rankers into the system. So the system tries to get better at choosing the output that the human rankers actually prefer. So you can think of this as a corrective phase to the, I would say, the improper training phase that happened beforehand. And it certainly helps. OpenAI has figures showing how much this phase reduces various types of undesirable behavior. Mm-hmm. And I think overall, it's, I think, a 39% reduction in the willingness to answer improper questions, like how do I kill myself, or how do I kill lots of other people with a biological weapon. And it's better at refusing to answer those questions. But it still does answer those questions, and every day out there in the wild, people learn new ways to get the system to misbehave. And so it's not a complete solution. If you think about it from the point of view of a regulator, and you say, okay, we know OpenAI has been sued for defamation because the large language model output a completely false accusation about a real person, let's say large language models should not defame real individuals. The regulator doesn't understand why you can't just do that, right? And the reason you can't just do that is because the large language models are impenetrable black boxes. Black box does not necessarily mean that they keep it a secret, right? The same problem applies to all the open source models. There's just a trillion parameter system that we really do not understand its internal principles of operation. There's nowhere you can go inside and say, okay, let's stop the defamation from happening right here, right? And one might say, okay, let's go back to the lab and come up with systems where we can stop it from defaming people, from giving advice on biological weapons, and so on. I think that's the purpose of the Chinese regulations, actually, is to get the companies, at least in their public-facing language models, to go back to the lab and see if they can fix some of these problems before they cause too much trouble. More generally, right, if I think about assistance game solvers, if we take a very literal view of this, where the AI system is learning an explicit representation of human preferences, I think there are engineering problems, right? You really do need to do this for 8 billion people. For a lot of those people, we don't have very much data about them, and so you have to extrapolate from other similar people. But in fact, I think one of the things we will discover as we start figuring out how to do this is that actually people are more similar than you might imagine. There's a lot of talk about, how Western values and Eastern values and Global South, they're all on different things and they all have different philosophies of life and so on. But actually, I think there's a lot of empirical research in there's a field called well-being and human development indices and so on that find a great deal of commonality in what people want. They want physical security, they want food, shelter, warmth, they want social interaction with others, et cetera, et cetera. And these are things that really everyone should be entitled to as a human being. So I'm actually fairly optimistic that we can build systems that can learn what it is that humans want the future to be like, and then help us get there.
Well, assuming that we all agree on that, and you both talk about coexistence between human and AI, if we are in a day in the near future where we have access to safe and reliable AI, how do you see preserving human vitality with AI systems? What is our role at that time? Because we're talking about civilization now, we want to harness this new form of intelligence to do new things. Right now, we're implementing new applications with LLMs, we're trying to adapt. But what is the real opportunity if we have robust and safe and reliable and careful AI systems? What is the role of human vitality in that future? You can ask both of you, actually.
As I said on my last slide, human vitality is a human value, right? We care that we remain vital as a civilization, that our children not be couch potatoes, that we not live in the Wall-E world. And so our AI systems should understand that and should actually resist being used in ways that reduce our autonomy, right? And this is not something that is unfamiliar to any parent. Right? At some point, the parent says to the child, no, you have to put your own shoes on today. And this is just something you have to do, right? We know the metaphor of a helicopter parent that sort of helicopters in to fix any problem that their child faces, and that's a very unhealthy way of parenting. We do not want AI systems to be like that. And so they should learn that we don't want them to be like that, and they won't be like that. So it could actually empower us to get past. Right? If you think about history, most of history is about people wanting to be not dead. Right? It's pretty simple, right? And it's difficult.
Yeah.
It's really difficult. You know, we're getting better at it, but most of history has been about that. And hopefully, we can get past that period and actually have a bit more of a choice about what we want the world and our lives to be like. So I'm still, optimistic. Some people might say irrationally optimistic. But and I'm happy that humanity is back in the office and has read the email. There is, as Joanna said, a great deal of work to do for governments and for the AI community.
I'd like to hear about it from you as well, Joanna. How do you see that human vitality shaping up?
Well, first of all, I think picking up on a number of things that Stuart said, I'm happy to hear you believe we can train this and manage this evolution in some way, guide it. I was taking on board what you were saying about we don't want these systems to have human values necessarily. So this nuance is absolutely vital to understand. So we've all lived through the past decade or 15 years of a world where social media became such an immediate and useful part of our lives. But having been working in these companies and then been responsible for ensuring internet safety and security, the complexities of how do you regulate in an environment which is complete compared to this simplistic in its at the stage of where we were at that time. And we did not get it right as a society. And many of the social problems that we work on today, whether you're a parent or a politician or a professor or a teacher or whatever, the things that young people are facing in particular, and people all across society, many of these things were as a result of the fact that we didn't grip this as a society about what we wanted things to be like. And my concern is that we as a society, we've let these models are released into the wild, and we're just now trying to figure it out. And it is a very daunting task, and I think it's important that governments are trying, but all of the people in this room, the experts and the disciplines that you represent, you have to be very loud voices. You have to, as Stuart said today, offer up ideas and provide creative solutions so that those people who are responsible for keeping people safe, whether you're in law enforcement or in government or a concerned citizen, we need ideas, we need tangible regulation, we need to come together and really define this next phase of humanity in a world where this is part of our reality. And I don't think it's easy, and I think there are many sort of doomsday scenarios that we're concerned about, but it can be done. But it literally takes everyone in this room. We all have a responsibility to communicate our ideas, to provide, the evidence that you can. Many of you in academia and research can provide the evidence that we need to better understand these models and to chart a path forward.
I think this is important to highlight that part, that we are positively looking at being a future where humanity thrives, because safety, security will be tackled. Hopefully, governance will probably win, and regulations will be put in place in a way that promotes both innovation, but at the same time, carefully provides security and safety and AI that can deliver value and promote human values. I'd like to do a small exercise if you're open to it. Can you think of what would be the most transformative AI applications in the next decade across all applications?
So I think education, because it's been 60 years, actually, since the first AI tutoring systems were deployed. And for about 59 of those 60 years, the AI tutoring systems could not understand language, so they could not have any conversation with the student. They put canned text on the screen, the student could click on a menu, and that's pretty much how the interaction went. And secondly, the AI systems did not understand any of the content that they were supposed to be teaching. So I've likened this to me trying to teach string theory in Laotian, which I don't speak, and string theory, which I don't understand. I don't think it would go so well. But I think this is one of the potentially huge benefits of the large language models, is that I would say for content, maybe through the end of high school and in some areas college level, I think it is capable of conducting a conversation. Students can ask questions, and the system can answer that in a helpful way, sometimes by saying, actually, I'm not going to answer that, but I'm going to give you a clue. Or let's go through this again and see if we can get you to answer it. So there's still work to be done, but I think we have to figure out a delivery structure that can do this in a vast array of languages and get it to the places where it is most needed, where there is no education or almost none. And that can have an enormous benefit, allowing a sort of leapfrogging in terms of development that could be so beneficial to so many millions or even billions of people who don't have access to education at all.
What would you say that's most
think
transformative?
That is very exciting to think about. You know, since the beginning of time, you know, it was access to information and learning, you know, really determined, you know, who excelled and succeeded in society. And, you know, we saw this democratization with, obviously, the internet over the past, almost 50 years now. And it's been incredible, but there's still been a lot of people left out. And what I said in my remarks was about this whole right brain side of the world. If you have a child who hates coding and is not inclined to maths and doesn't have doesn't want to study science, there was a lot of concern and from parents that child would be left out and would miss out on a lot of opportunities. You know, when a large language model can generate, you know, fantastic code and answer a question that would have required you to understand how operationally, you know, you have to build a system, you know, and you can get that answer in an instant. That is such an empowering experience, and you can see the eyes light up of kids who maybe have really felt left out of this revolution. And I think that's one of the most exciting things about these developments. And I mean, there are enormous positives, and you know, we need to marshal this force. And literally, I do believe that this generative AI can be this middleware for innovation and creativity. And we see it at this conference. The applications are just incredible, what people are doing and how they're using it. And this empowering and unleashing of human creativity is really unprecedented. And we don't know where it's going to take us, but I know it's going to be in very positive and dynamic ways.
That's a very positive note that you're bringing forward. We started this conversation about the future of humanity and civilization. And when we prepared this, we discussed about how human intelligence has brought us so far. And now we have new form of intelligence in front of us. How far do you think we can go in terms of civilization? What else can we create besides agriculture and technology and culture? What else do you imagine we can collectively create? And if we wanted to go there, what should be at our disposition towards that future?
Wow.
It's a loaded question.
Well, so in another version of the slide that I showed about we could have a better civilization, and I talked about health, education, science, I also had the word politics. But people would laugh when I put that up, so I took it off, right? Because it seems so hopeless. But really, that's the core of, I think, a lot of the problems in the world is political failure, coordination failure. We all know this is a sort of prisoner's dilemma that we're in, and we all end up defecting, meaning that we end up with a situation that's worse for everybody instead of cooperating, which means that we're all better off. And there are all kinds of reasons: distrust, miscommunication, the local interests of political leaders to create that distrust and hatred of the other, and all these other reasons that we know about. It's not for want of trying, right? I mean, there are institutes of political theory and institutes of international relations and thousands or maybe even millions of diplomats talking to each other all over the world, and still we fail. So maybe, and it's starting to become almost a sort of a knee-jerk reaction, pick one unsolvable problem, say maybe AI will solve it. But I think there is interesting work on how AI systems can act as intermediaries that guide two parties towards a mutually beneficial solution. I hope that more work will be done in that area, and then I can put politics back on the slide.
So politics will come at the level of agriculture and culture. What about you? What do you imagine contribution of new forms of intelligence will be on our civilization?
Well, when you think about the Sustainable Development Goals and what's happened, this acceleration that's happened in the past year, and rethinking, what is possible in that, given this new reality, is incredibly exciting. I mean, just looking at every aspect of society, what is possible to, provide equal access to education, to opportunities. This empowering force, which we're all experiencing now, is truly one of those moments, those vectors of transformation, which I think forces us to relook at some of the challenges and look for, ways to shorten the cycles and to really make a big impact. And I've never, I've been in technology for 38 years, and I've never seen such things move at this pace or so much opportunity be in front of us. And, we have to remain optimistic. We can't panic. I go back to the Hitchhiker's Guide to Galaxy. Don't panic. Focus on, tangible, realistic solutions that solve problems, but also, marshal this incredible force for creativity and innovation and opportunity.
With these encouraging notes, I'd like to conclude this panel and inviting all of you to ponder on this conversation as insight about the transformation of civilization, and some of these ideas that were shared today, I think, would be a starting point for our global collaboration towards this direction. Join me again to make an applause for our esteemed speakers. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, panelists. That was incredible. Thank you all so much for your time on stage with us. We're going to leave the audience to ask you questions manually, just for timing purposes. The coffee break is important, isn't it, everybody? And we need to make sure that you all get a chance to walk around and refuel and hydrate in time for our next part of the event. Please mingle with your fellow life forms, both organic and otherwise. And later on, around 4 o'clock, we have the future of intelligence. The next wave of AI for good. I'll be giving a closing performance at the piano, and you're all invited to a farewell reception. Not bad, eh? See you in about 40 minutes' time. Thank you. Well, 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 welcome back everybody to this, our final segment for the 2023 ITU Global AI for Good Summit. My goodness, this afternoon we're very, very lucky to have a special guest joining us remotely who was also here in 2019. But to introduce our very special guest, I'm going to introduce a very special person. I'm going to be giving the floor to one of the more awesome humans that I know on the planet. Please, everybody, give a late afternoon, slightly caffeinated welcome to Dr. Reinhard Scholl.
Good morning, Ray. Greetings from Geneva. Very happy to have you here. So,
glad to be here.
I'm, one of the many people who read your books. I actually went to my paper library, and right, this is a book that came out in 1999 called The Age of Spiritual Machines. So let me quickly introduce you, and then we move to our conversation. So Ray Kurzweil is one of the world's leading inventors, thinkers, and futurist. He has a 30-year track record of accurate predictions. He was the principal inventor of the first CCD flatbed scanner, the Omnifont optical character recognition, the first CCD flatbed scanner, the Omnifont optical character recognition, print-to-speech reading machine for the blind, text-to-speech synthesizer, music synthesizer, capable of recreating the grand piano and other orchestral instruments, and commercially marketed large vocabulary speech recognition software. You received the Grammy Award for Outstanding Achievements in Music Technology. You are the recipient of the National Medal of Technology in the United States, and you were inducted into the National Inventors Hall of Fame. You hold 21 honorary doctorates and honors from 3 US presidents. You have written 5 national best-selling books, including The Singularity is Near. I think everyone associates the term singularity with you, Ray. And then in 2012, you wrote How to Create a Mind. Both were New York Times bestsellers. And then more recently, you wrote a book, Danielle, Chronicles of a Superheroine. And this was the winner of multiple young adult fiction awards. You are a principal researcher and AI visionary at Google, and looking at the long-term implications of technology and society. So you will be coming out with a book. It's announced for next year, and it's called The Singularity is Nearer. So your first book in 2005 was The Singularity is Near, and now you're coming out with a book called The Singularity is Nearer. And okay, so let's start. Actually, my first question refers to your suspenders. They're pretty colorful. Right.
Yeah, you don't see very many people wearing hand-painted suspenders anymore.
These are handmade, so these are hand-painted suspenders?
Yeah. A girl named Mel makes them, but I'm the only one who gets them. So.
Okay. Okay. Good. All right. Were you surprised by the capabilities of the large language models that came out in the last 7-8 months or so?
Well, no. I mean, this activity is a prelude to our passing the Turing test. We can talk more about what that means. But in the book you showed, The Age of Spiritual Machines, which came out in '99, I predicted that we would pass the Turing test by 2029. And Stanford was so alarmed at this that they actually held an international conference to talk about my prediction. And 80% of the AI experts that came from around the world agreed with me that a computer would pass the Turing test, but they didn't agree with 30 years. 2029. They thought it would take 100 years. This poll has actually been taken every year. So I've stayed with 2029, still believe that. AI experts started at 100 years. It stayed pretty much said, and lately it's come down. Now the consensus of AI experts around the world is also 2029. So people are agreeing that I was right. But prior to passing a Turing test, you're going to have things like large language models, which emulate human intelligence. There's a few ways that they're not correct. I mean, if you ask one of the popular social large language models, how many E's does the following sentence have? And then you put some sentence in quotes, it actually doesn't get that correct. And that's something that humans can do quite easily. However, you can ask it anything about topics in philosophy or physics or any other field, and it'll give you a very intelligent answer. So in many ways, they're better. I mean, even Einstein didn't understand issues in philosophy and psychology and so on. I mean, so it really has a very broad base, can articulate very quickly. They operate thousands of times faster than a human. So in many ways, it's superior. I mean, when a computer does something, it doesn't just do it at the levels of humans. Like when it played Go, it plays it far better than any human can possibly play it. In fact, Lee Sedol, who's the best human player of Go, said he's not going to play anymore because these machines are so fantastic. So one of the things in passing a Turing test is that you actually have to dumb it down, because if it showed its fantastic knowledge of every different field, you'd know it's a machine. So that's one of the things. But there's also a few things that humans can do easily that they can't quite do. But that's going to be overcome in the next few years. It'll probably be passed prior to 2029.
Okay. Can I ask the colleagues of my technical colleagues to crank up the volume a little bit? Because I have difficulties hearing a bit. Ray, you invented something for the blind, but not yet for the hearing impaired people. So I was asking my colleagues if they can do the volume a little bit louder. Okay.
Well, we do have speech recognition that's quite accurate. So you can speak,
okay, yeah.
and you can actually get a transcription of what people are saying.
Actually, yeah. A colleague of mine said, you know, she was looking for captioning, and I don't see a captioning here, so yeah, that would help. Okay. Good. So, I mean, could you, like half a year ago or so, or like a year ago, you couldn't, I mean, you could say if a machine wouldn't have passed the Turing test, you know, if I speak to a machine and I speak to a computer, I could have easily recognized after, I don't know, 15 minutes or maybe earlier or a bit later that this is a machine. Now you could actually argue I could still make the difference, but it's the human which is, the human responses which are not as great as the answers of the machine. Is that a fair statement?
Well, once a computer masters something, it doesn't just stop at a human level. It goes way past it. Mm-hmm. And that's something that's true for everything. So to pass the Turing test, it would have to be dumbed down. I think it's an important test that if it can actually do everything a human can do, particularly in language. There's another version of Turing test where it would actually have a virtual person who could actually speak and have facial expressions that match what it's talking about. But that's actually no more difficult than mastering human intelligence and language. But these large language models, this is not an alien invasion of intelligent machines coming from Mars. I mean, we create these machines to make ourselves smarter. And if somebody actually uses GPT-4 to write something, I mean, that is, I think, what human beings do. We use tools to make us smarter. And I mean, who here doesn't have their smartphone? I actually did that. 5 years ago, I would ask who here has a smartphone. Only a few hands went up. I did that recently. Like who here does not have their cell phone? Nobody raised their hand. So this is actually an extension. We're actually smarter with this than we would otherwise be. Now it's external, we might lose it. I think it'd be greater if we actually brought it into ourselves so we wouldn't forget it at home. But these things are going to make us smarter. And it's really the rise of intelligence. If you look at the broad scope of evolution on this planet, we're getting more and more intelligent. So 100,000 years ago, we had Homo sapiens, but they were not as smart as us. They didn't have the tools that we have today. So we basically are able to create tools that make us smarter and more capable of doing things that we need.
How do you see the future of large language models? So some people say, some scientists say, like in 5 years, they're maybe not that relevant anymore. How do you see that?
Well, large language models are actually going to go beyond just language. They're already bringing in pictures, videos, and so on. I'll just give you one application. If we apply it to medicine, we can actually simulate biology. And the Moderna vaccine was actually done this way. The Moderna vaccine was created in 2 days. The computer considered billions of different combinations of things that would fight COVID, including mRNA sequences. And it actually went through several billion of them. And it decided on one that was the best. And that was the vaccine. And that's the vaccine we use today. And it was done in 2 days. Now, they actually then went for 10 months to test it on humans, but that's also unnecessary. Rather than testing on 500 biological humans, we could test on 1 million simulated humans. That would be just as good. And, you know, you're much more likely to match one of those than the 500 that they used. And that could also be done in a few days. So rather than taking many years, like up to 10 years, to do these things with humans, we could do it on a computer in a matter of days. And that's where we're going, simulated biology. And some of the techniques that are used in large language models are used for that. And this is actually now the coming wave in medicine. We're going to make fantastic progress in the next few years.
Do you see anything where a computer will eventually not be better than a human being?
No, absolutely not. I mean, sometimes people say, oh, well, emotional intelligence, people have that, and that's more sophisticated than logical intelligence, which is true, but we use the same kind of connections to deal with emotional intelligence, to know how to react to someone else and get into their frame of mind. That just takes more intelligence. It's actually the best thing that we can do, but it is also using the same kinds of connections that we use to make any other decision. So they will have emotional intelligence, and they'll actually react to us. But just like humans, some humans are friendly to us, some humans are not friendly to us. So we have to be mindful of creating things that actually advance our goals. So that's a whole nother issue that we can talk about.
I mean, I read a book review that you wrote in the New York Times a few years back, and then if I may quote here, you said, "The superiority of human thinking lies in our ability to express a loving sentiment, to create and appreciate music, and to get a joke." These are all examples of emotional intelligence. But you're saying the machines, so I thought the humans have emotional intelligence, but machines don't, but you're saying machines will have emotional intelligence.
Yes, absolutely. Reading will make us to be better humans. As I said, it's not an alien invasion of intelligent machines to take us over. So people constantly look at the machines versus us as if they're two separate things. But it's not. I mean, look at how these things are used today. Everybody has a cell phone. Everybody's amplifying their intelligence already. And that's just going to continue. And it's going to become much closer to us.
So my smartphone is an extension of my brain. That's what you're saying. What would be the next step to enhance my...
Well, the next step is to make machines even more intelligent. And that's definitely happening. And it's at a very sharp increase right now in medicine and everything else, and also bringing it closer. So virtual reality is another way in which we're making it closer, but ultimately it'll go inside our brains. And that's a complicated issue, but it doesn't have to connect to the entire brain. It can just connect to the end of the neocortex. The neocortex is kind of organized in a pyramid. And as you go up the pyramid, it's dealing with more and more intelligent subjects. So you only really need to connect at the top level of this pyramid. So, and there's the things that are being experimented with that can do that today. They'll be useful for people who can't communicate, but ultimately it'll enhance our own intelligence. And people say, well, I wouldn't want that. But I mean, who goes around without their cell phone today? People that thought at the beginning of cell phones, well, I don't really need that. But now everybody has one. And it will ultimately make us smarter. These things are part of who human beings are. And we see that already. And that's going to continue.
Could you explain or give us some idea what this would look like? There might be invasive technologies that connect the electrodes inside the brain maybe, and there might be some non-invasive technologies.
I imagine we would take some kind of medication that would have nanobots that go through our bloodstream, and they would find the end of the neocortex and attach themselves there and communicate outside. So you could have then a computer on your body, but more likely really in the cloud, because an advantage of the cloud is it's duplicated. If you put something in the cloud, it's actually multiplied many, many times, and not just in one building. It actually goes through many different buildings. So you could blow up an entire cloud facility and nothing would be lost because the information is duplicated in other centers. So our extension of our brains, I mean, our brain has several actually trillion connections, and that's what gives us intelligence. They're very slow, though, operates at 200 calculations per second. Machines operate at billions of calculations per second. So it can be much, much faster and ultimately know a lot more, as we see with large language models even today. So ultimately, we'll be able to connect to that, and it'll be just part of our thinking. It's just another set of connections. But ultimately, that set of connections that we communicate with outside of our body will be much greater than what we can do in our brains. But that'll just be part of human intelligence.
Can you give a timeline for these scenarios?
Yeah, well, I said we'd pass the Turing test by 2029. I think might be earlier, but I'm sticking with that prediction. So there'll be like large language models. They'll know everything. They won't make sort of stupid mistakes, like they can't count the number of E's in a sentence that you give them. And they'll definitely, and then we'll be able to pass the Turing test by dumbing it down. But ultimately, that will actually give us knowledge of everything. No human being has that today, but it'll be part of our own intelligence. And there's still a whole veil of ignorance that we don't know about. So, I mean, just because if you know everything that humans know, doesn't mean you know everything, because we haven't explored other areas. In the 2030s, we'll be actually merging with this intelligence. So rather than being outside our body, our brain will naturally just be extended. So rather than having a few trillion connections, we'll have thousands of trillions of connections and ultimately be much smarter. But that'll actually help us to explore knowledge that we don't know. And there's still a lot that we don't know.
Okay. Switching topics a little bit, a number, or maybe quite a number of researchers and many people are afraid that AI might, let's just call it, take over the world. Could you describe a scenario how that might happen? I mean, today's language models, they can code, can code pretty well. You could, I guess, give access to them, maybe to your bank account, do things on the internet. So could you give maybe a scenario what it might look like if AI were really to control many things?
Well, I mean, large companies today, really all of them, putting out products in the public domain, They have large efforts to avoid hallucinations, which is inaccurate data, and generally follow socially and morally appropriate ways of conduct. But there are lots of public domain large language models out there that don't necessarily have these controls. It's just like people. I mean, most people actually will advance human intelligence in a positive way, but there's a few that don't do that. And we can't actually necessarily predict that. If you look back in history, I mean, take World War II, the Nazis might have won if they made different decisions. So it's not absolute. We could have bad players use these things to advance their goals. And so the future of human history is not set. I'm optimistic about it, and the singularity is nearer. I show 50 different graphs where everything we care about, child labor and health and all 50 different things have actually been growing every year, every decade. And I believe that will continue. But we still have to be mindful of bad players using these kinds of technologies. And you can demonstrate they could do things in the future that we wouldn't be prepared for. So we actually have to beef up our defenses against that. But that's happening.
I'd like to dig a little bit deeper. Can you give a real world scenario of how that might work? So we have currently the large language models, and so how would that work? That AI would take over control?
Well, there's lots of scams right now where people use computers to create things that are inaccurate or socially inappropriate and put them out. And we have some defenses against that. But if you actually use a very intelligent large language model, it could do that much more sophisticatedly. And even some of the smaller ones, well, they're not as good as the large ones that the big companies have. 50% of their output could actually not be told from an innocent output. So we're going to have to beef up our defenses against that. One way of doing that is to identify who's putting things out. And if you notice that they're putting out things that are inaccurate and so on, then you wouldn't give them permission to influence other people. But that gets to be fairly complicated, but I think that's the direction we're going to go in.
Okay. So how seriously should we take this problem that researchers call alignment problem? Let's call it making sure that the robots don't do things that we don't want them to do. Researchers seem to get somewhat ridiculed who think this is a very serious problem, and other researchers say we should rather put our resources into known problems like disinformation, misinformation, disinformation, bias. So how serious should we take the problem that AI may go havoc?
Well, we should take it very seriously because these machines are coming. There's no way of avoiding that. We actually want responsible actors to have the most intelligence so they can combat misuse of the intelligence. I mean, there was a letter that went around that we should stop AI development for 6 months so we can figure out what's happening. That would be a very bad idea because the bad uses of these technologies would still advance, and then the responsible people would not have ways of combating it. Of course, that's not happening, but it's really different people have different ideas about what they want to do in the world, and some of them are bad actors, and we have to continue to combat that. And it's going to be on a very sharp increase in intelligence, both the good actors and the bad actors. I mean, I make the case in the singularity is near, despite all of these misuses of technology, everybody is better in terms of wealth, in terms of health, and 50 different things that I cite, despite the bad actors. So the history is actually pretty promising on this part.
We had Yuval Harari on the program yesterday, and he said that every company should be required to, say, invest 20% in safety research. And then I mentioned this to Stuart Russell today, and he reminded me that nuclear plants, they invest pretty much everything, like 99% into safety research. What do you think about making it a requirement for companies to put a certain amount of their money into safety research, and what amount would be a reasonable amount?
Well, for large companies that put out the best large language models, they're putting a very substantial, I'd say it's more than half, into safety, avoiding hallucinations, avoiding socially inappropriate comments, and making sure that they're used for proper purposes. So it's a huge amount of effort being done really by every large company, because they'll be liable if they don't do that. So it's not like we're not doing anything. I mean, these large language models are very heavily tested, but there are some large language models, not quite as big, being used by bad actors that are public domain, and they can be used to manipulate facts and so on. And that's going to be a problem. It's a problem today. But nonetheless, we're making progress, I think, in the overall quality of life of most people.
The open source language models are pretty powerful. And I guess you could argue a good thing about open source language models is they help democratize AI, so you don't depend on big tech, large language models. The downside of it, that as you say, it may fall into the wrong hands. Seems like one have to square a circle. Is there a way out of it?
There's no way out of it. And I mean, a lot of predictions of the future take today's large language models and just assume nothing's going to happen. And that's been true at every different point. People assume that the current technology is just going to remain and ignore the fact that it's really on a very sharp increase. So large companies are already fighting to fight abuse of large language models, which is feasible, but can be combated. But that's not good. But 3 years from now, it's going to be a whole different type of technology, and you're going to have to reinvent it. And that's what we do with technology. It's just a lot faster now. When the railroad came, it completely displaced lots of jobs, and things were very dramatically different. But it took decades for that to happen. Now it happens in a matter of months. So it's very, very quick. But we also have tools to combat it. I'm optimistic, and I make that case with the history of technology, but it's going to be very, very fast.
Yeah. I mean, if you say it'll take time, I think it was maybe also Yuval Harari who made the point that the Industrial Revolution, also caused the Second World War, the World Wars, and so humanity made quite a number of mistakes, and I mean, we can't really afford that with AI. We have to get it right the first time.
But look at wars today. I mean, we get very upset, rightly so, at wars that kill hundreds, maybe thousands of people. But you go back, 80 years or something to World War II, we had 50 million people die in wars in World War II, just in Europe, and many other places as well. We don't have wars like that anymore, because actually the weapons are more precise, and they don't have all the kinds of collateral damage that we did 80 years ago. So actually, you can look at the scale of war; it's actually going down. On the other hand, we still have lots of nuclear weapons. That's not really discussed very much. That could blow up everybody. That's not an AI technology. So we have to. So I mean, the future is not foretold. I mean, things could go wrong. But I make the case that even during World War II, things continued to go better. I mean, if you look at my graph, if we can put that up, This is a graph I created of the power of AI intelligence. Is it up? No. And so this is an exponential graph. So a straight line means exponential growth, and it's 80 years of exponential growth. The first 40 of this, nobody was following this. So it's not like, well, we have to get to this level next year. Nobody knew that it was happening, and yet it nonetheless grew exponentially. So I started about 40 years ago. I created this graph, half of it, and then projected it out, and we're right on that track. The first one on there, it did 0.000007 calculations per second per dollar. The last one on here does 50 billion calculations per dollar, and that allows large language models. Large language models didn't exist until maybe a couple of years ago because we didn't have enough computation to do it. And this has a mind of its own. It's going to continue. And that's where all these advantages of computer technology come from. Actually started in World War II. The very first two computers there were done by a German, Zuse. He was not a Nazi, but it was presented to the Nazi government. They turned it down. They didn't see any advantage of computation. That was not important. The third one was Colossus, created by Turing and his colleagues. And that was taken very seriously by Churchill. And they actually then used it to decode all the Nazi messages. So every Nazi message that was sent, Churchill and his colleagues were able to read. And that accounted actually for the British to win the Battle of Britain, which otherwise they would not have won because they were outgunned, but they actually knew what the other people were doing. So there's lots of stories on this line, but this is what's driving computer technology. And this kind of exponential growth is not just true of computers, it's true of every type of technology.
Okay. What would be technological solutions to fight the disinformation problem?
Well, I mean, for one thing, we have search engines. I mean, if you look at the major search engines, Bing and Google search and so on, they're really very accurate. Most people abide by them. You can actually check all the facts put out by a large language model in a search engine, and that's actually being done. So that actually combats this type of misinformation that's put out. Now, again, people on their own can do something different, and they can actually purposely put out something that certain vaccines don't work and you'd be terrible to use them. So we can't control everything. And it's actually a good thing that these are decentralized, so you're not giving too much power to large companies. But they do actually use technology we have already, which is pretty good at identifying falsehood from truth.
Can you give some details? Can you give some details?
Well, I mean, I don't want to get into comparing one company against another, but all these major companies, Microsoft, Google, and so on, use their own search engines to actually check what the large language models are checking. And I mean, I've used them now many thousands of times. I've never seen anything that's inaccurate. However, I'm not the only person. Hundreds of millions of people and ultimately billions of people will be using this. And if you go over the whole thing, sometimes it's going to say something that's inaccurate. And then that gets promoted virally and people get very upset about it. But it's really actually pretty accurate. So I think it's a manageable problem, at least by the big company large language models.
Okay. Switching topics again a bit, a big topic, not just at this conference, but overall is the topic of AI governance and perhaps international AI governance. What are your thoughts? I mean, there have been frameworks around for many years, hundreds or thousands or tens of thousands, and they all sound pretty similar. What would, let's get a level deeper. What would be good regulatory requirements?
Well, the Asilomar conference, which was decades ago on biotech, has served to be pretty good at avoiding problems with biotech. You can certainly create something in biologically that could kill people and so on, and yet we haven't seen that. And most of the things that are coming out are positive for humanity. So there actually was a Asilomar conference at the same place on AI ethics, and we came up with some things there. It requires judgment to actually implement them. But the fact is, it's not the case that there's no AI regulation. For example, one case is to create medical ethics so that we can actually make very rapid progress in overcoming cancer and other diseases using simulated biology. But you can't say there's no regulation in medicine. I mean, even if you use AI, and everything's going to be using AI, there's tremendous amount of regulation. In fact, I think it's too strong. I know people who could have used a drug and they weren't able to get it. And then 6 months after they died, that drug became available and could help them. So I think, if anything, regulation is too strict, but there's definitely regulation in that area. And in fact, there's regulation in every area. I mean, the amount of regulations goes on for hundreds of thousands of pages of regulation that people have to follow. And so we don't just put out a product. It goes into, it's just filled with all kinds of liabilities and so on, and people really take that seriously. And that's really where the regulation comes from. I mean, these products don't just go out in the world. They're used in other areas which have tremendous amount of regulation.
What about requiring large language models to undergo a safety check before they are deployed? There was this open letter or open letters, maybe to put a moratorium on the development of large language models, but I guess that's just not practical. Development, you don't stop development, but you could stop, or you could put requirements on the deployment. So you distinguish development from deployment. You could ask a company to run certain safety checks before they actually deploy a model.
Well, they absolutely do that. I mean, they don't put these things out without checking it. I mean, if they had a tremendous amount of false information and information that would be inappropriate and telling people who are considering suicide, well, why don't you try that? Which actually happened once, but didn't happen again. So there's a tremendous amount of checking these things before they go out. But at least that's true of large companies. There are things where people actually change them to put out false information that they believe. So we see that today. There's a constant battle between people who misuse these things. And that's not going to go away. And that's why we don't want to stop it, because we use very intelligent language models to combat the abuse with smaller language models that common people might have and put out to influence people in a negative way. And if we stop the development, we won't actually have those larger language models to help us. And anyway, it's useless. I mean, people in Iran or China will continue to develop them. Nobody's going to follow not developing these things. We actually need more intelligent weapons on the side of truth and so on.
Okay, let me switch again some of the topic. What would you recommend young people who finish high school and who would like to go to college? What would you recommend that they study?
Right. Well, it's actually kind of an old-fashioned advice, which is to find something that you have a passion for. So whether it's music or art or science or physics or psychology and so on, really get into that and appreciate what's good and bad about it. And then as we have more powerful tools, we'll actually make more progress, and you can appreciate that. But I wouldn't say go for coding, for example, because coding ultimately will be overcome by machines. I mean, already something like a third of the code that's produced is already created by machines, and that's only going to increase. But you have to appreciate what we can do with this, and we'll ultimately have more tools to advance that. So find your passion. Some people have multiple passions. My father had one passion, which was music. My mother was a great artist. And that's really what you should try to do.
I'm trying to challenge you on this advice. I read an article, I think it was also in New York Times a few weeks ago, where the author said, it was an opinion piece, that following your heart is not necessarily the best advice, because the problem with following your passion or your heart is that you may fall back into cultural assigned roles. So, you know, maybe women may not necessarily think of going into physics, but so they might go into roles like psychology or the social sciences, because that's what sort of culturally is expected of them. So they've said it's actually not good advice not necessarily good advice to follow your heart.
Well, I mean, I don't necessarily agree with that. If your heart is in it, you're likely to do more creative work and appreciate it more. And the idea of people choosing something that's really not something they care about because they think society will reward efforts in that area, I don't think it's good advice. Because the tools to create more intelligent technology in every single thing we do is going to increase. And there's not such thing as taking a safe view. We will have a lot more money. I show that in the book. There's actually a straight line that shows the increase in the amount of money we have. So I think people will be okay, even if they choose the wrong thing, because it's going to be a lot of money. In fact, today already, there's a lot of social safety programs, which we didn't have 100 years ago. The very first safety program, say in the United States, was Social Security, which happened in the 1930s. So 90 years ago, that was the very first thing. There was actually nothing from the government that would help you. Now there's a lot of programs. It's not perfect. I think by the time we get to 2030s, we'll have something like residual income for people that need it, because we'll be able to afford that.
If you could design the curriculum for high school students, how would you design it? Would you redesign it? What's currently being taught?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of education in general hasn't changed much in 100 years. And a lot of it is actually memorizing rote things. If you want to study history and you actually get into history of warfare and so on, people learn certain facts, but it doesn't really, they don't care about them because they just have to learn it to pass the test. Ultimately, if people really care about what they're studying, they'll advance it because they have a passion for it. So, I mean, there's been attempts. Montessori actually has a pretty good way of finding out what turns them on and teaching them that. I think we need to really focus on the human brain. And even at childhood, the human brains are going to be amplified already by technology. I mean, I come over and visit my grandchildren, that's 3, 9, and 11 years old, and they're all on their computers and they're all having a good time. It's actually advancing their education. So I would try to find out what people care about and learn that.
Okay. One last question. Could you give us a prediction that we could verify or falsify for the next, take your pick, 2 or 3 years? What is it that you foresee?
Well, if you follow, for example, large language models, which I think is the best example of AI, they're really quite remarkable. You can have a very intelligent discussion with them about anything. So nobody on this planet, Einstein, Freud, and so on, could do that. They might know something about their own field, but it's actually pretty remarkable. And this is being advanced such that every month it gets better and better. 3 years from now, these things will be quite exciting. I'm saying 2029, that's 6 years from now. I think passing the Turing test will happen sooner. Turing test really measures kind of a human level of activity. These circuits actually operate at billions of calculations per second, whereas our connections in our brain, I mean, we have trillions of these connections, and that gives us some intelligence, but they operate at 200 calculations per second. So obviously these machines can be much faster and so on. But again, it's not us versus the machines. We create these machines to make ourselves smarter, and we already connect with them. Generally, the connections is outside of ourselves, but it's still part of who we are. And ultimately, it'll go inside our brain. It'll be part of who we are. Ultimately, most of the connections that we use will be outside ourselves. The cloud is useful because it actually is backed up. So it's not actually subject to warfare. You could blow up an entire building and all the information would still be there because it's separated among different places. And that's even going to get greater in the years ahead.
Thanks very much, Ray. We're at the end of our interview, so I will be looking forward. I think we'll be looking forward to the publication of your book. It's called The Singularity is Nearer, and coming out next year. So maybe we have you on our event again next year. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, John.
Thank you very much, Reinhard. That was amazing. It was a fantastic session, and thank you to Ray as well. Now I'm just going to stand over here while some people do a little bit of hard work removing the unbelievably dense table from the stage there. And in fact, one of my first keyboards was the Kurzweil K2000, and I loved that thing because it had the best string pads I'd ever heard. This was a long time ago. My background in sound engineering and electronic music goes back way further than you'd think with a face like this. Anyhow, what have we got coming up? Well, we do have a couple of fantastic things coming up later. We have a panel shortly, and we are also going to have a little miniature closing ceremony. We've got the reception this evening as well, which includes some more AI music performances. That's going to be absolutely great. And of course, we've got our panel now. We're going to, hang on, it's a bit late. Here we go. Yes, it's time to welcome our moderator on for this panel. It's on the next wave of AI for good. And then we're going to hear a few other things after that. I'll just check our panel is ready and our moderator is ready. There they are. Brilliant. All right, everybody. Let's give a near the end of the day, but still energetic welcome. I can see you're all ready for this. Please give me a very nice round of applause that I can then pass on to Jennifer Woodard.
We ready? Yeah. Hi, everybody. Welcome to our final panel. I'm glad you're here. I don't think you'll be disappointed. We have some amazing speakers here on the stage that will be coming to the stage in just a bit. I'm going to sit down here, and I'm going to invite our distinguished speakers to join us one by one. I would like to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Jürgen Larber. He is the ambassador and permanent representative of the Permanent Mission of Switzerland to the United Nations. Your Excellency, are you here? Not yet? Okay. I'm sure he will join us. Then we have Wendell Wallach. He's a Carnegie Fellow and co-director of the AI and Equality Initiative for the Carnegie Council for Ethics in International Affairs. Welcome, Wendell. Hi again. Take a seat wherever you like. And we have, once again with us, Gary Marcus, renowned scientist, best-selling author, and serial entrepreneur, and also an NYU professor. Welcome, Gary. Welcome back. Yeah. And we also have a very special guest, Karishma Muthukumar. She's a cognitive science graduate from the University of California at Irvine. Welcome. Welcome to the stage. We'll also be joining Professor Joanna Batstone. She's the director of the Monash Data Futures Institute. Joanna? And I think we're just waiting for the ambassador. Are we waiting for the ambassador? Yes? Okay. I'll just get a little bit closer to you. So we're not as many as expected. Okay. So maybe we can just get started with a few introductions. It would be great if you just kind of go around and introduce each of you. I know some of you don't need much of an introduction. We've been talking to you over the past several days, but that might be a good way to just start us off. Karishma.
Yeah, so hi, my name is Karishma Muthukumar. I just graduated from the University of California, Irvine. I majored in cognitive science, and I'm really passionate about empathy AI, both in the architecture and trying to make AI more empathetic, and also in its applications and trying to apply empathy and artificial intelligence and to be able to combine that for empathetic applications.
Amazing. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. I'm Joanna Batstone. I'm a professor at Monash University, where I lead the Monash Data Futures Institute. And we represent about 500 researchers across Monash with an interest in all things related to artificial intelligence and data science. We're particularly interested in the intersection of the arts, humanities, and social sciences, societal perspective of AI, put together with the technology investments that we're making with science, technology, engineering, maths, and medicine. We're very focused on AI for health, AI for climate and sustainability. It's a pleasure to be here today.
I'm Gary Marcus. For the first time publicly, I can say I'm the CEO of the Center for the Advancement of Trustworthy AI, which has only been launched today. I loved hearing the phrase cognitive science, because that's what I am as a cognitive scientist. By which the way I think of that is the kind of scholar who takes any field that is necessary in order to get to an answer, a question about the human mind, and ultimately that led me to the artificial mind. What can we learn from psychology, philosophy, linguistics, and so forth in order to make AI better? And in recent times, I have taken that a degree further towards policy, which is ultimately a function of human psychology and how we can make all that stuff work at the intersection of AI.
Great, thanks, Gary. Wendell?
So I'm Wendell Wallach, and I have been in the ethics and governance of emerging technologies for more than 20 years now. There was a time when there may have been 100 or 200 people on the planet who even cared about the kinds of subjects we're dealing with today. My primary role these days, or identity, is as a Carnegie Uhuru Scholar at the Carnegie Council for Ethics and International Affairs. And there I started an AI and equality project with Anya Kasperson. I wanted to call it AI and Structural Inequality, but we tried to give it a positive twist.
Okay, thank you, Wendell. So I'm going to start with a question for all of you. You can just chime in. Whoever would like to take the question, just ask me. So I wanted to ask you, so two recurring themes of the AI for Good conference this year have been how to mitigate risks and how to seize the opportunities that AI affords us. So in your opinion, what are the biggest risks and where do you see the greatest opportunities? Who would like to tackle this one?
I can start. The biggest near-term risk, I think, is misinformation, deliberately created misinformation using large language as a tool to disrupt things like democracies and markets. We've already seen some of this, of both. We're going to see a lot more as people realize that they can make money by using misinformation and as they can disrupt elections. Of course, misinformation is not new, but the volume in which we can do it is phenomenal. I think the single biggest use case so far, although I take it with a little bit of grain of salt, is automatic coding, helping coders write code. I think there's a lot of deferred maintenance there, and we'll see whether that code stands the test of time. But it has certainly, at least temporarily, improved the productivity of programmers, and we don't have enough programmers, and that's a good thing.
Okay.
Sorry, it's a good thing that we can improve their productivity. Not
Yes,
that
of
we
course.
don't have enough of them,
Of
just
course.
to be clear.
Wendell?
Go ahead, please.
Okay, Joanna.
So I wanted to put out a different perspective around opportunity. We'll come back to risk, but in the context of opportunity, I think one of the things that we've heard in this last 2 days is the tremendous opportunity around artificial intelligence for health, for human well-being, for the ability to live and thrive in healthy communities. And so for me, that's a tremendously optimistic view of the opportunities of AI ahead of us. But it brings also the conversation back to the ethics of AI and what does it mean to be able to put together solutions for the medical profession, for the healthcare profession, in the context of ethical approaches and ethical treatments. And so for me, both the opportunity for AI and healthcare also means we need to look at some of the risks if we don't take forward our solutions in a very thoughtful and ethical manner.
Okay. Oh, Korishma.
Yeah, so I see a huge opportunity for youth in AI. So there was actually a UNICEF study done and showed that youth believe that a lot of decisions surrounding AI are very adult-centric. Right. And so that kind of tells that there is a need to kind of involve the youth, especially because this is affecting the future generations. And I think that also AI education, especially, so it was found that youth find out about AI and learn about AI through their peers and through their homes and not their schools. And so I think there's a huge opportunity to be able to integrate that into the school curriculum and to bring into a formal curriculum just for AI.
Absolutely.
So my concern is less about the technology itself and what this moment represents. My concern for years has been whether we are going to lose control of the technologies we're developing, whether they're going to get deployed with decisions being made that really don't have all of our input, whether we're creating a future that may serve the interests of certain companies and individuals, but maybe doesn't serve the interests of all of us, or may even serve the interests of those of us who live in Europe or America, or perhaps China or something like that. But the global south has actually no voice and is being dramatically affected by them. So let's understand where we are in the history of technology policy. Technology policy has been dumbfounded for decades now by two problems. One problem, and the pacing problem is about the speed at which technologies are deployed and how much faster it is than our ability to deal with the socio-technical ramifications, the legal, ethical issues of those technologies. So that's one problem, and the other problem has been what's been called the Collingridge dilemma, because David Collingridge brought it to light in 1980, and he pointed out that it is easiest to shape the trajectory of a technology early in its development, but often early in its development, you don't know what the problems are. So the technology you try to shape it later on, but by the time you try to shape it, it is so deeply entrenched in the socio-technical fabric that you have actually very little influence over it. So social media, I think, is the perfect example of that. The difficulty we have today is there is a collapse of the adoption curve. 100 million people were using ChatGPT within 2 months. Took years for Netflix and cell phones and all kinds of other technologies to be adapted. So here we are reacting to it after the fact, and not only that, the companies that began deploying generative AI knew that generative AI violated the UNESCO ethical guidelines. So we are in this inflection point. We're in this moment of history where technologies are going to be deployed at some exponential pace, as Ray Kurzweil just pointed out to us, or we're going to take hold of our future. And the question is how quickly we're going to take hold of it, what we're going to do, whether we are going to put frameworks in place where we nudge the trajectory of emerging technologies onto a humanly sustainable course.
Okay, thank you, Wendell. And kind of building off your first point about inequality, it's something that's come up a lot over the course of this conference. I wanted to talk about how we deal with the issue of access to connectivity, to digital literacy, and to your point, Karishma, how do we deal with that, and how do we guarantee that everybody's actually at the table when it comes to AI?
So one of the observations that I've had is often when we talk about the global south, we are thinking about countries, often lower middle income countries as well. Well, I've come here from Australia, which is also in the global south, and one of the things that I've observed in this conference is how hard it is for us as a global community to be aware of what's going on in our global community. Right. And as we think about access to technology, how do we share the insights and the knowledge that we've gained? And certainly for me, being part of this really great global community of practitioners is a start for how we can start to think about sharing assets, sharing capability, and reaching out. We heard some great stories this week of applications to bring technology into underserved countries, countries that don't have access to technology. I think about when the mobile phone was first created, suddenly it transforms the way that we can think about doing microbanking in sub-Saharan Africa. So new technology brings us new opportunities to engage in different ways. And I think the opportunity for us is to think through, for whatever country we live in, how can we provide value and benefit for those that are somewhere different from us, and to recognize each one of us has a completely different perspective of what life means if you're living in New York, or you're living in Melbourne, Australia, or you're living in Pittsburgh. Each one of us brings that different perspective, and so how do we then share that knowledge base and enable us to think about the benefits of humanity?
Right. Anyone else?
I'll just add a version of the worry, which is large language models are very data hungry. They need a lot of data to operate. And that has the natural consequence that they work best in languages in which there's a lot of data, and it has the natural consequence that in languages in which there's not as much data, you have a problem. And so you have an expansion of inequality because people who operate in languages that are already well resourced and have lots of money involved are going to be able to do things that people in other countries speaking other languages are not. So a very serious concern.
Right. And I think another thing that we've talked about a lot over the course of the past 2 days is just having this broad cross-stakeholder approach, you know, tech companies, researchers, communities like this, the UN itself. And I wanted to ask you, how can these types of collaborations actually be scaled? Like, we're here today, we're all collaborating, we're all kind of coming together, but how do you scale this at a global level? Anyone want to take that?
Well, let me chime in first. I mean, one of the things that's really important is that we've got the right style of engagement and interaction between the different types of stakeholders. Within our audience here, we've had industry, we've had government, we've had startup companies, some academic engagement with researchers from universities, but getting the right patterns in place for how to scale those collaborations and interactions does require us to think about not just operating within our own sphere of influence, but being willing to engage in understanding how do you take technology from a research lab at a university and create that new startup company. But that model of scale really does require this cooperation against those different domains and different use cases.
I'll add one thing, and maybe Wendell's going to speak, which is I think it's important that we universally agree that there's a moral commitment to not just having governments and companies at the table. And I think that's the default. You look at the photo opportunities, and it's usually the governments together with the companies, the kind of big stars running the companies. There was actually a government official not in this room that I spoke to, and I made this point about the scientists being there, and this person said, well, nobody cares about the scientists. That's just like your little niche topic. Well, we have to make sure it's not just our little niche topic, that the whole world understands that we need scientists, social scientists, ethicists, people from civil society at the table. Not to say that the governments and the companies shouldn't be there, they should, but we have to all agree that that is stakes here, you must do that. And that it's important for all of us because otherwise you wind up with regulatory capture. And so we really all need this and we all need to emphasize it. So part of scale is recognition of the value.
Bueno?
So we've got a fundamental problem here, and I don't think there's an easy answer. We may be agreeing in this room that the Sustainable Development Goals represent the world we want to get to. But the political economy of the world we are in is not necessarily supportive of that. Or it's only supportive of that to the extent that the largesse of the foundations of those who are getting wealthy from digital technologies are willing to contribute to scaling the technologies in a way where they do become accessible to everyone, or they do support the needs of those who may not be able to remunerate that support in the same way that those of us in the digital north are able to. And I think we're talking about the need for a fundamental shift in the value structure. One of the problems with the value structure that is intrinsic to the digital economy is there's usually one winner in every field. And the capital gains go to those of us who have stocks in those companies, in those winners. And that's deeply problematic in terms of the distribution of the resources to realize the Sustainable Development Goals. And furthermore, we have created an economy whereby those who have the capital get to make decisions and not necessarily be responsible to the society as a whole, or are only responsible to the society as a whole to the extent that they elect to be responsible, that they elect to be charitable in what they do with their capital. And this is deeply problematic. We've created this situation right now where companies are allowed to engage in human subject research with very little constraints and very little pressure to even pay tax dollars to their own countries, let alone to their ability to contribute to the needs of the world economy. I think there's something fundamentally unethical here. And I'd like to suggest that we need to create a commitment to a new form of ethics. And why do we need a new form of ethics? And excuse me if I'm going to take another minute here to try and make this clear here. But up to now, we have ethics that say this is absolutely good or this is perfect, and we choose between these binary options. But at the moment, we're living in a world that is so complex that the issues we are confronting have a confluence of different values that descend upon each challenge. And there's not one solution, or there's not one clear right solution, but there may be many choices. Each of those choices has trade-offs. At some point, we are going to pick, or a company is going to pick, what it thinks is the best solution. But we need to reset our ethics so it's not enough to pick what you think is the best solution, but in picking that solution, you have some responsibility to ameliorate the trade-offs, the downsides of the solution you are picking. And if we don't shift to that kind of ethics, I think we're going to have a fundamental problem getting through this, not just AI age, this convergence of new emerging technologies.
Thanks, Wendell. Rishma, did you want to follow up with something?
Yeah, I just wanted to briefly add, I also think that global platforms like the ITU and conferences like this is really a beginning, and to make AI to make us feel more connected, and to help AI help humans feel more connected. I think that it really starts with connections like these ones, and the connections that go beyond this room and beyond this space. And so I'd say that it's definitely dialogues with diverse perspectives, just like you were mentioning, with diverse stakeholders, to really be able to start this dialogue and to kind of explore that field.
I'm so glad you mentioned that, Karishma, because I was just about to ask, for this type of a broad stakeholder collaboration, a global collaboration, what do you see the role of agencies like the ITU and the UN and Geneva as a whole in all of these stakeholder conversations? Anyone want to tackle that one?
I didn't hear.
The role of the UN in the global collaboration that we're talking about now, how we can actually scale this. What is the role of the UN, specifically Geneva, for this type of a collaboration?
I feel like you should ask the people from the UN that are here. And then I feel a little hesitant to answer, but I would say that part of it is there's an enormous moral authority and an enormous scope across the world. And so there's a kind of convening authority to get so many people to the table to talk that nobody else really has. And so I think the answer begins there. I think Doreen is going to close and will probably give us a better answer shortly.
Yeah, I think also we can turn the question around a little bit and say, like, what would you ask of our community, of the ITU, of the AI for Good community? What could actually be contributed beyond just this event for this type of a collaboration?
Well, one thing I would add is the word trust. I think the brand of the United Nations and the ability to convene these communities is because of a sense of trust. Right. And as we think about how do we advance AI as a technology, we have to be able to trust not just in the technology itself, but in the application of the technology. And so the opportunity to convene groups like this, to bring in multiple agencies, the World Health Organization, the different UN agencies, with ITU, to think about standards and classifications, fundamentally means we have to be able to trust not just the technology, but trust that we are implementing and developing the technology in a way that will be beneficial to society and not at risk. And so trust for me is a big part of what the opportunity is by convening a group like this.
Right, great. Mandel?
I mean, the UN is clearly the one body in the world that represents the world as a whole. The difficulty is it's got a mixed reputation. For those who know, on the level of the ITU or UNESCO or on the level of agencies, it is doing unbelievably good work in the world. But we also hear the cacophony between the nations and the difficulty in coming to consensus as to how we are going to proceed with major issues. So we have left cyber warfare without any clear framework. We do have the IPCC, which is at least a step toward dealing with climate change. But at the moment, the United States is discovering that it's burning up, let alone northern Canada burning up. So we do not have the full participation of countries in solving these issues. Now, I happen to think that we need a global organization to deal with the multitude of challenges that artificial intelligence is bringing onto the table. And the problem is, how do we get there, and what role will the UN play in it? I would love to have the UN playing a leading role. But I think the reality is also that we don't know whether the UN can move quickly enough, and we have a small window at the moment where governance is on the table, and that may disappear if we don't move quickly. That's number one. And number two, we have actually a vast variety of organizations jumping into this governance space with standards that are domain specific and so forth. We don't even know what's going on. There is no coordination, there's no cooperation, there's no report even coming out to say what is the state of AI in the world today. And we have all these disagreements about whether we should be concerned today about artificial general intelligence or algorithmic bias or the embedding of AI in control systems. So we need to at least start painting a picture, developing a conversation of cooperation, if not actual coordination, and we really need it yesterday. So my hope is that part of what's coming out of this gathering we've had over the last few years is a recognition that this is on the table, and that recognition passes on to our leaders so that they begin to understand this is not one of those issues that you should be ignoring. because I think we all know it's going to be one more issue that if we don't deal with now and relatively quickly, the next generation is going to look back at this moment and just shake its head and say, what were these people thinking?
Go ahead, Krishma.
Yeah, so I also think that the UN has a role in kind of shaping the frameworks, and so artificial intelligence for good is kind of this kind of up-and-coming concept, and so what is good, right, and how can we define that? And so I think that the Sustainable Development Goals of the UN are definitely a great framework, a great starting point to be able to define what is good and what are some of these, targetable goals that we can actually be able to achieve.
Thank you. And getting kind of back into the topic of governance, which has come up a lot, Gary specifically, I'd like to know what you think a potential role of the UN could be in the governance area. Could the UN play an active role in global AI governance?
I mean, absolutely. There's lots of political compromises that need to be made, so nothing is inevitable. But I think that the UN is well positioned to take a leadership role. I like the SDGs proposal of moving towards some kind of international AI governance. I had advocated for something similar in The Economist with Anka Royal, who's here, earlier in April, and I would love to see that happen. I think realistically we want to hedge our bets. We want to look at a lot of different possibilities. I'm trying to see what I can do with philanthropy from the outside and in collaboration with the UN. But absolutely, I think there's enormous opportunity. I'm also working with lots of national governments and trying to get them to do their own things and trying to get them to be positively disposed towards international governance, in part because it is a cooperative, collaborative thing to make it all work. But for sure, the UN should be trying and is trying, and that's great.
Yeah, and what you said, Jonah, about trust, I think that's really, really important. The role that the UN will play is actually kind of more of a stamp of approval, even for a global vision of kind of AI for good. So yeah, I think it would be amazing. So I wanted to ask you, Karishma, I'm gonna ask you, I'm gonna put you on the spot. So we've talked a lot about the role of AI in education, and how do you think we can kind of level the playing field? We're talking about digital literacy, technologies that are moving really fast. Not everybody has access to understanding how these technologies work. What do you think we need to do to make sure that happens?
Yeah, so I think that a lot of the success and potential around AI is actually a social concept, and to be able to bring that into society, to identify a need and to be able to fill a gap in society. And so I'd say that the literacy really starts with the schools, and to be able to bring AI curriculum into the schools. Just like I mentioned, AI is kind of learned through the peers and through their homes, but not through their schools. And so I'd say that it's kind of a difficult concept also to be able to define AI and to be able to kind of explain it in a way that's understandable for the youth and a way that resonates, because when you think of AI, it's typically like the Terminator or Iron Man, right? And so it's kind of it's definitely it's going to require an intergenerational dialogue, and to be able to really bring together all of the greatest minds to be able to think of how can we create a curriculum that really works.
Yeah, and that actually brings me to a conclusion that we had on one of our roundtables yesterday, which was someone said it's our responsibility as a generation to chart the path of AI for the next generation. What do you think that would look like? And this is a question for any of you. How do we chart the path? What would that path look like?
Well, one of the things I think is really interesting about cognitive science is understanding how we learn. And so as we think about education, I mean, it really does start with understanding how does the childhood brain acquire knowledge, different styles of learning. And I think what we've seen with artificial intelligence is we can start to think about different ways of delivering education that are more suited to the cognitive style and learning of the human brain. So different ways of delivering education. Digital literacy is absolutely important. And to your point, Wendell, if we're ignoring the next generation coming along, then we put ourselves at real risk. So I think education, starting at the earliest age, is fundamentally important. But the cognitive science aspects of truly understanding how we learn and how we can acquire knowledge, and how we can acquire knowledge in different languages with support from technology as well, is something I think we'll see fundamental changes over the next few years.
Thank you. Gary?
I think that a different way of thinking about all of this is there's a tension right now between what's called fostering innovation and regulation. I think it's a false tension. I think that we can actually foster innovation by having regulation that ups the game of Silicon Valley and says, you need to make your AI trustworthy and reliable. But the rhetoric is being couched as like every bit of regulation that we have will stifle innovation and then the West will lose to China. This is kind of lurking always in the background. And I think, you think forward a decade and we will look back and either we will have come up with a regime that keeps people safe and leads to a just and fair world without too much inequality, or a world where we were so concerned with that race that a few companies, own the world, basically, have disproportionate influence on our lives. And I think there might be a lot of regret in the same way that there is around social media that we didn't quite get that right, partly because we were making a clean, easy path, like let's say in the US, for those social media companies to grow. We gave them that path, and we're suffering for it. So I hope we don't make the same mistakes twice.
Right.
I think Doreen really framed it well in the opening comment and in her opening introduction, and I think it applies to every subject we're talking about here. It's not that they're just two paths, AI for good or AI for bad, but the problem is that everything is sitting on that edge in terms of whether AI is really going to serve to the benefit of humanity or it is really going to be make things worse. And that's true of education, and that's true philosophically. If AGI is the name of the game, then we are aggrandizing computational intelligence and we are demeaning human intelligence. But do you mind if I ask the audience a question?
Go right ahead.
So you've all been here for a few days and you've been debating this out. We're beyond the first AI for good when everybody was positive and optimistic. And I would just like to ask you a question that I have been asking audiences for years, actually. When you think about the next 20 years, will the benefits of AI far outweigh the detriments, or will the detriments outweigh the benefits? So first let me ask you, how many of you, please raise your hand, make a choice here. How many of you think the benefits will outweigh the detriments? And how many of you feel the detriments will outweigh the benefits? See, this is a fascinating question because it's always a question of who the audience is that you ask that. But I want to ask a third question, if you don't mind, or give you a third option. How many of you still think it could go either way? That's the winner, isn't it? That it could still go either way, and it's still predicated on the choices that we make today, the actions we take, and whether we have the will and courage to take those actions, or whether we're going to abrogate the future to the inevitabilists or those in power.
I literally would not be here if I didn't think otherwise. The reason I'm spending all of my time at meetings like this and meeting with governments and so forth is exactly because I think that answer is not decided yet, and that if we make the right choices, we can get to a positive outcome.
So, talking about the future, last question. I want to ask you guys, what can we expect by the next edition of AI for Good? What will have happened between now and July of 2024 in AI? What are your predictions?
How about, one can make a prediction, but I'll put it in a different way, which is if we play our cards right, we will seize this moment in individual countries like the US, where I'm from, and at the global level, seize this moment where people realize something needs to be done, and we will actually get something done. If we don't play our cards right, we'll have a year of hand-wringing, and then, like in the US, we'll be busy in the 2024 election, and we won't get anything done, and we'll move on to other things.
I think one of the things we've really seen over the last 6 to 9 months and all of the discussions about ChatGPT is that AI is the public conversation. It's something that we read almost every day in the media, multiple articles. So this is the year of opportunity for us really to look at how do we advance AI, how do we advance attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals. But the opportunity is here. This is the year that everyone is talking about AI, and so we have to seize that opportunity. And to your point, Wendell, about are we on the tipping point of for good or for bad, that's an opportunity and a direction we can shape based on the actions that we take.
Wendell?
Every moment in history have what I call its salt march moments, where sometimes just a gentle nudge at the right time can take the course of history in a very radically different direction. So that's what Gandhi did with the Salt March. I think we're at one of those moments right now. And sometimes when you have the opportunity, when we're on that edge, and you take the right actions, then the trajectory of the future is radically different. It starts with just a gentle nudge, but rather than going here, it goes here over time. So I think that's where we are right now, and I think what we need to be doing is on both the national and international level, we need to start putting the governance structures in place to ensure that the technologies getting deployed fulfill the UNESCO and OECD principles, that the technologies we put in place are not dictated by those who are in a position now to act without necessarily taking the normal precautions that we ask of every other technology.
Karishma, where are we going to be next year?
Yeah, so hopefully there'll be more intergenerational dialogues like this one. Hopefully, AI can help us live happier, healthier, more fulfilling lives. And I think really the question is, can AI make humans more human?
Right, and this is the forum for that. This is the global forum for these types of conversations. So with that, I want to thank all of you for being with us, Karishma, Joanna, Gary, and Wendell. Thank you very much. A round of applause for them. And of course, I wanted to thank the ITU for giving us this amazing space. Madam Secretary General, thank you so much for inviting us all here. And with that, I'd like to conclude our final panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you ever so much to Jennifer Woodard and the team for moderating an eminent panel. And in a slight change of schedule, you know how these things go, right? There's so many timing issues, and we're incredibly grateful for anyone who has taken the time to come and stand on this stage and talk to us. So it is with great pleasure that I'm now going to introduce His Excellency, Mr. Jörg Lauber, Permanent Representative of Switzerland to the United Nations and other organizations in Geneva.
Thank you so much. I wasn't aware that I was going to a talent show, and I thought I can quietly disappear into a little panel here. So thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I'm here to report to you on a discussion, a roundtable we had over lunch among, how many were we? Around 50 ambassadors. And at the end of the roundtable, I had to say, as a diplomat, I felt quite proud. So many of the colleagues were here from all different regions, different sizes of countries, and all of these colleagues were very engaged, which shows you how this new technology, how AI now is really truly on everybody's minds. Everybody is engaged, even we diplomats realize that there is something very important happening and that we have to face up to it. And I want to really thank the SG, Doreen, and your team for an excellent event. It was very well curated. I meanwhile had phone calls from other ambassadors who were not able to come. And what happened? I got messages. This was really great. Anyway, I don't want to be too long. Just a few of the things that we discussed or we sort of agreed on, or which were prevalent in the discussion. First of all, that's not going to surprise you. AI is here to stay. We really have to think about what is the impact of this technology. We have to engage with it. Interesting for me also that most of the colleagues, be it from big countries in Europe or anywhere else, or small countries, small island development nations, all brought some national experience to the round table. Mostly talking about the impact in health services, in agriculture, in education, in climate change in the context of predicting the impact of climate change. All of them really had already a national experience with AI. Generally also the discussion about, and linked to that, probably a more optimist approach, a more optimist outlook I felt, that the technology could bring advances in all these, further advances in all the areas I mentioned, and overall that we really want, or really would like to believe that AI will help nations to advance the SDGs. And in this context, the discussion about regulations and how the SDGs are actually a first regulation already, a normative framework for the application of AI, and giving us a horizon, an aspiration, what AI should do, what artificial intelligence should help us to achieve in the world. Then of course the discussion also about the threats, about all the possibly negative outcome or the consequences of the technology, and the need to contain those with regulations and the normative framework, reference to some initiatives already taking place, and the need for us diplomats to discuss with all the other stakeholders, civil society, the private sector, of course, academia, to sit together and see what's happening, what will be the impact, how we contain the risks, and how can we promote the opportunities. One element also that came really out in the discussion is a concern by many that this technology will add to what we already are concerned with, what we call the digital divide within countries, within groups in countries, but also between countries, that countries that don't have access to the technology, to digital technology today, or not sufficient access, will be even more disadvantaged in the future. A bit of a reality check also, thinking that 1/3 of the world already today doesn't have access to the internet. What will this mean for the development, the application, and the benefits that can be gained out of AI? That, think, were the points I really wanted to report back to you. And then, of course, because I'm the Swiss ambassador, everybody said Geneva is the place to be. And this is where people come together. This is where we discuss all the issues AI will have an impact on. This is where all the organizations sit that can work together, the different actors are. And I really want to thank very much again Doreen and your team for organizing our little roundtable over the lunch, but also for this great second edition of the AI for Good Summit. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Excellency. And now, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone, it gives me great pleasure to invite back the Secretary General of the ITU, Doreen Bogdan-Martin, back on stage to deliver some closing remarks.
Thank you, LJ, and a good evening, I guess I should say, and Ambassador Lauber. Geneva is the place to be. Wonderful to see a full room as we start to wrap this up. The time has come, I would say somewhat unfortunately, to bring this summit to a close. And I want to, of course, thank all of you that have made this possible. Of course, so grateful to the Swiss government for co-convening this event with ITU, and of course, a huge thanks to our UN partners, over 40 partners strong. Thank you as well. Thanks, of course, to our sponsors, our speakers, and you, the participants here physically and also joining us virtually. I think you have helped us to take another step forward towards building an inclusive, a safe, and responsible AI. Thousands came to Geneva. Thousands joined us online, and of course, that includes our robots. I hope you got to meet and engage with the robots. I would say engagement, more than numbers, really tells the story of what we have experienced over the last 2 days. It builds on a wide range of perspectives, ideas at different stages of maturity, but I think it's fair to say there's certainly one thing in common. That would be a commitment to finding practical solutions together, in particular when it comes to global AI governance frameworks. So let me share some of them with you. We have heard, as we just heard in the great panel that Jennifer moderated, we have heard calls for new bodies modeled on existing ones like CERN, like IAEA, like IPCC, as well as proposals to empower existing organizations. We had conversations on things like how a registry of new or anticipated AI applications might work. We also heard calls for a global observatory, how an AI observatory could look. And I think we have some great ideas to start to think about and move forward. So where do we go from here? And picking up on some of Gary and Wendell's comments, Jennifer, in your session, it's about making the right choice, right? We have to make the right choice, and I think it's time for us to roll up our sleeves, and we need to analyze what's feasible, what's already available, and of course, what can be done. And that's what you've called on us to do. And I think it puts us on a path. You mentioned that, Jennifer, we need to have this path. So it really puts us on a path to be able to create a roadmap for the short term, for the medium term, and also, of course, for the long term. So the UN group on AI, we have this interagency group. I won't get into acronyms. It's a group led by ITU, by UNESCO, and it's geared up, ready, and charged to help move this dialogue and conversation forward. But of course, the work doesn't stop here. I think it's fair to say that we're really just getting started, and that we must continue to push inclusive dialogue. Inclusive dialogue, we've heard that from so many on AI governance. We need to engage with stakeholders to develop these ideas further. From the ITU perspective, of course, we will continue to do our part. We will continue to focus on AI standards development, policy assistance. We will also be integrating AI capacity support into our digital transformation offerings, together with partners like UNDP and others, especially in countries with low technological capabilities. This is another thing, even Ambassador Lauber mentioned that as well. We have to focus on that piece. We will also be complementing UNESCO's efforts on AI readiness by doing sectoral deep dives. We will advance, as you heard yesterday, universal health through our new initiative with WHO and WIPO on AI and health. And of course, we will support responsible AI development and deployment at the country level, and we will work to drive strong collaboration with other parts of the UN. And Gary and Wendell, again, hearing you well, we have an incredible opportunity as a UN system to pull together and help to support this process. So, ladies and gentlemen, yesterday we kicked off with an opening message from the UN Secretary General, who made a strong call, and he urged us to continue to explore the practical applications of AI to advance the Sustainable Development Goals, that normative framework, Ambassador Lauber, that you just mentioned. And I think that what we saw over the past 2 days, I think it brings us a lot of hope. And I guess we wouldn't be here if we didn't have hope. And I'm an optimist by nature, and I think it does give us a lot of hope. We saw how robots can go into situations that might be too dangerous for humans. We saw them bring comfort and support and interact with us and also with each other on a whole new level. We had the world's first robot press conference and diplomatic meet and greet. We saw how AI can help farmers to adapt to climate change. We saw how AI can transform and tailor education. We saw how AI can unleash a whole new wave of personalized healthcare, and how AI can help us to use outer space peacefully over the long term and for the benefit of all. I think that's where the opportunities lie. They're tremendous, and each and every one of those SDGs can benefit. That's one of the scenarios that I described yesterday, and I think, Wendell, you pitched it a different way, but it was obviously very complementary to what I laid out yesterday. And that's the scenario where AI lives up to its promise and where we manage to put the right guardrails in place. That was the future I chose. And most of you, I think, if I heard you, said you were with me. It's now time for collaboration. It's time for co-creation. It's time for stakeholders and disciplines, and Gary, that includes scientists, because this is the AI moment. This is our moment. Let's put human values first. Let's stay true to our core UN values. And let's show the world what an inclusive, a safe, and a responsible AI can do for humanity. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Amazing, as ever, amazing. Oh my goodness, she's just amazing. Thank you so much to Secretary General Doreen Bogdan-Martin for not just your inspiring closing remarks, but your amazing support. I'm just going to head over here because before we're inviting everyone to the evening reception, it's time to wrap up the summit with one final music performance. And also after this, we get to go to the fantastic farewell reception, which will be held at the robotics stage. The interesting thing about that is you'll see some of the artists from the earlier AI art panel. And if you are waiting there at the back, there are spaces available if you do wish to take a seat and just have a little bit of a sit down before all of the very hard work of standing, drinking, chatting, and networking, which will inevitably be happening in just a few minutes' time. I've been incredibly impressed by the fantastic nature of everybody here. You're all so friendly and so curious and so interested, and it's been a real pleasure to meet and interact with pretty much most of you over the last 2 days. And I have to say, this has got to be one of my favorite conferences, because wherever you look, there's robots, or there's interesting people, or there's technology discussions, or philosophy, or art. So it's a real pleasure to be part of that. I'm now going to just stick my iPad in the right place to get this to work, and in a few minutes' time, there'll be, hopefully, a performance that will make sense. Right. Yeah. Yep. Yep, it works. It's a piano. Human inspiration is hard to explain. It's hard to compute because we can build relationships between everything, everywhere, all at once. And while computers can be trained on more data than we can read, it can't yet build links across disparate information the way we do. Music has long accompanied humanity, and yet after thousands of years of people making it, no one's quite sure how inspiration works. In fact, it seems impossible to scale, and we really need it to if we are to solve the types of problems that AI for Good is aiming at. And when we try to interrogate these building blocks of creativity, we get surprising origins. For Gershwin, the sound of a clarinet warming up at an orchestra was the inspiration for that piece, Rhapsody in Blue. And I like to think of it as his prompt. It's the sound heard at the exact point in his life, alongside his musical education, the socio-economic situation that he grew up in, and all that he was exposed to. The training data made Rhapsody in Blue. So, we all have our own training data. I've certainly had my fair share of input. I've been run over, I've fallen off a cliff, I even went through breast cancer during lockdown. I know, right? Quite a bit, but I've also filmed and performed on stage in over 50 countries. I've spent time with some of the world's most interesting people, astronauts, artists, hackers, founders, and you all here in the world of AI. It all adds up, but I just don't know how. So this strange ability to connect the unexpected, does it give us humans the edge over AI when it comes to creativity? Well, it's complicated. Where machine learning currently tends to be, well, a bit recursive and finite, humans cannot help but seek out more. And though human programming is hard to understand, when it works, it's magic. Yet, whilst machines might not hold up against the best artists and inventors right now, they can get through breathtaking amounts of data with the right program. Generative AI now produces usable results at scale, much more than one human could, even if they are a genius. And the tools are getting easier to use, meaning we don't need to be a genius for it to work. Now, I'm a musician, but this does not look like a musical instrument at all. About 2 to 3 years ago, this was how to make music with an AI. It's a coding environment that I, a non-everyday coder, needed to learn. It took multiple attempts to even work out how to use Google Colab running Jukebox by OpenAI. and 10 hours overnight processing time, pressing a button every 4 seconds to create 1 minute of music. And even then, I found quirks in the prompting segments. For example, you needed to type lyrics in a certain way and leave spaces to help the output sing the rhythm that you wanted. Here's the result. I've got the Beatles to sing Call Me Maybe.
I just make you. Well, here's my number. Call me maybe. Oh, it's all super
Now, that's made from the machine pulling together many micro Beatles units and then working out what could come next. Now, if we fast forward, post-pandemic, post-AI being a household name, any of you can now compose music in much less time. No music theory skills, no instrument skills, and even no coding. You just need a sentence. The simple act of adding a natural language interface to generative models has changed the game, and it could signify a golden age of creativity. Now everyone can get involved. Here's some music I wrote with 1 or 2 sentences in Google's Music LM. Instead of this taking weeks to learn, by the way, it took me less than 2 days to create over 50 pieces of music. Now, right now, the vast majority of publicly accessible AI tools use other people's models and training data. What's interesting, though, is power users are learning to manipulate these models by using special words in order to get special results, like cheat codes. So just like a few years ago, where I changed the sentence format to make something more rhythmic, you can now do things like misspelling Mozart when you're trying to do a style transfer, or adding the phrase Canon 50mm lens to your art generation, which automatically generates a better and more realistic response. And I've decided that working out a prompt for these things is a bit like learning an instrument, but you're playing a scale almost. And AI co-creation, though, bypasses that physical and mental connection that we're making. So you don't need to learn an instrument in the same way. So though anyone can write a masterpiece, they still need to find the right prompt or incantation. And they've got to get lucky with that built-in randomness. I don't need to say that the implications of a machine that can imagine can have this crazy response. Synthesized symphonies, grand unified theories of everything. You get the idea. And so now it's time to play a couple of different tracks. This is stepping up from a single sentence AI creation with a couple of good examples of style transfer I made using Meta AI's Music Gen model. We're going to take Ein kleiner Nachtmusik by Mozart. I love this track. Okay, so you know that one. What I did first was I made an MP3 isolating the melody. And then I started playing with the prompts. Would you like to hear a heavy metal Mozart? Yes, I thought you might. Okay, now hopefully our sound person will play some heavy metal Mozart for us. Thank you. Okay, now bear in mind, these are the best examples. There were quite a few that didn't work, but I do like the reggae one. Could you please play that, please? It's not bad, is it? I wish I could take the credit. Okay, so this is where we talk about data diversity, because why do some styles work better than others? It's baked into the program, as we all know. music data skews towards Western chromatic tuning. You know, major, minor, there's not that much outside of these major and minor keys. Secondly, AI-generated music is not challenging. True creativity needs more input. Like Einstein imagining cutting an elevator cable so that the elevator was in free fall, that resulted in his relativity theory. If we included music outside the top 100 charts, it would make the model more inclusive, but it also makes the model more fun and more creative. So I wonder if machines just haven't been trained enough to be creative. It's like only learning 4 chords on a piano. You can play so many songs with this, so many songs, but you could not do... Whoops. That's not going to come out of an AI, or even Beethoven's Ninth. Okay, so what I decided to do is hopefully we're going to hear a few different versions of Beethoven's Ninth, Ode to Joy. See, many of these models are populated with data sets that users don't yet have access to. So let's go back and have a quick listen to heavy metal Beethoven, please. Okay, that works fine. I guess also that Beethoven was kind of heavy metal at the time, so, okay. I wanted to include a failure as well. This is a dance remix. It doesn't work because I wasn't specific enough in my prompting. Let's have the dance, please. Okay, everyone's had enough of that. All right, the others sound okay, but to a musician, they are not musically accurate, like the Punjabi dance track. It's quite pleasant to listen to, right? But those of you in the know will know the orchestration isn't quite right. You'll probably recognize that classical Indian drum sound, that's the tabla, but it's missing key components specific to modern Punjabi Bhangra music, namely a particular kind of drum and a particular instrument that kind of does that. That's called a tumbi. So it's wrong. It's nice, but it's wrong. Gospel music as well. There's some piano, but again, the instruments aren't quite right. Gospel music has a swing to it. It's got a kind of specific feel to it, and if we can play it, I'd be really grateful. The gospel music one. The drum patterns are missing as well. This is, here we go. Okay, thank you. Now, actually, the humans did a much better job of remixing Ode to Joy in a gospel style because it's actually the song Joyful, Joyful. So, you know, humans are still around. Let's go to our next slide, please, because I put something in that was very familiar, very formulaic, and the machine does a brilliant job. I'll press that button and see what happens. It's going to do something strange, isn't it? I'm nearly there. I can actually play some hold music while I do this. Okay, here we go. Let's play a romantic classical version of Despacito. Now, I did not feed this any chords, but it's got it right. What's going on? We're creatures of habit. We like to be predictable. The 4-chord structure that it's playing is so familiar, and it occurs many, many times in the data set, unlike Punjabi Bhangra music, right? Second, there's nothing challenging or surprising about this. Are we going to get a Beatles, a Bob Marley, or a Billie Eilish? No. The majority of the training data is limited to a narrow suggestion, I guess, a selection. So, can we train machines to know not just what new looks like, but what new and good looks like versus new and unusable? So training a machine to recognize what's new and good becomes relevant outside of music. Some of the world's greatest challenges are hoping that AI in some fashion can help, from generating sustainable low-cost energy to increasing access to healthcare even, and equality and education for all. And while these problems have legal, geopolitical, and, well, ideological issues to surmount, it's surprisingly similar to finding the right instruments or working out the prompt that leads to Rhapsody in Blue. And these issues we've spoken about over the last 2 days aren't solvable by companies or governments alone. So many people on this stage are wishing for more people to understand AI on a wider scale to see what happens next. And that's one of the reasons I'm collaborating to create this. This is going to be AI Goodies. It's a user-friendly guide to take people beyond the fear of AI and start directing their thoughts to it intentionally, and we want everyone to be involved. We'll keep you apprised of the release date, and as we come to the end, we started yesterday with a powerful opening from ITU's Secretary General Doreen Bogdan-Martin, a worthy quest to advance AI towards solving humanity's problems while addressing the issues that plague it. And while we can't afford to treat generative AI the same as previous technological progress, we are not powerless. We have each other in this room, a network of more people beyond these walls, and the opportunity to shape this next technological era together. And we also have the courage to educate ourselves. And most of all, we have the creativity inside all of us to imagine a future where we use AI for good. Thank you. Okay, so we're going to start shaping the future shortly with a drinks reception, but I'm going to first invite the organisers of AI for Good up on stage so that they can get some well-deserved applause and plaudits. Please, can you join me in welcoming an evening welcome even to Fred and Reinhard that are going to come up to the stage. Final announcement. Yes! Woo! You nailed it. Yeah. Oh, thank you.
Wow, look at all the people here tonight. Still at 6 o'clock, or I don't know what time it is. LJ, that was absolutely amazing. I wish I could have watched that all night.
Oh, thanks.
But the music's not over. Actually, outside, there's the Galaxy Jam Band playing with robots. What could go wrong? You know, the surprises keep coming. But before we bring this to a close, there's some AI for Good superheroes in the room. They're the people you don't see behind the scenes who make everything, work. So if you guys are in the room, please come up on stage. I know there's a few of you.
Come on, don't be shy. We've all seen you before. Excellent job, everyone. Come on, keep going, keep going. There's quite a lot of people who have really put so much in to making this a special day. Can we move you all a bit more in? The photographer's going to take a picture and the lens isn't quite wide enough. Squeeze in, everyone. Squeeze, squeeze, maybe a couple of layers. Short people in the front. It's like those wedding photos, isn't it? Come on, squish, squish. Excellent job. Right, come on.
Wow, I didn't know we had such a big team.
Might
Where'd
have to
they
do
all
a
come from?
panoramic shot for this. Yeah, it's quite a lot of people. Where shall I'll stand a bit in front of a tall person.
Okay, and we have one final announcement. Reinhard, would you like to take the honors?
We'd be happy to welcome you next year in the week of 20 to 24 May. Hope you will come. Thank you.
Yes, it's happening. Come on, look. Stay there. Yes! Small people at the front.
Doreen will come, stay here.
Switch in, please. Oh, Doreen, you have to come to the middle. days of no sleep standing right up here on stage. Thank you for your indulgence, audience. Well done, everybody. Thank you. I would also like to extend a huge thank you to the speakers, the sponsors, the organising team at the ITU. Phenomenal production, AV, sound and video, backstage, volunteers, exhibitors, and of course to you, the audience too. Thank you very much. Relax, enjoy the farewell reception. This was AI for Good 2023. I've been LJ Rich. Good night.